All right, day 2, E3. It's happening. We're here.
Still happening.
On the Engadget stage. It's still happening. I'm Jessica Condit, senior reporter for Engadget.com. And with me today for the E3 Daily.
My name's Matt Smith. I'm the UK bureau chief at Engadget.com as well. Day 2,
So
day
day 2.
Now, Jess, you were stuck at the stage helping everyone out, haven't you, most of yesterday?
Yeah, I did a few interviews, played a few games on stage. It was really cool.
And we're based in South Hall, which is pretty much the best place to be. All the big players are here, and the West Hall. But yeah, you can kind of hear the drum and bass in the background. You can hear it's pretty busy down here.
Yeah.
Have you managed to walk around? What have you been able to see so far?
So I have seen the part of South Hall that leads directly to the Engadget booth, which is actually pretty busy still. There's still plenty to see on that pretty quick journey. Well, short journey, not so quick because of how many people are here this year.
Yeah. If you didn't know this, E3 this year has opened its doors up to the public in general. So not only do you have the people that make the games, the business, you know, the deal makers, the media, you have everyone else. Literally anyone could have bought a ticket if they lived in the area to come to E3 this year. So there are crowds everywhere. They've brought that LA traffic indoors, which is lovely. It's kind of cool because it's a very vibrant atmosphere. Everyone is rushing to everything because you know the public, they have their own, they have their own fandom, they have their own favorite games. So it might not be the newest game they've come to see. It might just be a very hot game that's been in the pipeline for a long time.
And I think we're seeing that kind of reflected in what publishers and developers are bringing to the show. We're seeing just a ton of games that, like, we've played before, or games that, we have hands-on time. We don't need that, but this is built for the fans. It feels more like a Comic-Con almost.
Although I'm a bit disappointed. There's a severe lack of cosplay so far.
I know. Where is it? I feel like
maybe they're holding out for the last few days.
Maybe.
We've still got today and tomorrow to get through.
Yeah.
Have you got past any of the major stores then? Have you got to have a little walk around at all?
No, I really just walked by them. I haven't walked in, but you have, right?
Excellent. Yeah, this is just time for me to humble brag about my time in Nintendo.
Yeah.
So the Nintendo booth is busy. It is packed full of people. What they've done is the main interior of the Nintendo booth, they've kind of replicated Super Mario Odyssey's, what's it called? Dock Town or something? It's the town in the game. It's the Donk Town.
It's like cartoony
New Donk.
and
New Donk, that's what it's called. So they've replicated New Donk, so you have like kind of 50s diners and kind of like old school New Yorky vibe to everything.
That's cool.
And the place is packed with people, like media, public, everyone. So you just have to fight through the crowd to play Super Mario Odyssey. What they are doing, if they haven't run out of them, is if you place the new Super Mario game, you get a free cappy, like a little cappy visor. So I'm going to use my badges and my powers as, the evil media.
Of course.
To pick up a cap if I can a bit later this week.
Don't give away your secret plan.
It's fine. I trust these guys. And what I did, I managed to actually play in Super Mario Odyssey. I didn't get the cap because if I got the cap, I'd be wearing it on stage, right?
Well, yeah, clearly. I would hope forever in the rest of your life, yes.
Right, but so Super Mario Odyssey, it's incredible. It's amazing. I still haven't quite got used to the fact that you have normal humans interacting with Mario.
Right, that's weird.
But the gameplay is very cool. You'll throw Cappy the cap at things and then you suddenly embody that object. So I have been a sewer drain cover, I've rode a scooter, I have been a Moai statue, which sees invisible things. It's kind of cool, that's a different level.
Yeah.
I collected musicians for tasks based in game. And so the controls are still very similar from like those other 3D Mario games you played. You can still jump, double jump, triple somersault jump, that kind of thing. But you don't punch anymore. It's all about throwing that cap. That's your weapon. That's your way to interact with things. And it looks really pretty. Really, really pretty.
So is Odd Job in the game, or?
Odd Job. I think that might be the end boss.
Maybe it's DLC or something. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's got a very weird story. So this time Bowser's kidnapped Peach because he's gonna marry her.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Yeah. So Peach is a bit useless again. But she's got a wedding dress, and that's why you might see glimpses of Mario wearing like a full white tux.
Oh, yeah.
And Cappy himself, his apparent original form is a white top hat.
Oh.
So it all kind of connects together. It doesn't make any sense, but since when did a Mario game's story ever make sense?
It never had to, is the thing, and that's fine.
It's absolutely
fine.
So that was the main highlight. I played some Fire Emblem Heroes, which is just Dynasty Warriors with characters you might care about.
Right.
I played some Splatoon 2, but I'll wait for Sean Buckley to talk more about that.
Yeah, Sean is
massively, another one of our writers, associate editor, Sean Buckley, he loves his Splatoon a little bit too much. But yeah, we played some of that. We got some nice little Nintendo pins for our efforts.
That's cool.
Yeah, but that was great. Other than that, I've been walking around Capcom. Capcom has a very Street Fighter-centric stand, and on the edge of their stand, they've got this literally like a Street Fighter museum where they've got Street Fighter 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, which you never ever see. No one ever plays or shows Street Fighter 1, but it's there. Well, Street Fighter.
Yeah, right. Just Street Fighter. Yeah. Is that in South Hall? Because I want to see that for sure. That is in South Hall.
Yeah. If you go, if you take a left and just go straight,
take a left at the sea of people, and then a right at the other sea of people.
Cry a little, and then carry on going forward. Yeah.
No, I want to see that.
Yeah, mostly I've been trapped in South Hall as well, but I'm having a good time. I got to play some Dragon Ball Z. That looks really good.
So that's the fighting game. That's like head-to-head fighting.
Yeah, head-to-head fighting game. So 3-on-3, so a bit like Marvel, Capcom. Yeah. And also just like that.
Oh, you saw.
Utterly insane.
Good.
So it's like 3D graphics that have kind of been squished to make more of a 2D feel, and they've kind of made the frame rate intentionally choppy, so it looks like anime. It looks animated.
Oh, like it's
a little bit tweaky.
Yeah.
And like when you kind of finally crush, Piccolo or Frieza or Cell, I'm just proving I know what the game's about.
Clearly.
Like the final move just like knocks your opponent into this giant building that explodes.
Yes.
Or you launch a Kamehameha and it literally just shaves off part of the earth.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Which is exactly like the show. You need that in the game, right?
Like when you go to these booths, there's always like an internal, so this is Bandai Namco, there's always like an internal camera that's filming reactions of people. I'm almost certain I'm going to be the, this game's so fun face of Dragon Ball Z on Xbox One,
You have such a good face for that, though.
Was that? Yeah.
That's a good face.
Good job, yeah. What else did I play? Oh, I got to play through Ni no Kuni 2.
Which you're a fan of. You like that series
I like
a lot.
That. Yeah, I think it's gorgeous. The game is, it looks like exactly the same, but the gameplay is different again. And I'll be talking actually about Ni no Kuni later today on stage.
Great. Okay.
I think so, if I've got my schedule right.
I think so.
So that's exciting.
Yeah.
What else have I done with my day? I've done lots. I've done a lot of VR. I discussed accessibility in VR on the stage yesterday. And then the completely other side of that coin, I went to this booth, Circle of
Saviors.
Yes, very good.
Yeah.
We're finishing each other's sandwiches. This is good.
Sandwiches. That's adorable.
We're finishing each other's sandwiches. But yeah, Circle of Saviors, which is a VR 3D green screen game where you get a shield, you get a virtual sword, 2 Vive controllers really, but because they use the blue screen, they can kind of impress the gaming world that you're in on a TV screen so everyone can see what's happening. I've still got to write that up, but that's really good. And we have a video of me looking like an absolute bloody idiot.
No, you looked really cool actually. Like
looked really cool with my sword.
Well, you tried. It was cute.
I was attacking as best I could, but it's really fun.
Yeah.
The only not fun part about it is that for some reason in front of that stage there was just a crowd of people
like sitting,
watching,
right?
Yeah, just chilling.
Like laying down on the floor.
Watching me act like a bloody idiot. Yeah. But that was really good fun, and I love to see those kind of VR experiences here. I mean, you don't want to act like a fool in front of everyone, but it's so much fun to play.
So, we even had some VR on stage yesterday. It was a pretty VR-heavy day for the stage in general, but I actually I didn't play myself, but I played with other people.
Okay.
HTC Vive Duck Season.
Okay.
So,
like the NES game?
Yes. So this game actually uses, it was world premiered on our stage actually, which is really cool.
Yeah.
That kind of came together last minute, so thanks for that, guys. And it uses the NES blaster.
Right.
So it has this like remade gray and orange little like NES looking gun.
A gun that's 20 plus years old?
Oh yeah, older than me I would think.
There you go.
Yeah. But they brought it back and they put an HTC Vive tracker right on top of it, so it's actually being read in the game world, and it's a updated, dark, twisted version of Duck Hunt. Seriously, it's called Duck Season. It's coming out soon for HTC Vive.
I saw the screen grab of it where you can literally see like a retro TV and Duck Hunt playing on it, and that's how it all starts off, right? Something like that. Yeah,
you start off in a living room. It's 1988. Your mom has just bought you Duck Season, the hottest new game. And you actually see the TV, you see the living room, but then you go into the game, and it's this beautiful, like 3D landscape with a sunset over this little pond, and the dog is there.
Right.
But he looks like a creature from Five Nights at Freddy's.
Because the creature from the NES one wasn't exactly the most, realistic dog. It was a creepy little animation thing.
Yeah, the whole game.
So they've just taken that in the worst possible direction.
Yeah, it turns out he's a serial killer. So
he
yeah,
is.
if you end up shooting the dog at any point, like he's gonna basically get you back. So it's a really cool story. It actually has a narrative. There are different endings, so it's pretty cool.
So is that in development, or are people gonna be able to buy that soon? Or?
Yeah, it's from Stress Level Games, and they're working on it now. But I mean, they had a playable demo, so it's coming soon.
So it can't be far off.
It's coming soon. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure what I want to play next. Oh, sorry. Oh, please owe me.
So yesterday we forgot after the show floor opened, but before that happened, Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
Nintendo happened yesterday.
No, never heard of them. Never heard of this company.
Sorry.
Never heard of Nintendo.
Before you went to the booth.
So before, like, we literally woke up in our hotel and started writing about Nintendo, who are making a Metroid Prime game. That was the big news. Metroid Prime 4 is coming to the Switch. Actually, it depends on what you're into. So we had more details about Super Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
Metroid Prime 4 was literally just announced with no other details.
Right.
It's happening. That's all we know. Pokemon, well, Pokken is coming. So, you know, the Pokemon Tekken beat 'em up is coming to Switch, which is already been on Wii U, but
that'll be fun though. It's fun.
Like a remastered, you know, retidied version. And then the Pokemon company said they're working on a genuine, you know, standalone Pokemon game on Switch, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
You know, the game might actually look really pretty.
It might.
Fingers crossed. So that's really exciting. What else? Oh, a Yoshi game, a Kirby game.
Of course. Well, yeah.
But this is great. This is all the stuff we want to see on the Nintendo console. I'm really excited now.
Yeah.
I love my Switch, but I've just been playing Zelda and Mario Kart.
Yep.
I mean, I've got Thumper on there, but you know, Thumper's a occasional game.
Tumbleseed's fun, you know, Snipper Clips is fun, but
Clips,
a few more, especially like Kirby, Yoshi, Mario. We want to see those on Switch, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what ARMS.
Oh, ARMS, yeah.
So ARMS is coming out on sale this week, right?
I think it's this week. Yeah, it's not quite out yet, but yeah.
So like if you're not going to E3 and wanted to play ARMS now, soon you'll be able to play it in your home anyway. So that's good.
Yeah.
We're going to be playing it on stage later, right?
It's going to be like really soon, maybe right after this event. We're going to play ARMS right here. Yeah, really cool game.
Yeah. So if you haven't seen this game in action, it's like punch up for a new generation. Yeah. Got to do the guards.
Like spring-loaded arms, and they do. Yeah.
There's one guy whose arms are noodles, so that's kind of important.
I feel
like you guys should know about that.
Yeah. Is there a rameny? He's like a ramen
like
themed.
ramen noodle arms.
I love that.
Yeah, which is awesome.
It makes me hungry though.
What else? So Nintendo had a really good show actually. I mean, Nintendo never do a big fancy press conference like Sony or Microsoft. They do a direct online thing, and they've done that for years.
Yeah.
But it's kind of nice because you have a stable Wi-Fi connection. You can talk with your team about it. You can get completely excited.
Yeah.
And then you can still in your hotel and you can have a coffee.
Well, and then they have a booth, so you can still get that hands-on time. You can still talk to executives if you want. Well, if you're lucky, if they let you.
And actually, talking about Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime isn't the only Metroid game. They're also remaking, I think, Metroid 2 from way, way long ago.
Yeah.
For the 3DS.
Oh,
so
cool.
the 3DS is getting a new game.
That's awesome.
Nice to see.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, like Nintendo had a pretty strong showing. I mean, we need to rank maybe on an E3 daily show these press shows all in total. Maybe that's something we can do tomorrow.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Just, you know, the definitive countdown of the best and worst of show.
So, talking about the 3DS reminded me of something we didn't talk about yesterday, but was actually really exciting. Out of Sony's show, their pre-show, they actually had Vita news yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's been like literally years since they've talked about Vita. But Undertale is coming to Vita.
And I think, well, the picture they showed as well had a hard copy.
Yeah.
So it's not even a digital-only release, which is really weird.
And really cool, though, because like that's the kind of content, I use that word lightly, that you want, I mean, on a handheld like that has a weirdly dedicated fan base, but it's not getting a lot of love. That's a good game to put on there. I like that mix.
I mean, I do wonder what they're going to do with the Vita now. Like, it's the hardware's still very plenty powerful enough.
I love mine.
And like, I think maybe I'm the problem with the Vita, because what I do is I buy a lot of PlayStation 1 games.
Oh,
and just replay them on there.
Interesting.
So they're still getting my money, but I'm not buying new,
That's not where they really want the money to be going. Yeah, exactly,
right.
at this point. Interesting.
I still love my Vita,
I love the Vita, But that was yesterday. I just remembered that.
Thanks.
Sorry.
So yeah, we're on day 2, started just now.
Day 2.
Today we're still doing more interviews on stage, interview with the games makers. We're going to play more games. Today I'm going to go play some Ubisoft things.
That's exciting.
It's exciting. Hopefully some Far Cry.
Yep. Yeah,
maybe a little bit of Assassin's Creed if I can fit it in.
Might as well.
If I smile really nicely and be extra British, maybe they'll let me.
Yeah.
What else?
And then
lots of stuff.
Yeah, and today I'm going to be on stage with a bunch of indie developers, just talking about what is indie development in 2017, and I hope that's going to be a really cool conversation.
I'm expecting a 4,000-word essay by the end of it.
Oh yeah, I already have 3,000 words down. We're fine. I don't even. Yeah, we're good.
Is it just shut up, 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 shut up? Yeah. But that's day one. We've done day one. We're on to day two now, and we will be back tomorrow morning to explain everything we're about to do today.
In detail.
In more detail.
Yay.
Maybe with facts, I'm not sure. Depends how we feel. But thank you very much for watching. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Stay tuned. Engadget will be live streaming from stage all of today. Yeah, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
We're here at E3 where we just got our first hands-on with Star Wars Battlefront 2 single-player mode. That's the story that the first game is missing. You saw the game's early reveals, you knew this was coming. A single-player story campaign that features the adventures of Iden Versio, an Imperial pilot who is on the ground at Endor in Return of the Jedi, the second Death Star in the world. Today we got to play that story for the first time. And we got to see how cinematic it really is. And that word is important because it does feel extremely cinematic. And as much as I'd love to personally show you how cinematic it is, the game's footage is unfortunately really tightly under wraps right now. The footage you're seeing from the multiplayer campaign is the same great engine, with the same lush, incredibly detailed, authentic Star Wars environments. You're just going to have to take my word that this is a single-player story experience that was kind of hoping it would be. And naturally, a lot of this story is told with the standard kind of cutscenes and pre-rendered graphics you would expect out of a story mode, but ideally, a game tells a story with the player, and that's what we experienced today. We are able to see the story unfold as we progress through each of Star Wars Battlefront's game modes. From a flying mechanic while we were flying around in space, chasing down fighters, boarding a ship, a capital ship in rebellion, getting off that ship and running through that infiltrated base, disabling things and affecting any larger battle on scale. It feels cinematic in a way that feels like you're inserted into the scene in the film. And this immersive storytelling makes the entire situation feel natural, which is a little weird for a longtime Star Wars fan, because you're playing an Imperial pilot, like I mentioned earlier. And we've been hearing for 30 years that they're the bad guys. But when you're playing this narrative, you don't feel like the bad guy. It kind of tricks you to feeling like you belong in that empire. It's still super early, with the game not planning for release until around the fall or holiday season. But with the 15 minutes of gameplay we saw, this really looks like it could draw Star Wars fans in and tell a more cinematic, more interesting story than we've had in Star Wars games for a while. And we're really excited to see more as we get closer to the release date. E3 is only just getting started, so if you want to see more coverage, stay tuned to Engadget.
Introducing Creation Club, a collection of new game content for Skyrim and Fallout 4, including new weapons, new armor, new outfits and accessories, new crafting and housing features, even new gameplay enhancements. Using Creation Club is easy. Browse the selection in-game by category and use credits to download right there. Your new content will appear automatically. Creation Club content is made by Bethesda Game Studios and outside developers, including the very best community creators. These outside creators work hand in hand with Bethesda Game Studios, which means all content will be fully compatible with your save games, achievements, and official add-ons. Creation Club is coming this summer to the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Creation Club. The worlds of Fallout 4 and Skyrim just got a little bit bigger.
I have you now.
Dowd, it's good to see you, old man.
You up for one last job, Billy?
Who's the mark?
The black-eyed bastard responsible for all the chaos.
We're gonna kill the outsider.
More than 20 years in the making, the original eSport returns. Announcing the Quake World Championships, August 26th at QuakeCon in Dallas, Texas. Competitors will face off in the ultimate eSports arena to win their share of $1 million. And the one thing every champion seeks: legacy. Play the beta now and get ready for the Quake World Championships. Visit Quake.com to learn more.
So if you visit our booth this week at E3, you have a chance to go hands-on and begin the fight to rally the resistance in America against the Nazi regime. In addition to Wolfenstein 2, we'll have hands-on for our VR titles, so you can play both Fallout 4 and Doom VFR. You can play Quake Champions and start practicing for that big $1 million prize pool at QuakeCon. Or you can try the Battlegrounds mode in the new Elder Scrolls Online Morrowind. Plus we have hands-on for the new Heroes of Skyrim for Legends, plus a cool interactive experience for The Evil Within 2, exclusive developer interviews, presentations, and a lot more. Again, a reminder, everything that you saw tonight will be out this year.
Internet. It's 2017, and I finally got to play Crackdown 3.
Some people never have trouble.
It was a skills for kills event where all of your leveling was amplified and sped up, and it was an idea of just getting you to experience as much Crackdown as you could in a small time. This was a single player only demo. There was no multiplayer whatsoever, no co-op, and when the demo was really stuttery yesterday during the media briefing, it was because there was more than one character on screen at a time controlled by a player. I collected the agility orbs, I started jumping around. I got a gun that basically shoots a black hole and sucks all the enemies into it and then they explode, and that was really cool. My thing with Crackdown is I always just liked running around, platforming, jumping up on skyscrapers, and collecting agility orbs. I'm told that that's going to happen, I just haven't gotten to see it yet. So as somebody who really loved the first Crackdown and disliked the second a lot, I'm cautiously optimistic for Crackdown 3. Will it be good? We'll find out come November 7th. For everything you want to know that's coming out of E3, keep it locked on Engadget.com all week long. Greetings, Internet. We're here in sunny Los Angeles for the 2017 Electronics Entertainment Expo. This year, the Paris Fashion Week for video games is a little bit different. Why is that? Well, for starters, there are 15,000 members of the general public that are going to be on the show floor along with everybody else. But what about the actual news coming out of the convention center? That's a little easier to predict. Of the three console manufacturers, Microsoft has the most approved this year. As of now, we know painfully little about its new high-powered Xbox One, which is codenamed Project Scorpio, outside of some tech specs and marketing buzzwords. This week is when we'll see how big of a difference all of that extra computing power makes, its real name, and hopefully even some compelling reasons to actually buy one. Oh, and maybe just how much it'll cost, too. Maybe after 3 years of mostly radio silence, we'll actually see the long-awaited Crackdown 3 in action, too. But given that Microsoft's holiday release schedule is predictable to a fault, we probably shouldn't set our hopes higher than prettier versions of Gears of War, a Forza racing game, and something to do with Halo for the system's launch. Some more news on Minecraft seems a pretty likely bet too, especially considering Microsoft owns that game now. And the same goes for Rare's cartoony online pirate adventure Sea of Thieves. As for Nintendo, there are a raft of possibilities. The Switch was released in March, and this is the console's first E3. Nintendo's already said that Super Mario Odyssey will be playable on the show floor, but the company needs more than the promise of an Italian plumber if it really wants to move more units of its home and portable console hybrid. Maybe that could happen with the confirmation of a real Pokemon game for the system. And what about Metroid? That game skipped the Wii U entirely, so hopefully we'll see a new entry in that long-running series as well. And maybe we'll get a new trailer for the Japanese role-playing game Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I mean, we can hope, right? How about Sony? The PlayStation 4 is way ahead of the pack in sales, and its high-powered PlayStation 4 Pro from last fall is apparently helping in that. And the PlayStation VR is already out in the wild too, so like Nintendo, Sony just has to focus on games this year. Maybe we should expect deeper looks at what's been shown off during last year's trailer after trailer media briefing. You know, stuff like God of War, Detroit Become Human, the zombie thriller Days Gone, Gran Turismo Sport, and hey, your neighborhood-friendly Spider-Man might swing through too. Hopefully we'll see some more games for PlayStation VR too. I mean, it'd be nice to feel good about the $400 that we all spent on that helmet earlier this year. And we couldn't have an E3 without third-party publishers like Bethesda, Ubisoft, and Electronic Arts. Bethesda has Skyrim on Nintendo Switch to show off, and hopefully a follow-up to the incredible Wolfenstein reboot from a few years back for the rest of the consoles and PC. And Ubisoft? Expect Assassin's Creed, Far Cry 5, and maybe this will be the E3 where the company finally shows video proof that Beyond Good and Evil 2 actually exists. It could happen? Expect EA to talk all about Madden, FIFA, It's basketball game, Battlefront 2, Fast and the Furious the game, Need for Speed Payback, and maybe, just maybe, something brand new. And for me, I'm just a lowly servant here to help deliver all of the gaming news from this week directly into your brain via Engadget.com. Keep it parked here all week for all the news and video that you can handle.
Welcome to EA Play 2017, coming to you from the Hollywood Palladium. So let's celebrate. For the next 3 days, we're here to celebrate play with all of you. And what better place to start than with a game that has taken the world by storm, Battlefield 1.
So we're bringing more ways for you to play. First, Night Maps debut this summer. In Neville Nights and Prise de Terreur, you'll need to deploy tactics as you fight through the night in a massive network of trenches. Second, I'm excited to announce a major revolution in Battlefield 1. We're bringing epic battles to the Eastern Front of World War I. In the Name of the Tsar expands Battlefield 1 to the blistering winter in the East. We're bringing you 6 new maps, the Russian army, including the mighty Hussar cavalry, new vehicles and weapons to expand your arsenal, and the iconic Women's Battalion of Death.
Услышишь гром и вспомнишь обо мне. Полоска неба будет твердо алой, а сердце будет, как тогда. В огне.
There's no I in it, I bring in all my team. Who do you wanna holler, who do you wanna never know? Don't be a sheep when you can be the GOAT. Greatest of all time and you never know. Don't show up to my show if you've got no. Yeah. Loud at you, he's a hater, I don't want no bad energy. Man get views but I rage Charles cause I can't see my enemy. I like all types of girls, melanins and melanies. She wants a man from London, she wants a fella with felonies. That's probably all my team. There's no I in it, I bring in all my team. That's when they saw my team. Even the bouncers bounce when they saw my team. Who do you wanna holler, who do you wanna never know? Don't be a sheep when you can be the GOAT. Greatest of all time and you never know. Don't show up to my show if you've got no.
Absolutely very excited to show you the first, one of the blockbusters from Need for Speed Payback called the Highway Heist that shows that intense action driving experience. So let's turn around and take a look.
Koenigsegg Regera, 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. We intercept, then grab the cargo.
It'll be part of a convoy.
What are you thinking?
Quick hit and run. Get me close to the truck and I'll take care of the rest. Get me close to that truck before it hits the tunnel. The house won't let us anywhere near the truck. We gotta take out those cars. Get rid of these guys.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get that truck.
Look out! Shit! Damn it!
What the hell?
This guy's out of his mind.
There's something much bigger going on here.
What's the play?
Forget the tunnel. We get him before he reaches the city.
Guys, more house cars headed your way.
going down either way.
Take him out, Ty.
Guys, Cindy's coming up fast. Jess, I've got a really bad idea.
Mac?
Ladder on the side. You can get up on his right.
It's now or never, Jess.
Do it. Keep it steady.
Jump!
Jess! Jess? You got this?
Jess!
I got this.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job, team. Let's take this baby home.
Let's see what she can do. Okay, boys. Let's even the odds.
I want to introduce you to our next EA Originals title. One that I've been very close to from the beginning. What started out as a wild idea on paper has now turned into a groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind game called A Way Out. Take a look.
A Way Out is a story-driven co-op game. It is designed, played, and experienced only in split-screen co-op, which means you have to play the game with a friend, either online or on your couch. The game starts in a prison. You play as Vincent and Leo. You and a friend will get to know your characters and unfold their story together.
You don't know anything about me, man. Maybe not. But Harvey killed someone very close to me. With or without you, I'm going after him.
Let me show you some of the scenarios in the game. On the right side, you see Leo, who's already in prison. On the left, you see Vincent, who just arrived. Now if you look to the right again, you can see that Leo can be controlled, while Vincent is in a cutscene. Here is another one. Vincent and Leo are now in the laundry room. Your goal is to smuggle sheets using a laundry cart. You can approach the scenario in different ways. Either get the cart with Vincent.
No, I got a good pack right here. I think it's got your name on it. It's broken. I don't know.
Or with Leo.
Get over here, you idiot! Yeah, but I think those two guys are just about to fight. What the? What? Who's him?
In A Way Out, you will experience something new all the time. Everything you do in the game is unique for that scene. We want you and your friend to be focused and engaged throughout the entire story. But let me tell you, this is just the beginning of what you will be experiencing in A Way Out.
Get him! Run, run, run! Relax, man. I got this.
Here's the first glimpse of our brand new IP from BioWare.
The wall. It's our armor. It protects us from what lies beyond. But out there, you either live with the choices you make, or die trying to change them. The story doesn't end here.
I am telling you right now, I am excited to see a first look at NBA Live 18.
I got realness, I just kill shit 'cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. I win again, then win again like Wimbledon I serve. Yeah, that's him again, the sound that engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tires skirt the boulevard. I know how you work, I know just who you are. See, use a your hormones probably switch inside your DNA. Problem is,
Hey guys, welcome to the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2's multiplayer gameplay, Assault on Theed.
Now this is awesome because essentially phase 1 you get to escort an MPT down the street of Theed here, and the pressure is on for the clones. They have to hold back the assault.
Trying to get some strafing runs in on those cones.
Oh no!
Oh!
Come on, man! You
missed that tower.
You just did it wrong there, buddy.
Oh!
Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
And this big explosion indicates phase 1 is over. Now we start phase 2, and this is when the action really begins to pick up here. The players falling, got white boy there, and there. Oh, here we go.
This is some Darth Maul action.
Here we go, folks. Darth
This is where
Maul.
it starts to get interesting.
This is
gets scary.
Darth Maul will excel in phase 2 and phase 3 as you're inside. I mean, he's a great mobile attacker. I mean, I know a lot of people love to jump at. Oh,
now we've got Rey. Not gonna lie, I'm super excited to play as her.
She's quite a powerful character.
Don't run.
Some of her abilities.
She got out of that one really quickly, but they got her.
The droid fallen by a simple droid.
Boba Fett is definitely a hunter killer. So if the clone army is able to get some of their heroes in play, like this is where Boba Fett will really shine. Is with that jetpack of his, he's able to kind of float above the battlefield, fire off some rockets, and really just take out an individual target.
Darth Maul is just destroying absolutely everything. I mean, is there any tips to taking him down?
I mean, you want to try to combined arms fire.
Oh.
The tip is blasters.
Run away. Maybe run away.
Run away and just shoot the crap out of Darth Maul.
We can't wait for more of you to play. And there's more coming. Stay tuned online for a closer look at some of our biggest game. And remember, EA Play is for all of you, our players. Thank you all for joining us. Now, let's play.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. Yes, the journey requires the right ticket. And that ticket is Nintendo Switch. But in the end, it's not just where you can take your game. It's where your game can take you. So let's go.
If you know what you desire, you will have to show it. Not with words, but with your own strength. Everyone, let's go!
Hi everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi from Nintendo. There is one announcement we'd like to share from our very special friend. Please take a look.
Hi everyone, I'm Tsunekazu Ishihara from the Pokémon Company. Just the other day, we announced that Pokken Tournament Deluxe is coming to Nintendo Switch. 2 people can dive right into battle using 2 Joy-Con controllers. There are some fresh additions, including new Pokémon, and this deluxe version of the game will be on display at E3. Game Freak has begun developing a core RPG Pokémon title on Nintendo Switch. It may not release for more than a year, but we hope you'll look forward to it all the same.
No matter the danger, we can overcome it if we're working together.
All right, let's move out.
Working together, we can finish this!
Hi there, I'm the Legend of Zelda series producer, Eiji Aonuma. You may have already heard about it during Bethesda's showcase that was held a few days ago. It was announced that select Zelda items will appear in the Nintendo Switch version of Skyrim. Oh, when did this Master Sword get in my hand? Next up, we'll take a look at the DLC packs for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. The 4 champions that appeared in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will be available as amiibo. The Zora champion, Mipha. The Goron champion, Daruk. The Rito champion, Rivali. And the Gerudo champion, Urbosa. You'll be able to use these 4 amiibo in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
This changes the game. Travel the world. Bring people together. Play anywhere with anyone. But now, there are a few more worlds left to visit on our journey before we land in the booth. Let's go.
Mario and his friends will join them in an epic quest to put the kingdom back in order. We can't wait for you to play the game on August 29th.
We're at E3's PC gaming show, where we just saw a whole bunch of trailers and interviews with some upcoming games and their developers.
We have a landmark deal with ESL. Intel is now the global technology provider for eSports for ESL.
Intel's also playing a big role at the event this year, creating a VR Challenger League that'll feature the Unspoken and Echo Arena, the multiplayer version of Lone Echo. They're going to have events all over the world, and there's going to be a final contest at the Intel Extreme Masters event in Poland to determine the winning team. When it comes to games, we saw a bit from BattleTech, a new strategy game for the MechWarrior universe. It looks really smooth and detailed, and there seems to be a lot of strategy to that combat. And speaking of strategy games, we also saw a bit from Total War Warhammer 2, which is going to be coming on September 28th. And we caught a glimpse of the new XCOM 2 expansion, War of the Chosen, which is coming to the PC, Xbox One, and PS4 on August 29th. If you're an XCOM fan, it looks like more of the same, but you'll have a few more races to choose from and a couple more tactics. The smaller games, we saw things like Ooblets, which is going to be coming to the PC and Xbox One next year, sort of like an Animal Crossing meets Pokemon hybrid. It's very cute, the music is really bouncy and enjoyable, and I think it's really going to tap into the people who get addicted to games like Animal Crossing. PlayerUnknown himself was also here to talk about new features for Battlegrounds, including vaulting, weather effects, and a couple new maps. A lot of these are features that Battlegrounds should have had already, but for people who are addicted to it, it could be really useful. And if you need another multiplayer shooter, Cliff Bleszinski announced that his game Lawbreakers will be coming to the PC and PS4 on August 8th for $30. You'll also be able to get access to a closed beta on June 28th and an open beta on June 30th. The biggest announcement today, Microsoft revealed Age of Empires Definitive Edition, a completely remastered version of the classic strategy game with new artwork, music, and crazy zoom levels. You'll actually be able to zoom in closer than ever before to really see what your characters are doing. And since this is the 20th anniversary for the Age of Empires franchise, Microsoft says we can look forward to more announcements coming up. Hopefully that means more remasters of other games and potentially a whole new entry in the franchise. While there weren't many surprises at the PC gaming show, it's still a good way for E3 to show off some elements of the PC gaming world. If anything, it's a good place for companies like Intel and Microsoft to show off what's happening in the PC gaming landscape. That's easy to forget for a conference where we're typically focused on what's happening with consoles.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Engadget stage here at E3 2017. I'm Nick Summons, an associate editor, and I'm joined by the very lovely Robin Hunicke.
Hello.
Who is the co-founder of an independent game studio called Phenomena.
That's correct.
A game designer.
That's right.
A producer.
That's true.
And a professor of game design.
That is also
You see
true.
Santa Cruz. You have many different hats. Thank you for
Many
coming
roles.
by and stopping by here today.
Oh, thanks. It's great to be here.
For those who don't know, I just kind of wanted to start by asking a bit about your background. Like, how did you get into game development?
You know, it's interesting. I was in undergraduate. I studied like women's studies and film and story, but I was really interested in putting all those things together into the computer. So I learned how to program when I was about 18, and I started programming and building stuff. And I got really interested in why computers they can explore all these different areas that typically you say, okay, you have to focus on this or focus on this or focus on this. So you have to be an artist or a musician or a writer. But if you made video games, you could do all those things together at once. So I started studying for a PhD in artificial intelligence, and then I also started volunteering in industry, working with the IGDA and volunteering at GDC. I started putting conferences together for academics and game developers to talk about, well, what can AI do for games? And the more I did that, the more I started feeling more and more like a game developer and less like a professor. So I actually quit my PhD like about 6 months before finishing, and went to work on The Sims. So I got recruited out of a PhD to go work on Little Smart People, you know. And then pretty much everything since then has been just a really happy accident. You know, one project led to another. I got promoted, became a lead designer, then I moved into production, and then eventually executive producer on Journey, which obviously did really well. And was amazing, and I loved it. And then afterwards, I thought, well, what's the next thing I could do? And that would be start a company. So it sounds easier than it actually was, but looking back, it seems like it's all just been, you know, just following my heart and doing what I love has always given me the opportunity to do more things that are cool.
Okay, let's take that one step at a time. You're shifting from, we talked about computer science and artificial intelligence, moving from that into game development specifically.
Yeah.
Like, had you been brought up with games? What was kind of your exposure to games at that point?
Yeah.
Like, how did you make that shift?
So when I was a kid, consoles were a new thing, and I had been exposed to the Super Nintendo. We had a Super Nintendo, my brother had it in his room, and I loved playing games, but I thought of them more like toys. Like, I sort of expected that, like, you know, a game was like an artifact that it was made in a factory somewhere and then it came out. I didn't realize that there were people that worked on them. So my earliest memories of playing games are like playing Pitfall and not being very good at it because it was at my friend's house and she'd been practicing a ton, and I get the controller and then die. So, you know, there was those early memories. And then when I was in like 7th grade, a friend of mine's brother had Mule on the Commodore 64 in his room, and I was like, ooh, I love this game. And what I loved about it was that we could be talking about what we were going to do and then playing against the store, which is in the game, and then also the game was competing with us too. So it was really interesting, like, to play a game with a person sitting in front of a computer. So that social aspect of kind of trying to outwit each other and then also play in the digital space, to me that was revolutionary, and I think I look back now and see that it really influenced my interest in games that support like same couch kind of multiplayer stuff, or games that make connections between people where you don't expect it, you know? So I wasn't necessarily thinking about a career in games, but I started working in a computer lab in college and, you know, administrating the lab. I was in charge of a bunch of Next machines and SGI graphic stations and stuff. And then there were always games on them, so I'd play the games, and I got really into SimCity. Nice. And then when The Sims came out, I was just like, wow, this is the coolest thing ever. Like, The Sims, Myst, that was around the time that I started going, ooh, maybe I could actually do this. And when meeting Will Wright through my work in AI was how I realized that, like, oh, this is something people do. And actually, I was harassing him about some decisions that were made about the way that the Sims behave inside the system. And he said, wow, you really sound like a game designer. I'm like, no, I mean, I'm just like a dorky grad student. Like, yeah, you're the game designer. I'm just, you know. But then it kind of planted the seed of like, well, what if I was a game designer? What if I did do this for a living? Like, could I even get paid? And like, you know, I mean, I dropped out of grad school after 8 years. My mom was like, you're what? You're doing what?
Wait, how many years do you have left to go?
I had 6 months left.
6 months?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how did you come to that decision then?
I just was like, you know, I was finishing my degree and I started looking around, like, okay, what is the thing that I could do for a living? And it was be a postdoc, and there weren't any game programs to go to. There was like one program. And they weren't really hiring because it was brand new and everybody wanted to get in. And I started thinking like, well, geez, I might have climbed up to the top rung of the wrong ladder. Like now I got to pick this next ladder, and the next ladder looked really far away. And just games got closer and closer. It seemed like more and more of my friends were game developers. My closest and dearest friends are in this community. I love game designers because they're curious and interesting, and they always are studying new things, so they're lifelong learners. So I just kind of stepped off this ladder of academia and then got onto the professional development ladder thinking, well, I'll give it a shot. Worst case, I guess I can always wait tables, you know, or be a hairdresser, you know, like.
So what was the first big game that you worked on?
The Sims 2 expansion pack for Open for Business.
Okay, so having been a fan of The Sims,
Yeah.
you got to work on it almost straight away.
It was the best job I've ever had because I had no direct reports, I had no management responsibility. I just got to make objects and work with engineers and artists to make them fun and funny, and then play shitloads of The Sims. Like I played so much of the game, you're constantly screenshotting it and printing out the weirdest screenshots and the funniest interactions and trading them with other designers. At that time, there was one other woman working in my team, Amy, and then she actually went off to Disney, so by the time that I actually got promoted to start working on my Sims, I was the only female designer in the whole team. And that was like a really interesting position, and I really started thinking at that time about kind of diversity and women in games, and I started volunteering a lot more and being more of an advocate for that as well, because my experience had been the same in computer science. I'd been like, well, I'm the only girl in the room, and then even in The Sims, there were a lot of women on the team, but when it got into the design side, there was not that many women. So I really became passionate at the same time about making a contribution, but also diversity and inclusion in that space.
See, I think The Sims is really interesting, and I'll touch on this more a little bit later, but it's the kind of game where, even though there are objectives, you know, and there's sorts of like, there is kind of a win state if you get a job or, you know, those sorts of goals, it's very much the kind of game which brings people in because you can just play and mess around, and it's very much about just experimentation and using the sandbox in order to kind of like make up your own game, as it were. Was that your experience with it, and was that something that attracted you to the franchise?
Absolutely, and I'm the kind of person that if I can create something and make it my own, I feel so much more investment in what I'm doing. I don't like to play games where it's very clear that the designer wants me to do this and then do this and then do this. It's like a story that I'm kind of pushing buttons to get through. I don't like it that much. But at the same time, if you can just take the button presses away and I can feel like I'm moving through the space without being told what to do, then I love it. So like a really good example would be like a Heavy Rain versus Journey. You know, like I loved Heavy Rain, but a lot of times I felt like I was trying to guess what David wanted us to do. Whereas with Journey, when I play it, it's like I still, even though I worked on it, I have this illusion that like the world is incredibly expansive, and like even as I'm moving through with each individual player, there's such a difference in each individual game. But the fact that it's the same underneath doesn't bother me. You know, I don't need the game itself to be different because the person you play with makes such a difference. And so with Luna, which I'm working on now, I spent a lot of time thinking about what is the most intimate and engaging way to get new players into this space. And not just on the PC where the game was begun, but also in VR, which is where it's headed.
Cool. So after The Sims 2, what were some of the things that you moved on to after that?
After Sims 2, I became the lead designer on My Sims, and that was like a chibi-style Sims game for the Wii. It was one of our first projects for the Wii at EA. It was so awesome. I loved it because Emi Toyonaga did these amazing character designs that were kind of inspired by the people in Katamari Damacy, which is my favorite game of all time. But also I got to go to Japan and meet a lot of girls, like talk to them about what they liked about The Sims, and the franchise wasn't that popular in Japan, so we were really trying to kind of bridge the gap and figure out, okay, like, well, what can we do? And working on the Wii was so great because Nintendo platforms generally are very they're cross-cultural and they're, you know, cross-age, and you get a lot of different kinds of players. So going to like GameStop and seeing My Sims on the shelf in the Nintendo section was, I think, for me, like a real moment, like a really emotional moment for me as the game designer. Like, oh wow, like that's my character, like on the cover, that's my pirate character that I designed, that's representative of me. And I did that, and we did that, and this is a thing that like people did, and really understanding that from the deepest possible level was really transformative for me. And I have to say that every project since then has been just one more step towards that realization that like games are made by people, they're made in a community of people that really, really care about what they do, and for me, there's really no place else.
Yeah, and the Wii was such an interesting platform as well because it was so inclusive, it was so approachable. For a game and a franchise like The Sims, I imagine it worked, you know, it was a perfect fit, really.
It was awesome, and actually, when I left that project and I went down to EALA to work on Boom Blocks with Steven Spielberg, it was so awesome as well because he was really into the platform. and we would be pressing discs for tests, and we would airmail them to him wherever he was on location, or in Hamptons, or wherever it was, and he'd play the game with his family and then give feedback. And it was so great because it was such an inclusive process, and everybody could participate. It wasn't a violent game, it wasn't difficult to play, but it was really puzzling and really fun, and there was tons of explosions, and so that really working on those titles really opened my mind and my perspective to the fact that games don't necessarily have to be narrow casted. They can be very broad, and they can be very inclusive of all different kinds of play styles.
So I need to touch on that very briefly. You worked with Steven Spielberg.
I did.
What was that like?
He's actually a really humble and thoughtful person. I was just a producer on the project, so there were many people on the project that were way more important than me, like Luke Castle and all these great folks. But I often had to meet him downstairs and get him chai, and then take him to the meeting room and talk him through what the meeting process is going to be, and then say this is what we did since you've been here, and this is the feedback that we did, and this is what we liked, and this is what we need questions about. And never once did I see him cut someone off or be rude. I think there's a myth about people in Hollywood that that they're all like ego. Not at all. And I learned a lot watching him listen and take advice and really think things through before responding. Just really a pleasure to work with, and a very inspiring individual. There's a reason that he's so successful.
Nice. So the next big step in your career then was joining That Game Company.
That's right.
Which now is just a huge name, building Flow, Flower, and Journey. What was it like joining a company like that?
Genova came to me when I had just finished Boonblock's Bash Party, and I had gone to Bhutan to summit a 14,000 and a 16.5 thousand foot peak. So wow. I had been away from LA for many, many weeks. And I got back, and there was email from him saying, hey, I'd like to talk to you about something. So we went and got sushi, and he showed me a pitch deck, and he was like, I want you to come and be the lead designer on this game. And I looked at the game, and I was like, wow, the game's really interesting. And I just did that. I just went to a mountaintop, so I know what that feels like. And I had hit a point in my career at EA where I was either going to have to take on a lot more responsibility and deal with a lot more development teams as an external producer, or pitch a giant project internally to the organization. And it was right around the financial crash, so there was a lot of constriction happening at EA, and I wasn't feeling it. So I said, I would love to come and meet your team, but I don't really know if I'm a fit for the role. And there were only 5 people then, maybe 6.
Wow,
yeah,
really?
It was like 6
That
people.
small?
Yeah, and so, and they were working in a very small office that's now a meeting room at Sony Santa Monica Studios. And I went into the office, and they were all jammed in there, sweaty, working on their game, prototype actually for Journey. And so I talked with everybody, and I said, actually, you don't need a lead designer. You have a lead designer in Nick, and you have really great staff here already. And Kelly's doing all the biz dev, so why don't I pick up executive producer, and I'll start doing the hiring, and I'll help grow the business, and I'll help us get into a place where we can make this game really amazing. And so that's what we did. And so I grew the team from I was the 7th person on, to about 15 people, and became part owner of the company as well, and worked with them for the 3 years that I was there to build a culture that would produce a game that was so different, and to work really closely with our friends at Sony to make sure that the game got done, because it was a different concept,
Yeah, I mean, how early on did you know that Journey was going to be something special?
It was always special to me because of that moment when I saw this sort of pitch deck, and I had decided to basically leave my job, break up in my relationship, move. I had reached a real pinnacle where I was like, I need to. On the way down from that hike, I thought, things need to change in my life. I'm not doing what I really want to do. I'm not doing indie games yet, and I really want to do indie games. So for me, it was always a special personal moment working on the game. But I would say that it was about a year, maybe 6 months out from shipping. We had been really struggling with making the game emotionally connect with people, and the story had been kind of off-putting, the way we were showing the story and stuff. People were checking their phone when they were playing it. This feeling like maybe we're not going to be able to execute, and we're going to have to put in a narrative and a voiceover and stuff. And then we had a couple of playtests where people actually started to get teary-eyed when they were playing it, and guys who had come into Sony Santa Monica thinking oh, I'm going to playtest God of War 4 or whatever, came in and then were like, it's just like my life, man. It's just like my life, and they were really emotional. I was like, all right, we're doing it. This is the hardest audience to crack. Our friends, in our own community, game developers and students of ours and stuff, they all love the game, and I knew that it would be an indie hit, but I realized that it would really cross over into the mainstream when we really could get a 22-year-old guy who was like just moved out of the house and like working a job at GameStop to like play it and go, oh man, like I'm really thinking about the big picture now. So that was the inkling. But to be honest, I didn't know for sure. I didn't believe that it would really do as well as it did. I mean, you just never know. It's you roll the dice and you hope. So yeah, when we won all the awards and everything, it was like, wow, I was kind of blown away.
One of the things that I really like about it, again, is this idea of play. And sometimes you go into these large, quite expansive areas, especially in the desert.
Yeah.
And I would spend an hour just kind of like trying to climb up certain pillars. I would find someone else who would come into my game, and we would just be kind of like, signaling to one another, trying to communicate. And I would know what I would have to do in order to get to the next section. But I was quite content just to play in this space. Was that always important to have that built into it?
Yeah, I mean, juicy feedback is so important. Martin, who's my co-founder, and I left TGC after our journey was finished, and we were like, well, let's just take a break. We'll figure out what we're going to do, and then we'll do it. And we took a long time working on Luna and figuring out what it would be. The number one conversation we always have is, how can you make it more juicy? How can you make it more tactile? The sand in Journey, Martin wrote all the code that makes it run. So the cloth in the game as well, that's all code. There isn't really like a character model for Journey. There's a skeleton, and then it's composed by the game, right? These really complex systems that are in Journey make it feel dynamic and interactive in a way that that a lot of games don't feel, because there are a series of animations that have been hand animated by someone. And one of the things about phenomena is that we were really interested in this idea of natural and scientific phenomena as a juicy feedback, like physics and simulation are so central to the kinds of games that we do, because we really want people to feel like the thing they're touching is alive. And I think that Journey is just one more of those experiences in my life where I thought, I've always felt that it's important to give people the right feedback and for the game to respond to you in a way that makes you feel like it's conversation. And setting up the two-player dynamic in that game, and then all the interactions that are with the environment, was very deliberate, and it was something that I think it took the game from like a B+ to an A+, you know?
So let's get into Phenomena then. Having shipped a game like Journey, which had such critical acclaim, what made you want to go and set up your own company?
I honestly took a break and I went to work on Glitch, which was my friend's game, because Kata was up there, and Kata was like, come up and help us make this game. And I was like, I went from making Journey to making another game that someone else had designed. And I started to kind of feel like, these are all great, but I have ideas too, and I'd love to make something that is really true to my own values, in a way that is true to my values. My experience working in games has been that, like I said, I'm usually one of the only women in the room, and there's not a lot of diversity in the teams that I've been on, and so I was like, I want to make a diverse, like balanced company and see what happens. What's the worst thing that can happen? We'll go under like everybody else, like eventually everything dies. So the worst case is that we won't be successful. And it was actually Martin who came to see me in Vancouver when I was working on Glitch to convince me, like, you don't seem that happy here. Like, why don't we just try it and see what happens? So Phenomena is a deliberately developmental organization, and we're learning how to be that well, and it's taken time. We've been in business now for about 5 years. But the core idea of the business is that we make things that we feel passionate about, that we want to see in the world, and if we can sell those and people want them, then awesome. And if they don't, well, we try. But also, every day when we are at work, we bring our full reality to work. We don't just show up and pretend like everything's great, I'm doing awesome. I'm always freaking out about something, usually about the game design or finance, And so when people ask me how I'm doing at work, I tell them honestly, like, things are going really great. We just signed this amazing deal with Microsoft. We're super excited to have them as a partner. I think they're going to really support us in reaching a really broad audience with Luna. Super excited. And other days I'll be like, it's E3 is around the corner and I haven't finished the press release. I'm freaking out. I really want to have this meeting with you, but I also have to get to my work. Can we have a short conversation? So being able to be honest about my level of comfort and the way that I feel at work makes it possible for me to ask for help and to get the help that I need.
Yeah.
And so many of us work in environments where that's not the case. So I'm very passionate about designing the business just as I am about designing games. And I think I'm just a designer, so I can't help it.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the projects that the company's working on.
Yeah.
Like the one that really hit my radar early on was World.
World,
with
that's
two
right.
O's in it.
Yeah, yeah.
This is such an interesting idea. It's built on Google Tango, which
It
is
is.
their AR phone-based platform.
Yeah.
And it was with Keita Takahashi.
Keita.
We mentioned Katamari Damacy
Yeah,
earlier.
my favorite game of all time.
He's a lovely guy, and I
Yeah.
love his games. Yeah, try and explain to me what World is.
So World was actually a really fantastic project because it's a mobile phone with a camera in it that allows you to look out in the world, and then you can drag stuff from a palette and it just stays there. It's really revolutionary mapping technology that basically means you can create your own little world. You can put a mushroom in a flower, you can put a cloud on the ceiling, and when you touch the cloud it'll rain on the flower will blossom, and then inside there's a little Easter egg, and then you can plant more stuff. It's a truly immersive experience, but because it happens through the phone, you and I can both be looking and have conversations. We can pass the phone back and forth and build something together, and it's persistent. So you shut the phone off and you close the app and you go away, you do your stuff at home, and then when you come back, it's right there again in front of you. So it's a really amazing technology. We just won Best AR Experience at Google Play like 2 weeks ago. So it's the first award that Phenomena's ever won.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And again, it's so playful, right? You give people all these tools, it's this small sandbox, and you say, just do what you like effectively, you know?
Yeah.
See what happens when you combine these things together and you put them in your living room.
Totally, and it's free. So if you get the phone, you just get it.
And so approaching that kind of game, yeah, was that always the mission then, to have something which wasn't about, I don't know, try and put the most things in a room or try and stack things in a certain way, and then that way you unlock certain items or whatever?
Yeah,
How did
I
you
think-
kind of approach the design of that?
You know, one of the things was it was a very short project, so we had to really work with the technology. It was right at the bleeding edge of the phones getting made, and so there was a real sense of urgency about doing stuff that we felt would be fun and interesting, but most importantly, get people to walk around with the phone. People are so used to using their phone like this, and like playing games on it like this, sitting like on a train or waiting in line at the store. The whole point of augmented reality experience is that you take the phone and you look around your world and you see new things.
Yeah.
So a lot of the design principles in that game are about getting people out of their chair and like to comfortable with walking around and exploring the space, using this as a different lens. So thinking of it more like a really cool magnifying glass that shows you a different space, a different world.
Yeah, yeah. All right, and next we have Luna, which is what you're here to promote. This is a VR puzzler, I want to say. Like, how would you describe it to somebody?
Well, it started off as a PC game and it will ship as a PC title because I think that makes it easiest for lots of people all over the globe to get to it. But it's also a VR supporting title in the sense that we started to work on VR for it about 2 years ago now because that technology is so revolutionary, and I think it's going to change the way people game. It's going to change the way that people see the world. Just like the AR phone thing, VR is so immersive and so intimate. When we saw the game in VR, it was like maybe last November, 2 Novembers ago now. The PC title is the game that we designed, but the VR title is like the world that we were imagining in our head. You think in 3 dimensions, and then you put this game on a screen and the camera looks at it. It's beautiful, and you can do a lot with that. Like Journey is a perfect example of how a 2D screen space game can be gorgeous and immersive. But then imagine that now where you can just 360 look around and everything is around you. It is it's just overwhelmingly emotionally attaching and intimate. It's really great. So when we saw Luna in the headset, we were like, all right, well, we've got to do this too. And it just so happened that we had waited long enough and been doing development on it long enough that the controllers had come out and you could actually reach in and play it. So that solved the problem for us. A gaze-based version of Luna, I don't think it would be that good. But as soon as you have something that you can point with or like touch the world, it's awesome.
Cool. So whilst you're inside the experience, try and describe, what it is you're doing.
Right.
You're this bird that's, you're linking up the stars. Try and give me the elevator pitch.
It's just the same with Journey. It's one of these sort of artistic and independent games that takes a little bit of explaining, but it also doesn't once you actually sit down. So I think the story behind Luna is that there's a little bird that grows up in Golden Gate Park, and it's making its very first nest. When it gets called away from that action by an owl, that's showing it the moon, it's calling it to the moon. It sings to the moon, and the bird sings to the moon, and the pieces of the moon go into the bird's belly, which causes the moon to disappear, this is like the first time it's ever happened. So there's a terrible storm, and the bird is blown far away from home. So when you wake up in the demo, which is we're actually showing upstairs at the JW here off-site, you see the bird, and it's woken up in a very crystalline, abstract environment where there's like a tree shape. And if you touch the pods on the tree, they rotate and they make sounds. It's actually a musical instrument. But there's a way to play it such that the pods open up and then puzzles come out. The puzzles are in the sky, they're stars, and they're kind of scrambled. So you use your hands to untangle the star puzzles and reveal shapes, which then you can go into the world and place off of a palette. And as you plant them, the world starts to come to life. So what's happening is, in a metaphorical sense, you're helping the bird remember where it's been. You can think of it like the storm. It starts at the Golden Gate Park. The storm blows the bird to a different memory, and then from there it goes to a different memory. And these memories, or terrariums, are like little islands. So what you're doing is you're helping the bird get home. But at each point in the game, the bird meets another animal who has also been convinced by the owl to swallow a piece of the moon. So what happens as the bird goes on this journey is that the moon starts to wax because it's helping pieces of the moon be released from these animals. So in a way, you can think of it as a fairy tale about why the moon waxes and wanes each month. This is like, if the birds and animals of the forest could tell you why it happens, this is the story they would tell you. But at a deeper level, the game is really about making mistakes and recovering from mistakes. A lot of games are about getting revenge or, going back in time and fixing something, but that's not how real world works. In real life, when you make a mistake or something unusual or uncomfortable happens to you, you have to take it on and learn how to talk about it, and then it becomes part of who you are. All of our traumas, all of our tragedies, all of our triumphs become part of the narrative. In much the same way that we just talked about my career, each one of those games had some kind of challenge or some ways in which I felt like I didn't know. And each one of them became part of my expertise as I learned to be a designer and eventually a CEO. So I think our culture right now especially, there's a lot of violence and a lot of anger and a lot of frustration. We need to learn to see each other as experience, see each other as a collection of intuitions that comes from that experience. And I think that games have the potential to really open people's minds and hearts about how to love one another more, how to be more accepting of one another, and how to really be peaceful,
So I guess my final question is to say, do you want to make more of these types of games? Is this the thing that really appeals to you? Do you want to explore more types of experiences that are about playfulness, creativity, expression, and not about always shooting someone in the face, basically?
Yes, and that's been my thing this whole time throughout my career, has been saying games can be about challenge and triumph, but they can also be about love, sex, romance, intimacy. They can be about understanding one another. They can be about pain and suffering in a way that isn't about overcoming it, but rather experiencing it and moving through it. And my next title, after we ship Luna, will be a really expansive, mixed reality experience that really focuses on these aspects of togetherness and community. I'm really, really interested in social AR, social VR, and social MR. So my next game will definitely be taking pieces that I learned from Journey and Luna and putting those together in something that is really magical. So right now I'm really obsessed with magic, so I'm reading a lot about magic and alchemy, so that'll give you a little bit of an idea of what's to come. But right now, the focus for me is letting people know that Luna is going to be out there, and specifically that you don't have to have VR to experience it, but if you do, it's really the kind of game that you can show to someone and they will suddenly go, oh, now I get it. It's much the same as Journey. It has very minimal UI. It's very easy to get into. And so it's the kind of game, if you have a VR kit, you want to invite people over and show it to them, especially if they're not gamers. It's a way for me to be an ambassador to the community out there that is interested in VR but doesn't necessarily want to, have stuff, flying in their face.
Cool, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Just very quickly then, when can people expect to pick up Luna?
Our launch date's going to be announced later this summer, but we're looking at fall this year, so it's going to be available in time for Christmas.
Brilliant. Well, again, thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
For more with E3 2017, keep it locked on Engadget.com, youtube.com/Engadget, and everywhere else that we're streaming. Yeah, thank you ever so much.
Thanks for having me.
Cool. Yeah. Woo! That was perfect.
Drop it low and let me play that back.
Hey, and welcome back to the Engadget stage here at E3 2017. I'm Nick Summons, an associate editor, and I'm joined by the lovable Sean Buckley. How's it going, sir?
Fantastic.
Now, I'm just about to get a crash course in ARMS. I have never played this before, but I'm super psyched to try it for the first time, whereas you are the master, right?
I've been playing it for a couple of weeks. So ARMS for the Nintendo Switch, for folks who aren't available, is Nintendo's new game. It launches like Friday at the end of E3, but it's not technically out yet. We have a review copy and we're allowed to just show a little bit of the game.
Okay, so tell me, what is the general strategy of this game? What are we supposed to be trying to do here?
Well, it's like, so getting a Nintendo boxing game, well, there's not that many, but it's don't think Punch-Out, because Punch-Out's about reading the tells of the enemies and getting a lot of jabs in. This is more of a kind of a tactical strategy game. It's really hard to explain because it's a game where when you punch, you throw a punch and the punch takes like 5 seconds to land because it's on an extendable arm. It's almost easier to show. So let's check this out.
Right, let's dive right in. So the thing that you'll notice straight away is that we're using the Joy-Cons broken out here, almost as standalone motion controllers.
Yeah.
So we're going to be punching just like you would do in real life, really, using the two Joy-Cons.
Yeah. I think the actual easiest way to do this is you put those down for a second.
Yeah, you're going to show me through the ropes
I'm going to make you do the ARMS training mode and go through the basics. Because every time I've tried to show this game to a friend and they haven't done this, they wind up super frustrated. So here you go. Choose your character.
So, let me...
Did you do that on purpose? You got those backwards again. See, Nick is making...
No, wait, this way.
This way. You want it... They call it the... backwards. The thumbs up grip. You hold it in your hand like a fist. With
I
the
don't
thumb
feel like
up.
I'm holding these correctly.
You got to have this end facing your palm. For facing out. Now the joystick is against. Not like this. Joysticks facing out.
Around, right?
Joysticks facing out. There you go. There you go.
Cool. I'm ready.
Not easy.
Okay, so I'm starting off with Mechanica. Is this
Mechanica. Now Mechanica's really kind of one of my favorites because all the characters in the game. It doesn't really explain why people have noodle arms, but Mechanica. Whoa. Very loud.
I'm ready.
Yeah, but Mechanica doesn't have noodle arms. She has a robot suit. So let's start with the basics. You press L and R at the same time.
Good. Fantastic. All right.
Tilt to move left and right.
So I'm
the basics of motion control.
my way with the left and right here.
Yeah. Press the L to dash forward or dodge. So if you can do it dodge left and right. So if someone's going to throw a punch at you, can jump out of the way.
Okay.
Press the R button to jump.
All right, all right. Okay,
pretty simple.
Yeah.
And then you punch. And you see there's this delay in the punches, so they don't hit them right away. So if you try and waggle and hit them both at the same time, you're going to wind up defenseless as your arms just sit out there.
Yeah.
So you don't want to waggle.
There's that distance between you and the opponent, right? So
This,
you need to plan your punches.
You need to plan your punches. You need to be a little tactical with them. It actually gets really interesting because you can throw one punch to make them dodge to the left and then counter with the second one.
Okay, all right. I already felt you're giving me advanced
Now punch
tips
with both hands forward at the same time to grab.
Wait a minute. We all need to get in. Here we go.
You're flicking. You got to punch.
Okay.
And then tilt the controls together to guard.
Just like this?
No, just left and right.
Ah, okay, right, I get it. How am I doing so far?
All right.
How would you grade me?
And now you're about to charge up. See that little down there? You've got the
on the triggers
right here. You press both triggers, and now you can flick. Now you go like Wii Motion Plus.
Okay, I like that bit.
Pretty simple. But there is more of a training mode. The game is actually not complicated, but okay, that's it. Real deal. You're gonna fight Springman for real. Press the two triggers.
Come on, Springman. Mechanica, I've got this.
Springman is he's like this toothpaste hair. I can never get over it.
He's like the Ryu of ARMS, right?
Yeah, he's like the super basic character.
The
he's
most vanilla
I think he's designed to look like Little Mac. Okay, now you can select your arms. They're all a little different, actually.
Ooh, okay. How do I cycle?
So with the left and right joysticks.
Aha.
And you can select whichever one you want. These two are basically the same because I don't have them on default.
The popper or the revolver? Explain these to me.
So the revolver shoots like ice things. Just get one popper and one of the other two. It doesn't matter. And press them both.
I'm going to go right.
You got to press them down.
One retorture on my right and one popper on my left. Yeah. I don't know what these do, but I'm hoping they'll be useful.
Don't worry, he's on easy mode. And he's already taken you down.
Not a good start.
Punch him. Block. You got to throw a punch.
I'm blocking.
So your block, he can grab you while you're still blocking. So blocking doesn't completely protect you. A grab move will overtake a block.
Okay, going for the grab. Oh no! Right.
And you see that little triangle next to his arm? Now it's disabled. So you can damage their arms so they will not be able to punch for a minute.
Oh man.
Do a throw on them. Both punch at the same time.
Do I need to be a certain distance to execute? Oh, here we
There you go. And I love that move. She looks so cool when she's spinning around there.
Okay, how am I doing?
Pretty good. He's about half health, but he's coming back on you. Gotta get him again. All right.
Oh no, I'm
Another
low on health.
Punch him. No. Don't forget you can dodge.
Oh, yeah,
so you're not using jump or dodge at all, where he is doing that. That's why he's avoiding some of your attacks and you're avoiding none of his. Oh, no! You didn't do that well.
I lost my first fight in arms.
It's all right. It's
Okay,
your first time.
I need one more go at this.
He's happy though.
Before I'm yeah, but that's Springman. I didn't want him to be happy. I want
He's kind of got like a bulbous nose. He looks a little bit snarky. He's kind of a cheesy guy.
All right, come on. Rematch. Can I rematch?
Yeah, go ahead. Do it one more time. I want to see you succeed. because I'm going to destroy you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so my arm selection there, could I have done better, do you think?
No, those are, unfortunately, I don't have her default arms, so I've kind of handicapped you.
Okay. That's good.
So good luck with that. She's normally got better arms, but I was experimenting with them earlier. There you go. Taking him down. And don't forget you can jump and dodge. And her jumping ability is different. She's in a mech suit, so if you hold the jump button, she'll hover in the air a little bit.
Ooh, yeah, I see. That's
and every character has slightly different movements like that. Springman, for instance, when his health is really low, his superpower is he gets stronger punching when his health is low. There's a mummy character, when he blocks, he regains health, for instance.
Oh, okay.
So everyone has their own little special ability that remixes them and makes them a little different.
Who is your favorite? Who have you found, suits your
Actually, I really
style?
like Mechanica a lot because I love her punching animation. Her animation when she throws is one of my favorites. I think she's an interesting character because you'll notice that he's got these weird noodle arms. Something happened to all these boxers where they have some strange mutation and their arms are super long. But Mechanica doesn't. She's just someone who lives in a junkyard that really wanted to be in a sports arena.
Springman's getting me on the ropes here.
Punch him. You almost got him. Oh, you missed him. Oh, he's gonna do your special. Do your special now. Well, that works too. I was gonna have you do your
redeem.
You did it. You did it.
Okay, it's the second time round. I think I'm finding my.
Now give me the first player controllers back.
Or rather, finding my arms a little bit.
Oh, and these, by the way, these also come out the same day as arms. They're the neon-colored controllers. Not quite out yet. Here you go. Huddle onto that.
All right.
And I think what we're allowed to.
So how is my training progressing so far?
All right. So you've done decent, and now I'm gonna ruin your day.
You're just gonna pummel me.
I'm just gonna destroy you.
Please go easy on me.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll select the characters I don't like.
Yes.
You know.
No, maybe I should select the character.
Do it. Tell me who you want to be. Press A.
All right.
Press A. All right. Fights. All right. Who should I play as?
I think you should be. Let's cycle through here. Kid Cobra, Helix. Helix might be difficult for you, I think.
I hate Helix, so that's okay.
Yeah?
He's gross. Look at, he's like not.
I think he looks great.
I think he.
Look at those goggles and his hair.
He's made of Jello.
You are being Helix, sir.
All right.
I am.
Now Helix has some interesting special powers too. He can squat down and change shape, which is why. So I'll show you in a second.
I am going to pick Min Min.
Because Ramen is the best.
Yes. Her noodle arms look.
Min Min was instantly my favorite character when she was shown off because her arms are made of food, and it's just great. So we're gonna do a random stage.
I love this world so much. These characters are so crazy. All right. So what kind of stadium are we playing on right now?
Yeah, it's
the
on
basic
random.
arena, or?
But we're just on random versus mode, right? And so I have so you have a dragon, and that shoots a laser, actually.
And that's kind of like a long,
it's a little bit more long distance
attack.
I'm going to choose the Ice Dragon laser just to toy with you a bit, and I've never used the Guardian weapon, so I'll choose that one.
All right, so what else have I got here? I've got the Megawatt.
Megawatt is a big, heavy attack. It's one of the largest, the strongest punches you can get. So if I punch you with my normal punch, it's probably going to override my punch. I'm not going to be able to stop you.
Okay, and this Ram at the bottom?
That's like kind of like a boomerang. It kind of curves on its own a little bit. It's a little difficult to use, but it makes it so if you're not very good at making the punches curve on your own, it kind of helps out a little bit.
All right, so my strategy, I think, is I'm going to use the dragon to try and get you to move into position, and then use the Megawatt to deal damage.
That's what I was going to do to you. The dragon is great because it's annoying. Not only is it a long-range attack, but people will see it coming, so they'll try and avoid it, and then you can use it to hit them when they're trying to avoid the dragon. So it's kind of nice.
All right, so that's my strategy.
All right, well, thanks for telling me ahead of time, because now I know exactly what you're doing.
I will not execute it on any level, but that was what I was going for, all right?
So we're playing with motion controls, but it also has full support for dual joystick if you wanted more a simple thing.
Oh, I missed.
So look at this. See how tall I am?
What? How do I?
This is Helix's ability. And he can also squat. Oh, there he is. He can also squat down. Too short.
You're so thin and sort of.
Yeah, he's gross, man.
I can't get a decent shot away.
So like we're saying, so I have this dragon, I can punch here, and it'll shoot at you. And I love that because it corrals people, and you can. It's just a great long-range attack.
I'm sorry that everyone watching this. This probably looks horrific. Oh, there we go. Got a quick grab in. Going again with the dragon.
It's hard. You actually have an advantage because I have a really hard time talking and playing at the same time. Oh, there you go.
That is a cool finish.
Yeah, so this is a really cool move because it can freak you out. See, I can dodge that now.
Oh, missed again. All right, I'm just gonna jump.
I'm just messing with you, man.
I feel like I need to get closer. I need to close it down. Okay,
this is unfair. I've had this game like a month.
Have I landed? Yeah, I have landed it on you.
I have no idea how to use. Let me try and just use my right arm. So it's a shield, I think. I've never really used this weapon because it's Helix's. Wow, that is. Did you see how slow that was? Let's try that again. It just slowly advances on you. Oh, that's so threatening. Oh, gee.
Yes! Finally, got a hit. Dodge!
See, you were doing. See, and that's why the delay. That's why the delay of the attacks is so great. I saw your punch, I dodged it, and I knew you were hopeless because you were still midway through your grab move because you missed me with it. So it was the perfect opportunity to launch a special attack.
I think that's really interesting because if you just watch the trailers or you're watching someone else play this, it can look quite chaotic and like there isn't that much strategy.
Right. The trailers look like a mix between chaos and boring because the initial trailer just showed people punching at each other and not even landing punches. So it was just like an extendo arm.
But because you have that distance, like the attacks are telegraphed, which means you do have opportunities in order to evade or launch some kind of counter-attack, right?
And I think that's a lot easier than other fighting games. Like in Street Fighter, to do that, you kind of really have to be able to count frames and really be able to see attacks telegraphed a lot faster. So it takes a sharper eye. So if you're not quite used to that, ARMS is a great kind of middle ground. At least it has been for me because I'm bad at fighting games. But this one I can see where the attack's going. I can, and in between those punches, there's enough time for slower minds like mine to strategize.
Yeah.
And that lag time becomes really important.
A lot of people are wondering like if this game has the sort of depth that they might expect from other fighting games, or if it's something that will have that kind of legs to it, where they'll want to keep coming back to it and learning those deeper layers. Like, do you think that exists in this game?
I've found that there's depth because of the arm combinations. If it was just normal boxing gloves, it would feel shallow, like kind of a Wii Sports sort of deal.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't get too much into it. But the extra, like having all the different arm combinations, every character having their own special ability, like this guy's weird stretchy behavior, adds a lot more strategy than you would expect. And it doesn't come out right away because the game is still really positioned to be something you can pick up and play easily and just have fun with motion controls or even without them. But there is more depth there that I've been surprised with. But again, it's not out yet. I mean, I'm wondering if I'm actually on a good spectrum of it or if people are going to destroy me as soon as it hits stores on Friday.
And there are tons of unlockables, right? Like there's so many different arms.
Yeah,
for you to
actually, it's kind of frustrating. Let's back out to show you how it's almost frustrating how to unlock it because there's all these arms and you can click for each character, but they're all unlocked by characters. So you can see here, I've only had the game for a little while, but I've only unlocked.
Well, so that's 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah like 30 different arms just for Helix.
That's just for Helix. Yeah, and everyone has that many different arms.
Okay.
So it takes a little while, and to get arms, I don't think I have enough money. I don't have enough money to do it now. You basically play this little mode. Why don't we do something I haven't done before? Let's do co-op.
What, a 2-player campaign?
Yeah, I've never done it. I have no idea what this is like because I have not shared the game. So
okay.
So we're gonna be on the same. If we're gonna be on the same team, I'm gonna pick someone I know how to play.
Are there 2 characters that will work well together? Do you think if we're on the same side?
It doesn't really matter. Right. Just pick someone you'd be comfortable with. Since you don't know anybody, you can do Min again, or you can do someone basic.
I like this guy, Ninjara.
Ninjara is cool. He can kind of teleport a little bit. Right. When you dodge, he ninja poofs away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going as Ninjara.
And let's keep it. You're new, so let's keep it pretty basic.
Keep it on real easy, please.
I can pass 4 with challenge. I can't do anything on 5. I just get handed.
Oh, I see. So
or 4. I haven't beat 4 yet. I've beat 3 levels.
Right.
Of difficulty. Let's keep it on level 2. I assume you're good enough for that.
Yes. I mean, you be the judge. You've seen all of my experience of this game.
I think I beat it on 2 for the first time.
Okay. Now I feel like there's an expectation of me.
I kind of wonder how this is going to work because let's skip this guy, but he gives you a little information about each character. You can see she's a big fan of ARMS here, so it says Ribbon Girl is her favorite So she was inspired at this scrapyard to build her own suits. That's why I like her. But we're fighting her, which is weird because I'm playing as her. So I'm not really sure it's going to work. Oh, no, we're not fighting her.
Twintel.
Twintel.
Also one of my favorite characters based on what I've seen in trailers.
This is good because this is we weren't able to do this before. This is a 4-player matchup. And so in 2-on-2 mode, it's important that you don't get grabbed. Because if you get thrown, I get thrown.
Okay, how come your Mechanica is now in a pink robot suit?
Oh, if you hold down, this is something I didn't figure out right away. If you hold down the joystick and tilt it to a direction during your character select, it'll change colors.
Oh, nice.
Not a very intuitive way to do it.
Still, it's good that that's there though. If you want to have different skins. Okay, I'm gonna go with
pretty standard looking arm and then a more advanced one.
All right.
So, oh man, this is a little weird.
Oh wait, we're tied together.
Yeah, we're tied together. So I just got thrown and you got thrown because I got thrown. So it really incentivizes you to make sure that your partner is protected because if they get taken out, it hurts you as well. Yeah, so it's kind of an issue.
This is kind of chaotic.
Yeah, this may be harder than I expected. Oh, we were getting destroyed already. This is not good.
I have like no health already.
And they were in a health field, so they were gaining health just now. Oh my gosh. I haven't played this in a week because we've been at E3. I've been too busy working. There we go. So there's also a couple things I haven't told you. So if you land a jump, you'll notice that your arms are glowing for a second after you jump. And that's a charge up. That also happens when you block for a minute. And that means for a second,
have zero health.
Oh, okay, well I gotta pick up the pace then.
It's all on you, Sean.
Let's see if I can carry it. Ah, got one left.
Come on, Sean, I believe in you.
Got her.
You're definitely carrying this team.
I'm just here to help. This is two-person training.
Okay, I think we have time for one more match, so...
Yeah, maybe one more. Do you want to keep doing this duel thing?
Yeah.
Or there's one other thing we could do.
Okay, go on.
Do you want to play basketball?
Let's play basketball.
Let's play basketball. So there's these two modes, which is fine. But there are also some other kind of mini-game experiences. And my favorite in that is called Hoops.
This isn't typical basketball though, right? This is a different kind of basketball.
A little bit, not too different. Let's see. Hoops, basketball, arm style.
Right, okay.
And I'm gonna choose this guy because he's a bit slow. Maybe give you a fighting chance.
I'm gonna pick
Kid Cobra's a skater boy. There's a robot cop who has a robot dog.
Okay, as someone that used to skateboard, I'm also picking...
Did you actually use to skateboard?
Yeah.
I never figured out how to ollie. I was very bad at skateboarding.
That's the first step. That's level 1.
Yeah, 4 years, never figured it out.
Okay, so what are we doing here then? What's the name of the game?
This is actually, it's called Hoops, but it's secretly a grab simulator.
Okay.
So go ahead and execute. I'll give you a head start.
I've got oven mitts at the top, salamanders, Hydra, and some kind of boomerang.
Cooler ring.
Like.
It's like a boomerang, but it's cooler, right?
Okay, I'm going with the boomerang on my left and what looks like a knuckle duster on my right.
The arms don't actually matter too much in this mode because you can't punch each other out, no matter how much you hit me. But go ahead and do a throw on me. No, that's not a throw.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
Wait a minute. Give me a second.
There you go.
There we go.
So you don't just throw me, you slam dunk me.
Dunk.
So that's what it is. The goal is to get to, I think, 3 or 5 of those.
I like this already.
And it actually has good points. So if I dunk you from out of the play area, which I don't actually know basketball terminology.
Okay, so who is the LeBron James in the ARMS universe?
There you go. So now I think we get 3. I didn't get 2 points. But there are different scoring. If I dunk you from farther away.
Ooh, okay. So I need to go for like a 3-pointer is what you're saying.
Oh no!
Here we go.
See, there's a bomb knocked out my arms. The perfect example to get, perfect chance to get me. And that's where the strategy comes in. But if you notice here, we don't have any health. So no matter how much I outbox you in this mode, if I can't out-grab you, I'm not going to win. And it's just sort of a different kind of fun mini game to do.
You got me against the ropes here. I need to.
Right, and I'm just messing with you. Oh! Use your super move on me. That also works. Well, it's too late now. Your super move will also cause a dunk, but it's a different style. Go ahead, do it. I bounced off the wall onto it. Style shots, man.
Okay. Still got time left.
Oh man, you're up to 9. I was too nice to you. Let's.
Man, I was shielding there. I guess
the shield doesn't respond against grabs. Oh, see you. Oh my gosh, you just blocked my shield. I've never had anyone do that to me. You're the first person to successfully do that. Oh no, you're gonna beat me.
Come on.
Come on.
This is my time to shine.
No. I was toying with you too
No!
much.
No!
Oh!
In the dying seconds.
I should feel remorseful about this.
Okay, Sean, I feel like I should shake your hand.
But I don't.
You are definitely the arms
great,
master.
Nick. So that's ARMS. I think it's out on Friday. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it's really fun, but it does take a slight learning curve. Just remember, it's not Wii Sports. It's something a little more deep.
Well,
what do you think of it?
Yeah, I thought it was great actually. I love the characters, I love the color palette, and yeah, I like we were talking about. I think the combat has depth to it.
It does have
more
depth.
than people will expect.
I'm not sure if the single player mode is going to be enough for some people because it's just kind of fight through until you get to the last character, sort of like original Street Fighter 2. So if you're looking for a story or a lot of depth, it's just not going to be there in story mode. But the gameplay has a lot of depth, and if the multiplayer competition aspect of that isn't enough for you, like in Splatoon, if you only play Splatoon multiplayer, this might work for you.
Cool, well thank you for that crash course. For more on ARMS, check out Engadget.com, and for everything else happening at E3 2017, yeah, keep it on Engadget.com and YouTube.com/Engadget and everywhere else that we're streaming.
It's my great honor to welcome a very special guest, someone I truly admire. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, Miyamoto-san.
So Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle is a tactical adventure exclusive for the Nintendo Switch, and let's check right away some gameplay. So the Rabbids have been teleported into the Mushroom Kingdom, and it made the world completely unstable and chaotic. So Mario, as a true hero, wants to save the day. And as the game is a turn-based tactical adventure game, combat is a really big part of the concept. The blue zone is your zone of movement, so you move anywhere you want in that zone. But you can also use battlefield ingredients, such as covers for protection. So Rabbid Luigi here using half cover or full cover. And we also have what we call team jump. So by jumping on your teammates, you can expand your zone of movement. So here, Rabbid Peach, using Mario, she's able to flank the enemy. But we also have other ingredients, such as pipes, rabbit pipes. So those give you a good move to flank the enemy. So here, for example, Rabbid Luigi goes into the pipe, out of the pipe, dash the enemy, goes for Mario, team jump, land behind the enemy in one single movement sequence, and then finish off the enemy.
This is the demo that we will be showing on the show floor here at E3. BioWare is riding into the Fayoum, one of the regions in Egypt, the most southernmost region. It's a beautiful area. We see we've come in from the desert, moving towards this Lake Morris. And let's have a little exploration around here using our Eagle scenery.
It's sunny on the lake and it's sunny on the monitor here, but folks, this looks really good. It's running on an Xbox One X.
Toolshed? Toolshed is a gadgeteer class visionary archetype. And a butt-fucking traitor. Southpaw, the fractured but home.
Available October 17th.
Pirate hunters have been sent in, signaling the end of the hunt. They target the pirates with the most stolen loot.
Time to make our escape, Captain, or we are good for the news. They're firing mortars!
Full tilt, Silbo, full tilt!
The pirate hunter defenses are so strong that the only option is escape. The brigantine is sacrificing herself to buy time for the frigate, who carries the most loot.
Rip these guys a new asshole, new kid!
Phone destroyer!
They are resisting ice barrage. Linking fire loadout.
Against impossible odds, but together we will adapt and overcome.
I'd like to introduce you to Hope County, Montana. Vast, beautiful, rugged. A place where people don't even lock their front door anymore. But that's how it used to be. Today, Hope County's been overrun by a fanatical cult. You find yourself trapped deep in cult territory, cut off from the rest of the world. They've closed the roads. There's no cell phone signal, no 911. People are fucking scared.
Where do you want me? Water tower, got it. Boom, boom, motherfuckers.
Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom.
Behind you!
Bang, 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 bang.
Gonna need more help!
I love the way you walk, and I love the way you talk. When you walk that walk, and you talk that talk. You knocks me out off my feet.
Looks like you could use some help!
Boom, 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 boom.
Target
bang,
a
bang,
fucking
bang,
quad.
Boom, 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 boom.
Grab my chassis, Noxie!
Odyssey from?
Shit! Hang on! Bang, bang, motherfuckers!
Fuck me.
Thank you. A special thanks to the fans of Beyond Good and Evil for sticking with us for so long.
It's about bloody time.
15 years.
One X. Starting on November 7th, Xbox One X joins the Xbox One and the Xbox One S when it launches worldwide.
Let's talk power, which starts with the specs. 6 teraflop GPU clocked at 1.172 gigahertz, 12 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, and 326 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. When we say true 4K, we mean 8 million pixels, high dynamic range, wide color gamut, premium sound like Dolby Atmos, and 4K UHD Blu-ray playback. So right from the start, all of your Xbox One accessories and games will work with Xbox One X. Not only have we built the most powerful console ever, Xbox One X is the smallest Xbox ever. Let's see what this monster can do.
Exclusive. World premiere.
joy of a new voyage far across the Sea of Thieves. Just you, the wide open world, and oh, well, it's not just you, she's here too. Oh, and this guy's here. But the point is, this is a shared world, ripe for exploring and raiding with your fine pirate crew. Of course, the premier plunder isn't just lying around to be claimed by any old drunken bumbler. Ah, very nice. Pirate life is here on the Sea of Thieves, and you can live yours however you want. So rally your crew. Swear your oaths and set sail for riches and infamy. Become a pirate of legend. Just try not to be this one.
Come on!
Motherfucker. They killed the power around the world. We're gonna light it back up, because this is far from over. In fact, it's only just begun. That's why we brought in you. You got the talent. Now you need the tech. Big things too far! Today, you throw grenades. Boom! Tomorrow, you'll be throwing cars. Forget dropping bombs. You're dropping buildings. Now it's time to get to work. Time to step up your boom. I don't pay the cost and lean on the boss. Analyze my losses. Now taking off. Now I'm a beast. Now I'm a least. Ready to feast. Peace and the least. I think that I'm number one. Just to keep it 100. 0 to 100. So you have a party. Are you a beast? Are you a least? You ready to feast or be a beast? Not the least. Do you think you're number one? Can you keep it 100? Are you a beast? Eyes on the prize, ain't no tripping us up. Ain't no denying, you gotta be tough. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all. Anything you want, yeah, you know that we got it. Hard as we try, yeah, you know you can't stop us. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all.
The dark is older than the light. At last a day dawned, and we rose with this first light. But that Light was a betrayal, only fleeting. In its wake, the night returned to claim us. After lifetimes, the light grows again, faint and vulnerable. We will live in the new light rather than just survive in the dark. This rebirth will end our wandering.
Team of engineers are working hard to bring us some of your favorite original Xbox game to today's Xbox One library. I'm excited to announce that if you own Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Killer Instinct, Halo Wars 2, or Minecraft, we'll be providing 4K updates to these titles for free. And we already have over 30 titles from our third-party partners that are planning to provide free updates as part of our Xbox One X Enhanced program. This week, you'll find Xbox One S available in the US for $249. And on November 7th, we'll begin worldwide rollout of Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console, at $499. Be the first to experience unrivaled power and performance on the Xbox One.
We're here at E3 where we just got our first hands-on with Star Wars Battlefront 2 single-player mode, which has the story that the first game was missing. If you saw the game's early reveals, you knew this was coming. A single-player story campaign that features the adventures of Iden Versio, an Imperial pilot who was on the ground at Endor in Return of the Jedi when the second Death Star blew up. Today we got to play that story for the first time and got to see how cinematic it really is. And that word is important because it does feel extremely cinematic. And as much as I'd love to personally show you how cinematic it is, the game's footage is unfortunately really tightly under wraps right now. The footage you're seeing from the multiplayer campaign is the same great engine, with the same lush, incredibly detailed, authentic feeling Star Wars environments. So you're just gonna have to take my word that this is the single-player story experience I was kind of hoping it would be. And naturally, a lot of this story is told with the standard kind of cutscenes and pre-rendered graphics that you would expect out of a story mode, but ideally, a game tells its story with the player, and that's what we experience today. We are able to see the story unfold as we progress through each of Star Wars Battlefront's 2 game modes. From a flying mechanic while we were flying around in space, chasing down fighters, to boarding a ship, a capital ship from the Rebellion, getting off that ship and running through that, infiltrating the base, disabling things, and effecting a larger battle on a scale. It feels cinematic in a way that it feels like you're inserted into a scene in the films. And this immersive storytelling makes the entire situation feel natural, which is a little weird for a longtime Star Wars fan, because you're playing an Imperial pilot, like I mentioned earlier. And we've been hearing for 30 years that they're the bad guys. But when you're playing this narrative, you don't feel like the bad guy. It kind of tricks you to feeling like you belong in that empire. It's still super early, with the game not planning for a release until around the fall or holiday season. But with the 15 minutes of gameplay we saw, this really looks like it could draw Star Wars fans in and tell a more cinematic, more interesting story than we've had in Star Wars games for a while. And we're really excited to see more as we get closer to the release date. E3 is only just getting started, so if you want to see more coverage, stay tuned to Engadget.
Introducing Creation Club, a collection of new game content for Skyrim and Fallout 4, including new weapons, new armor, new outfits and accessories, new crafting and housing features, even new gameplay enhancements. Using Creation Club is easy. Browse the selection in-game by category and use credits to download right there. Your new content will appear automatically. Creation Club content is made by Bethesda Game Studios and outside developers, including the very best community creators. These outside creators work hand in hand with Bethesda Game Studios, which means all content will be fully compatible with your save games, achievements, and official add-ons. Creation Club is coming this summer to the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Creation Club. The worlds of Fallout 4 and Skyrim just got a little bit bigger.
I have you now.
Dowd, it's good to see you, old man.
You up for one last job, Billy?
Who's the mark?
The black-eyed bastard responsible for all the chaos.
We're gonna kill the outsider.
More than 20 years in the making, the original eSport returns. Announcing the Quake World Championships, August 26th at QuakeCon in Dallas, Texas. Competitive competitors will face off in the ultimate eSports arena to win their share of $1 million. And the one thing every champion seeks: legacy. Play the beta now and get ready for the Quake World Championships. Visit Quake.com to learn more.
So if you visit our booth this week at E3, you have a chance to go hands-on and begin the fight to rally the resistance in America against the Nazi regime. In addition to Wolfenstein 2, we'll have hands-on for our VR titles, so you can play both Fallout 4 and Doom VFR. You can play Quake Champions and start practicing for that big $1 million prize pool at QuakeCon. Or you can try the Battlegrounds mode in the new Elder Scrolls Online Morrowind. Plus we have hands-on for the new Heroes of Skyrim for Legends, plus a cool interactive experience for the Evil Within 2, exclusive developer interviews, presentations, and a lot more. Again, a reminder, everything that you saw tonight will be out this year.
Internet. It's 2017, and I finally got to play Crackdown 3.
Some people never have trouble.
It was a Skills for Kills event where all of your leveling was amplified and sped up, and it was an idea of just getting you to experience as much Crackdown as you could in a small time. This was a single-player only demo. There was no multiplayer whatsoever, no co-op, and when the demo was really stuttery yesterday during the media briefing, it was because there was more than one character on screen at a time controlled by a player. I collected the agility orbs, I started jumping around. I got a gun that basically shoots a black hole and sucks all the enemies into it and then they explode, and that was really cool. My thing with Crackdown is I always just liked running around, platforming, jumping up on skyscrapers, and collecting agility orbs. I'm told that that's going to happen, I just haven't gotten to see it yet. So as somebody who really loved the first Crackdown and disliked the second a lot, I'm cautiously optimistic for Crackdown 3. Will it be good? We'll find out come November 7th. For everything you want to know that's coming out of E3, keep it locked on Engadget.com all week long.
Thanks, Internet. We're here in sunny Los Angeles for the 2017 Electronics Entertainment Expo. This year, the Paris Fashion Week for video games is a little bit different. Why is that? Well, for starters, there are 15,000 members of the general public that are going to be on the show floor along with everybody else. But what about the actual news coming out of the convention center? That's a little easier to predict. Of the three console manufacturers, Microsoft has the most approved this year. As of now, we know painfully little about its new high-powered Xbox One, which is codenamed Project Scorpio, outside of some tech specs and marketing buzzwords. This week is when we'll see how big of a difference all of that extra computing power makes, its real name, and hopefully even some compelling reasons to actually buy one. Oh, and maybe just how much it'll cost, too. Maybe after 3 years of mostly radio silence, we'll actually see the long-awaited Crackdown 3 in action, too. But given that Microsoft's holiday release schedule is predictable to a fault, we probably shouldn't set our hopes higher than prettier versions of Gears of War, a Forza racing game, and something to do with Halo for the system's launch. Some more news on Minecraft seems a pretty likely bet too, especially considering Microsoft owns that game now. And the same goes for Rare's cartoony online pirate adventure Sea of Thieves. As for Nintendo, there are a raft of possibilities. The Switch was released in March, and this is the console's first E3. Nintendo's already said that Super Mario Odyssey will be playable on the show floor, but the company needs more than the promise of an Italian plumber if it really wants to move more units of its home and portable console hybrid. Maybe that could happen with the confirmation of a real Pokemon game for the system. And what about Metroid? That game skipped the Wii U entirely, so hopefully we'll see a new entry in that long-running series as well. And maybe we'll get a new trailer for the Japanese role-playing game Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I mean, we can hope, right? How about Sony? The PlayStation 4 is way ahead of the pack in sales, and its high-powered PlayStation 4 Pro from last fall is apparently helping in that. And the PlayStation VR is already out in the wild too, so like Nintendo, Sony just has to focus on games this year. Maybe we should expect deeper looks at what's been shown off during last year's trailer after trailer media briefing. You know, stuff like God of War, Detroit Become Human, the zombie thriller Days Gone, Gran Turismo Sport, and hey, your neighborhood-friendly Spider-Man might swing through too. Hopefully we'll see some more games for PlayStation VR too. I mean, it'd be nice to feel good about the $400 that we all spent on that helmet earlier this year. And we couldn't have an E3 without third-party publishers like Bethesda, Ubisoft, and Electronic Arts. Bethesda has Skyrim on Nintendo Switch to show off, and hopefully a follow-up to the incredible Wolfenstein reboot from a few years back for the rest of the consoles and PC. And Ubisoft? Expect Assassin's Creed, Far Cry 5, and maybe this will be the E3 where the company finally shows video proof that Beyond Good and Evil 2 actually exists. It could happen? Expect EA to talk all about Madden, FIFA, its basketball game, Battlefront 2, Fast and the Furious the game, Need for Speed Payback, and maybe, just maybe, something brand new. And for me, I'm just a lowly servant here to help deliver all of the gaming news from this week directly into your brain via Engadget.com. Keep it parked here all week for all the news and video that you can handle.
Welcome to EA Play 2017, coming to you from the Hollywood Palladium. So let's celebrate. For the next 3 days, we're here to celebrate play with all of you. And what better place to start than with a game that has taken the world by storm, Battlefield 1.
So we're bringing more ways for you to play. First, Night Maps debut this summer. In Neville Nights and Prise de Terreur, you'll need to deploy tactics as you fight through the night in a massive network of trenches. Second, I'm excited to announce a major revolution in Battlefield 1. We're bringing epic battles to the Eastern Front of World War I. In the Name of the Tsar expands Battlefield 1 to the blistering winter in the East. We're bringing you 6 new maps, the Russian army, including the mighty Hussar cavalry, new vehicles and weapons to expand your arsenal, and the iconic Women's Battalion of Death.
Услышишь гром и вспомнишь обо мне. Полоска неба будет твердо алой, а сердце будет, как тогда. В огне.
There's no I in it, I bring it on my team. Who'd you wanna holler, who'd you wanna never know? Don't be a sheep when you can be the goat. Great, it's a good time and you never know. Don't show up to my show if you've got no. Yeah, loud at you, he's a hater, I don't want no bad energy. Man get views, but I rage chance cause I can't see my enemy. I like all types of girls, melanins and melanies. She wants a man from London, she wants a fellow with felonies. That's probably all my team. There's no I in it, I bring in all my team. Gas when they saw my team. Even the bouncers bounce when they saw my team. Who'd you wanna holler, who'd you wanna never know? Don't be a sheep when you can be the goat. Great, it's about time and you never know. Don't show up to my show if you've got no.
absolutely very excited to show you the first, one of the blockbusters from Need for Speed Payback, called the Highway Heist, that shows that intense action driving experience. So let's turn around and take a look.
Koenigsegg Regera, 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds. We intercept, then grab the cargo.
It'll be part of a convoy.
What are you thinking?
Quick hit and run. Get me close to the truck and I'll take care of the rest. Get me close to that truck before it hits the tunnel. The house won't let us anywhere near the truck. We gotta take out those cars. Get rid of these guys.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get that truck.
Look out! Shit! Damn it!
What the hell?
This guy's out of his mind.
There's something much bigger going on here.
What's the play?
Forget the tunnel. We get him before he reaches the city.
Guys, more house cars headed your way.
These guys are tougher.
Freaking tanks is what they are.
They're going down either way.
Take him out, Ty.
Guys, city's coming up fast. Jess, I've got a really bad idea.
Mac?
Ladder on the side. You can get up on his right.
It's now or never, Jess.
Do it. Keep it steady.
Jump!
Jess! Jess? You got this?
Jess!
I got this.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job, team. Let's take this baby home.
Let's see what she can do. Okay, boys. Let's even the odds.
I want to introduce you to our next EA Originals title. One that I've been very close to from the beginning. What started out as a wild idea on paper has now turned into a groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind game called A Way Out. Take a look.
A Way Out is a story-driven co-op game. It is designed, played, and experienced only in split-screen co-op, which means you have to play the game with a friend, either online or on your couch. The game starts in a prison. You play as Vincent and Leo. You and a friend will get to know your characters and unfold their story together.
You don't know anything about me, man. Maybe not. But Harvey killed someone very close to me. With or without you, I'm going after him.
Let me show you some of the scenarios in the game. On the right side, you see Leo, who's already in prison. On the left, you see Vincent, who just arrived. Now if you look to the right again, you can see that Leo can be controlled, while Vincent is in a cutscene. Here is another one. Vincent and Leo are now in the laundry room. Your goal is to smuggle sheets using a laundry cart. You can approach the scenario in different ways. Either get the cart with Vincent.
No, I got a good pack right here. I think it's got your name on it. It's broken. I don't know.
Or with Leo.
Get over here, you idiot! Yeah, but I think those two guys are just about to fight. What the? What? Who's him?
In A Way Out, you will experience something new all the time. Everything you do in the game is unique for that scene. We want you and your friend to be focused and engaged throughout the entire story. But let me tell you, this is just the beginning of what you will be experiencing in A Way Out.
Get him! Run, run, run! Relax, man, I got this.
Here's the first glimpse of our brand new IP from BioWare.
The wall. It's our armor. It protects us from what lies beyond. But out there, you either live with the choices you make, or die trying to change them. The story here.
Excited to see the first look at NBA Live 18.
I got realness, I just kill nothing's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. I just win again, then win again, like Wimbledon I serve. Yeah, that's him again, the sound that engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tires skirt the boulevard. I know how you work, I know just who you are. See, use it, your hormones probably switch inside your DNA. Problem is,
hey guys, welcome to the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2's multiplayer gameplay, Assault on Thieves.
Now this is awesome because essentially phase one, you get to escort an MPT down the street of Thieves here, and the pressure is on for the clones. They have to hold back the assault.
Trying to get some strafing runs in on those clones.
Oh no!
Oh!
Come on, man! You
missed that tower.
You just did it wrong there, buddy.
Oh!
Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
And this big explosion indicates phase one is over. Now we start phase two, and this is when the action really begins to pick up here. The players falling. You got, White Boy there. And there. Oh, here we go.
This is some Darth Maul action.
Here we go, folks.
This
Darth
is where
Maul.
it starts to get interesting.
This is
gets scary.
Darth Maul will excel in phase 2 and phase 3 as you're inside. I mean, he's a great mobile attacker. I mean, I know a lot of people love to jump at.
Oh, now we've got Rey. Oh. Not gonna lie, I'm super excited to play as her.
She's quite a powerful character.
Don't run.
Some of her abilities.
She got out one really quickly, but they got her.
The droid fallen by a
Finished
simple
her off.
droid.
Boba Fett is definitely a hunter killer. So if the clone army is able to get some of their heroes in play, like this is where Boba Fett will really shine. Is with that jetpack of his, he's able to kind of float above the battlefield, fire off some rockets, and really just take out an individual target.
Darth Maul is just destroying absolutely everything. I mean, is there any tips to taking him down?
I mean, you want to try to combined arms fire.
Oh.
The tip is blasters.
Run away. Maybe run away.
Run away and just shoot the crap out of Darth Maul.
We can't wait for more of you to play. And there's more coming. Stay tuned online for a closer look at some of our biggest game. And remember, EA Play is for all of you, our players. Thank you all for joining us. Now, let's play.
Drop it low, let me play that.
Hello, Internet. This is Tim Seppel, Associate Editor with Engadget.com, and we are live on stage from E3 with Albert Penello from Microsoft. Albert, can you tell me who you are and what you do?
I'm Albert. I work at Xbox. I'm actually in charge of marketing for all the consoles, including Xbox One X.
Okay. So, tell me about the One X. It's smaller, somehow way more powerful, and it looks just as good as the One S.
That's a great summary. Thank you. No, I mean, really, we wanted to really deliver the most powerful console ever made. We wanted to show the world what we could do in hardware and take all of that power and put it in a box that's actually smaller than Xbox One S. And we wanted to be able to do it in a way that all of your games worked, and not only worked, but worked better. So that was a mission the team had really early on from the very first days of Project Scorpio. And I think we delivered it, and I'm just really excited to be able to talk to people and see all the reaction of the fans.
So I have a question. How did you guys avoid the type of leaks that Sony had with the PlayStation 4 Pro? Because nobody knew anything, including the name of the console, until your guys' media briefing. That's kind of impressive in this day and age.
Well, interestingly, one of the nice things about announcing last year, and we said this, was giving ourselves the opportunity to be more forthcoming with developers. So it did relieve some of the pressure by announcing as we went out and talked to developers and got their feedback on the development kit and things like that. As far as the name goes, I actually posted on my Twitter handle a few months back the original Xbox logo with "There's no power greater than X." So I like to point out it's been hiding in plain sight.
Okay, all right. So the big thing with the One X is that it's pushing 4K graphics, and it can do 4K at 60 frames a second. Why 4K? Why now?
Well, I think right now, if you look at, I always say, go to Costco. When you walk into Costco, it's 4K TVs everywhere. And I think it's undoubtedly going to be a hot item this year. And I think over the years, 4K is just going to become more and more pervasive. The screens are great, HDR and wide color gamut. The picture is so much better. So I think we're on the cusp of a 4K revolution in TVs. And then for us, we are seeing like all these great 4K high resolution games coming out with 4K textures on the PC, and we wanted to be able to deliver a console that enabled people to see that on the biggest, best TV in the house. So I think it's a great time in that the assets are there, the game developers are already creating assets in 4K, and prices are coming down, and consumer interest is going up in the televisions, I think there couldn't be a better year to hit a true 4K console with 4K TV adoption.
Okay. Now, as somebody who does not own a 4K TV, I bought a really, really nice end of model life Panasonic Plasma.
I have the same. I also have a Panasonic.
The VT60?
Yes, I have the VT60.
Yeah, I got it calibrated. It's gorgeous. It has been the biggest roadblock to me upgrading to buying a 4K set.
Okay, so I have some bad news for you.
What's that?
When you get a 4K TV, you won't be able to look at that TV anymore.
I know. I want an LG OLED really bad.
Which is also what I got.
So what I was hoping though from this year, from this E3, was seeing reasons as a 1080p TV owner why I should buy an Xbox One X at launch. And I know that the Xbox One X will do super sampling, which takes the 4K image and then it pushes it out to the 1080p display. But we haven't seen any evidence of that yet. So when can we expect to see some examples of how a super sampled game runs on the One X on the 1080p display?
That's a great point. And we did want to make sure that for 1080p users, they were getting the most out of the Xbox One X. And we've talked about the fact that we have a 50% faster hard drive, so games will load faster. For existing games, we have anisotropic filtering that can be applied to older games, so your textures will look a little bit better. Games that had dynamic resolution and frame rate will run at higher res and frame rate on Xbox One X. So all the stuff you've already got is going to be better in many ways just the day you get an Xbox One X. And then as you pointed out, by enabling super sampling, if you've seen any of the videos, there's some great videos online that show what a super sampled image looks like. Right now we're showing everything in 4K, but I think as we get closer to launch and we get a chance to show super sampling, it is much better, as you know, than a native 1080p image.
Right.
So if you're not ready to jump to 4K yet, if you're just not ready to let go of that beautiful panty plasma, the game's still going to look better on your set. And then when you're ready to upgrade to the awesome LG OLED, you'll really take advantage.
Okay. Now, is the super sampling, is that delivered via patch or is that working at a system level?
So any games that are going to be rendered in 4K, new games that are enhanced for Xbox One X, the system defaults into super sampling.
Okay. But what about existing games?
So since existing games aren't going to be rendered in 4K, they'll be upscaled to 4K just like they would be on an Xbox One S.
Okay. Let's see. Developers are just getting a handle on the current hardware of the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. And a couple that I've spoken with this week have said that 4K seems a little premature because it adds so much more to their workload and the TVs aren't in place. There are 4K TVs, like you said, they're first thing you see when you walk into Costco, and the prices have come down. You can get a Vizio E-Series 55-inch for $400 and some.
Yeah, that's right.
But there are still way more 1080p TVs in the environment. And developers that I've talked to said that running at 4K at 60 frames a second, people think that's just an easy thing to just turn a switch on and it makes their life way harder. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think one of the things is that we've paid a ton of attention to developers through this process. We had to take that into consideration when we built the box. In fact, so when we announced Project Scorpio, we didn't actually announce that we were building two different products. We not only were building the consumer product, but we were also building a brand new development kit just to make that exact process easier. So one of the philosophies from the beginning was to be able to take your Xbox One engines and have them running in 4K and easily access those PC assets. Our development kit does that. And what we say to developers is all the refinements and all of the work that you're doing to make your Xbox One S engines better also benefits Xbox One X. If you look at what Turn 10 has been able to do with Forza 7, they've been refining their engine, working with Playground on Horizon to get dynamic weather in the Xbox One S version. And then of course that just makes the Xbox One X version even better. So all the effort and energy that developers are putting into their Xbox engines benefits both.
You mentioned Turn 10 and Playground. That is a very well-established studio, and they have Microsoft's backing behind it. What about indie developers? What about smaller studios that have maybe 10 or 15, 10 to 100 people working on them, and they can't afford a new developer kit to bring their games into 4K? How do you address that?
Well, I think that's great. I mean, you saw on our stage, we showed more titles and more diversity in titles than we've ever showed.
Right.
And you know, some of the most beautiful games that were on our stage, games like Ori, are not huge team AAA 4K games. They're going to find ways to take advantage of the incremental power either through frame rate or HDR, and I think that's okay. And I think the Xbox One S is still an awesome product. There are lots and lots of people who are going to be new to gaming, who still haven't upgraded from the last gen. And for guys that like those games, I think it's awesome. I think Xbox One S is an awesome option, but there's always going to be those guys that want to push the envelope from a development perspective, or consumers who care, and that's why we made Xbox One X.
Okay. So how did you guys come up with a name for Xbox One X? Because it's kind of a mouthful, and it's easy to trip over, and it sounds very similar to Xbox One S.
So it was always going to be called Xbox One something.
Right.
From the get-go, it was part of the Xbox One family. We've said that from the beginning. It shares the same development environment. It runs the same games. And so when we were thinking through names, Phil sort of told this story on stage. You know, I was around when we launched the original Xbox. So was Phil. And there was a lot of DNA shared between that product and this product, and that it was, you know, the DirectX box. It was about PC development. It was a PC in a console form factor. And we had this great tagline, there's no power greater than X. And as we were thinking through the name, we thought it was very fitting, the team, that there's a DNA in the product and that the name has a callback, and it worked. And so I think today, if you look at phones, there's all kinds of different types of names that people use to determine phones.
It's a nightmare.
And people manage to figure it out.
Yeah.
You're going to know there's, you know, I want the 4K one, I want the by price or bundles or color. I think people will figure out which console they're buying. But I like the tie between the old Xbox and the new name.
Okay. Now, speaking of phones, when we spoke with Aaron Greenberg last year at Gamescom, he said that this could be the kind of the final console generation because it was getting rid of console generations. Is this, the One X, the signal that that's happening now?
I think the console business is going through a transformation. I think it's very interesting. I don't know what Sony's doing when I'm working with the team to plan what we're working on.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that both Sony and us arrived at a similar concept, maybe different in execution. And I think it's a signal that if you look at the rate of technology change over the last 10 years, in gaming in particular, it's much greater than from Atari to Xbox 360 in terms of the rate of innovation and graphics and gameplay and immersion. And so that model of 7 years on one platform, technology was just moving by too fast. And I think you are going to see a world where there is more frequent. I hope we don't get to a world where we're doing this every year. I don't think that's the right model at all. But I do think a world where we can't let technology get so far ahead that the consoles are behind. There's going to be new big moments in console leaps of technology. I don't think that goes away. But I think our commitment to 360 back compat, the announcements that we made about bringing your original Xbox games forward.
Also, I'm really excited to play Crimson Skies again online.
And it looks great.
Okay.
But I think that all talks about the fact that today people care about their games and they care about their library. And our commitment to keeping that library going forward is really important to us at Xbox. And the hardware will just be a vehicle, whether it's on PC or console, that you play those games.
So speaking of the games, at what point will a launch Xbox One be able to run the newest games?
We're not going to make exclusive games for Xbox One X.
But at a certain point you said you can't, after 7 years, you were citing the Xbox 360's life cycle. But at a certain point, you said that there were going to be giant leaps, right? At what point will those leaps overshadow what was available with the Xbox One base hardware that launched in 2013? Because it was always this thing, it's like, we have an established hardware generation cycle, right? It's like, okay, cool. That's the period on the end of that sentence. We move forward, we start buying new games. But when we're moving to more frequent console hardware updates, there isn't that period at the end of the sentence.
Right.
So how do we know when the original Xbox One is not going to be able to run, let's say, pulling this completely out of the air, Forza Motorsport 10?
Right. Well, I think there's a model for that today. And it's called the PC. You know, you have games that are running on anything from a you know, SLI 1080 Ti dual graphics card to an integrated Intel graphics processor. And there are PCs that are 5-10 years old that are still playing games, and that scalability is largely up to the game developers. So I think that's more of a business question and a customer question than a technology question. The current generation at the Xbox One and PlayStation 4 level is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
More powerful than I think a lot of people play League of Legends on their PC, for instance.
With all the graphics options turned off.
With all, yeah, and so I think that is more of a question for the developer and the business than it's a question of the technology.
Okay. So speaking of PCs, why should somebody buy an Xbox One X when the Xbox PC app exists? My best friend built a gaming PC. He sold his Xbox One to his little brother, and now he just runs a HDMI cable to his 4K HDR TV, and he uses a Xbox One controller to play everything. So essentially, he is already getting games looking the best they possibly can because he's sunk a lot of money into that PC. But what is the incentive to buy an Xbox One S when the Xbox PC app exists, and you guys are pushing so hard with Play Anywhere and things like that?
It's a great question, and we get that question a lot. And I think it's a fun discussion to have sort of academically. But the reality is that today people are playing across all kinds of devices. If you play games, you're playing on your phone, you're playing games on console, you're playing games on PC. But really, when you go talk to people, they still self-identify. I have a pretty good PC rig, but I'm a console gamer. That's just where I'm at. Your buddy's obviously a PC gamer. But at the end of the day, they're different devices for different types of people who want to have a different engagement. Your friend clearly loves messing around with PCs, investing in it.
Yeah.
I love those guys. I remember being that guy. I have a 2.5-year-old daughter at home. I don't have time anymore. In fact, I had to buy my first PC this year, and I have not built a PC or bought a PC my entire life. And so now, when I have an hour, I just want to turn the console on and I want to go.
Yeah.
And I think the reality is that there are just different ways that people want to interact with games. Some people just want that simple on-play games, and some people want to tinker and have fun and change video cards. And I think those are both great customers. The PC is always going to be the tip of the spear. It's always going to be the place where the highest end goes. But I think there are millions and millions of customers who want to come home from a hard day at work, just lean back and play a console game. And for those guys, they still are going to buy the latest and greatest TV. Right. They still want to push the state of the art of their TV, and we're providing them a console that gets a PC-like experience. And as you said, your friend spent a lot of money for a pretty good deal to get that level of capability that's really pushing the state of the art for their television.
Okay. There was a noticeable absence during the media briefing about VR. Last year at E3, Phil Spencer said that it would be a VR-ready PC, but there was nothing mentioned about that during the media briefing. What is going on with VR with the Xbox One X?
I think it's a matter of timing. Okay. Right now, we're focused on launching the console this year, getting the games ready. There's only so much you can do. Yeah. Obviously, Microsoft is super committed to VR. Right. We're doing Minecraft on VR, if you know the work that we're doing on HoloLens. Yeah. So I think it's just simply a matter of what do you want to do for your customers in any given year. Clearly, the box is powerful enough to run VR. Mm-hmm. We said that last year. It's just that this year we've got a box to launch, we've got games to launch. That's what we're focusing on.
So we'll hear more about VR in the future, just not this week.
Just not this year. Yep.
Okay. So speaking of games, people buy consoles for games. They don't buy consoles for hardware. And looking at how the Xbox One X has been shown off so far, it's all about specs. 6 teraflops of power, so much RAM, 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray. But the Xbox One has less exclusive games than the competition. True exclusive games, not timed exclusives, not console exclusives, but things you can only get on Xbox One. And they're not always as well reviewed as the competitors' exclusive games. So you're selling the Xbox One X based on specs. How does the Xbox One X fix the problem of not having enough exclusive, true console exclusive games?
Well, I think this week we showed 42 games on our stage.
A lot of them were timed exclusives.
There are some timed exclusives, some console exclusives. I think there are plenty of big games out there that people want to play. I think games like Battlefront, games like Call of Duty, games like Anthem, our own lineup of games like Forza 7. I think we showed a ton of diversity in developers. I think we showed a ton of diversity in genres. We showed a ton of diversity in gameplay styles. I think we have an unbelievable console lineup. I think all the games that people want to play are going to be on our box.
Okay.
I think they're going to play better on our box. I think we have a great stable of games. And obviously, a lot of the stuff we showed is actually shipping this year for people to buy. So I think we have a great lineup. And I think if you were to talk to Phil about this, he would say, yeah, we're going to continue to invest. We're clearly invested in the console business. We're launching an extremely powerful device. And, you know, we just are not talking about the entirety of our lineup right now. I feel great about the games lineup.
Okay, for me personally, I would love to see a brand new original IP from Microsoft. I mean, I miss the days of the original Xbox when, you know, you guys had to out-imagine Sony. You guys were publishing things like Bloodwake, Voodoo Vince, which got the HD remaster earlier this year, Crimson Skies, and there was just like game after game after game, Fable, and then it's slowly kind of gotten to the point where with Microsoft, the release cadence, it's gotten pretty predictable. We have a Forza every year. We have Gears of War, and that alternates with Halo. And that's kind of it. And I want to see the imaginative Microsoft again. I want to get excited when the Microsoft Game Studios logos pops on my TV. I loved Quantum Break last year. I loved it.
Yeah, it was great.
It was fantastic. And I would love to see more stuff like that from Microsoft. And you know, I can't. It seems like it's just focusing on Gears, Forza, Halo. Last year there was Dead Rising 4 that released in December. ReCore came out in August, and then in between you had Gears of War and Forza. And you know, ReCore and Dead Rising kind of seemed like they didn't get the spotlight. And those were the inventive games that I wanted to see more of, but instead it seemed like the spotlight shifted to the games that are going to be very successful, that have the built-in audiences.
Well, I think Sea of Thieves is a brand new IP that we're inventing and getting Rare sort of back into their like very fun, very innovative. It's a great game if you haven't had a chance to see the demo. We've launched a ton of new IP this generation. We're bringing back games like Crackdown that is our IP. So I think if you want to focus on a single moment in time, maybe it seems like this year we're focusing on hardware. I would say we're still bringing in a lot of innovation. We didn't show Gears on stage. We didn't show Halo on stage. This generation, we brought a lot of new IP with Rise, with Sunset Overdrive, with Quantum Break. We obviously
none of which got sequels.
We haven't talked about all the game lineup in the future forever. We haven't sequeled them today.
Okay.
So I think we've had a great stable of new IPs this generation. I think we're bringing new IPs right now. I think, yeah, right now, if you look at our stage, we're focused on stuff that's shipping this year. We're focused on a diversity of lineup. We're going to be the best place to play the big cross-platform games. And we're clearly invested in game IP.
Okay.
The industry's not going anywhere. There's going to be plenty of time to bring new IP.
Okay. So if you had the power, ultimate power, to bring back one Xbox exclusive franchise, what would it be?
Oh, man. I'm going to get in so much trouble for saying this. For me, it'd be Mech Assault.
It would be what?
Mech Assault.
Okay.
I love robots. And multiplayer, I think there would be a great modern interpretation of Mech Assault. And I'm fired.
All right. So yeah, for me, I would love to see another Crimson Skies. I got my wish this year with Crackdown 3. I'm very excited to play more of that. I got to play a demo of it at the showcase a couple days ago. And I can't wait to get that home and to go start platforming and collecting agility orbs again and just exploring the city the way that I want to. And yeah.
I'm hoping to get it. I haven't gotten to play it myself, so I'm actually been hoping to get a chance to check it out.
Is there anything else on the show floor here that you want to see but you haven't gotten a chance to see yet?
Well, to go back, if you get a chance to come to our booth, come check out the Xbox One experience. We have a killer AV setup. You can see the magic of 4K TVs in our booth. We have Dolby Atmos set up. We're showing the 4K version of Gears there. We're showing Minecraft.
So speaking of which, Minecraft looks great.
It does. You know, when we sort of said we're bringing Minecraft in 4K, I think people sort of laugh. But when you see it, it's beautiful.
Right.
And when you see the super duper graphics pack, and the new stuff, the new textures and lighting that they're doing, it's they're really doing a beautiful job on that game.
Now the Super Duper texture pack, that is also coming, that's not exclusive to the One X, correct?
That's correct, that's
okay.
right.
And it runs, it's, a lot of the stuff that it does is with HDR, right?
There's HDR, they're doing work with the textures, they're doing work with lighting, just a lot of redoing of the overall art to just add a little bit more depth and dimension, draw distances are longer. It's a lot of subtle things to try and keep the charm of Minecraft, but I think people will be very surprised when they see it.
How much of that Super Duper texture pack is relying on the One X hardware when the One S can do HDR and the Super Duper texture pack is not exclusive to the One X?
No, but to me that's a great example of the family of products. The 4K resolution will be only on Xbox One X, but we're not trying to force people into making that choice. So I love that the Super Duper graphics packs is coming to Xbox One S owners and coming to other platforms. I think that's one of the things that's great about Minecraft. If you care about resolution, the best version of Minecraft is going to be on Xbox One X.
Okay.
But I like that we're providing that sort of update to all of our fans.
Okay. I got the signal that we have to stop talking now, so thank you for joining us, Internet. Thank you for your time, Albert.
No problem.
And everybody else, have a great E3.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Drop it low, let me play that back.
Welcome back to Engadget at E3 2017. We've got a few people on stage, so I'd like them to introduce themselves. First up.
Yeah, I'm Dennis Lee from Bandai Namco.
And I'm Nick O'Leary, PR manager at Bandai Namco.
And now Nick's going to be playing while you're going to be talking to me.
Yes.
So I'm sorry about that.
No
problem. I think Nick got the easier one this time. So we're already playing through here. Hopefully we'll get it on screen. The Ni no Kuni II demo we'll be talking about is, there's two different parts to it, isn't that right?
Yes.
So one part, you're walking up a mountain.
Yes.
Which one did you choose?
We're doing the Cradle of...
the Cradle of Life.
How, what was it?
Yes.
I'm blacking out. But it's the one where you're walking around the mountain. Yep.
Cool, brilliant.
So in this demo, you start off in the Sky Pirates, their base. And so at this point in the game, in the story, Evan, who's the young boy king who actually has no more kingdom, he needs to pass a trial of courage in order to earn the right to be a leader and to be the head of a kingdom once again. And so that is what the players are going to be able to do in their experience at E3.
And like we introduced this panel, this is about the things you didn't know about Ni no Kuni II. And if you haven't been following it, Ni no Kuni II is very different to Ni no Kuni I in many ways. So the story is, how do you explain that? So the story is connected but not.
There's another way to describe it, but the easiest way to describe, so the story, the world of Ni no Kuni is here again, but in Evan's world, it doesn't have any ties to the original character's story of the original Ni no Kuni. It's a brand new story, all new characters, so you won't have to have played through the first Ni no Kuni in order to enjoy this one.
Right, okay. Cool.
But there will be a lot of familiar things.
I was going to say, yeah.
So of course, in the original Ni no Kuni, there was Ding Dong Dell, and of course, Ding Dong Dell is the kingdom that Evan was
the entire
king
kingdom
of.
this time,
yes. So, so that is here as well. It's very similar.
And Ding Dong Dell had a cat king, if I can recall. And this kid has cat ears.
Cat ears, and so yeah.
So he's almost there.
Ding Dong Dell is still a kingdom of cat and mice.
Okay.
Townsfolk. But it is a completely different world, almost like an alternate world, you could say.
And I just want to note, finally, we can see it on the big screen, so now you guys can actually see what the hell we were talking about earlier. So here we go, this is good. And then, this is why I wanted to wait to get it on screen, because it's just such a beautiful looking game, isn't it?
Yes, so Level 5, the developers, they really wanted to work really hard at kind of combining the sensibilities of theatrical AAA animated features and our role-playing game and video games. And they wanted to merge those two things together and kind of make something that evolves past just being an experience that you watch and enjoy.
Styled like
and also
an
something
anime
that you
cartoon.
interact with.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, it's incredibly beautiful. Once you see it on a 4K TV, so beautiful, and there's a gentle kind of soft focus effect that happens when there's bigger arenas. So it really brings these characters to life, and the character models are just beautiful. They're very expressive. I mean, I've already praised it on Engadget about how beautiful it all looks.
Yes, I mean, it's all in the small details and the touches.
It very much is,
and so with a lot of the team that's behind Ni no Kuni II, so of course, Level 5 has worked on a ton of role-playing games in the past, and the original Ni no Kuni, they've done Dark Cloud, they've worked on some Dragon Quest games, so of course they have that pedigree in creating role-playing games, but also working with Yoshiyuki Momose, and so he's a former animator and character designer from Studio Ghibli, so of course a lot of these characters, you can see there's that influence from
It's
his
funny,
work.
isn't it? It looks so Ghibli-esque, but that's just because he used to work there.
But he used to work there, and so a lot
it's
of
a
what he
style
brought-
thing less than a brand thing,
Exactly.
isn't it? Yeah, which
And
is super
then-
intriguing.
And then what marries everything together is that audio and the music. So of course, the characters and how they're brought out with their dialogue, but then also in the music itself. And so Joe Hisaishi, who is the composer and musical director for a majority of a lot of Studio Ghibli's biggest films.
Probably the one you're thinking of is, he's probably scored the movies.
So yeah, I mean, Nausicaa, My Neighbor Totoro, Kiki's Delivery Service. There's so many that he's worked on, and so he comes back to score the soundtrack.
And again,
for
this
Ni no
comes
Kuni
with
II.
live orchestration music.
Yes.
It's beautiful. Again, kind of hard to hear in the din of the conference center, but if you're here to have a go at the demo, there is headphones.
Yes.
Last time I was there.
Exactly.
So
There are headphones, so you
you can just
enjoy
kind
it.
of close your eyes, don't even play the game, just listen to the music, just let it all wash over you.
Yeah.
in the middle of E3 show floor, you need that kind of chill sometimes.
Yeah.
So we're right in the midst of battle.
We're right in the midst of battle. So
what is going on here?
So, okay. So a little context. One thing you'll notice right away before I start describing all the little things that are happening is you'll notice everything now is a full real-time battle system.
Right.
So the battle system's been completely reimagined. The original Ni no Kuni, it was a hybrid of real-time battle, but also you used a lot of menus to issue commands.
Correct.
Because you had the familiars, and so you were kind of telling them what to do. It kind of broke up the battle system where you kind of were in and out.
Everything was on screen, but yeah, you had to kind of navigate through a menu to...
Exactly. You weren't fully immersed.
Yeah.
And so here they reimagined everything to where it feels really good.
I mean, there's barely any menu on the screen. I know the skills
you can pop it up by holding the corner, but everything you're
very
still controlling.
unobtrusive. Yeah.
Exactly. And so with that, you have so many different strategies at your disposal. One of those, the brand new characters for Ni no Kuni II, are these little spirit characters. So they're all over. They are the Higgledies.
Of course, they're the Higgledies.
Yes, of course.
Of course. That was my second guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so the Higgledies, of course, they have they have a mind of their own, so they will help you out. They'll attack the enemy. But then also the player and Evan.
They take damage then, do they, or does that just stop their recovery?
They don't exactly take damage here on the E3 version or in the E3 build, but they do. It won't interrupt them from what they're doing.
Right.
But then also you can issue them special commands. When you issue those commands, see the light circle. If you go in there and you issue the command, they will help and augment and buff the team. So they will do things like they will increase your defense, your offense. Sometimes they'll create a fire shield that'll block all fire damage, or they'll heal you.
That makes sense. Yes. So yeah, I got to play the demo yesterday, and there were a few things happening. I was like, oh,
what's
wow.
happening? I don't understand.
I took no damage. Awesome. I don't know why I took no damage, but I just must be really good at games, I thought. But no, it's part of the system.
Yes, it's part of the system. So we have the Higgledies. Yep. We also have the future Cat King. The future Cat King. Yeah. And so what about the two other allies? What
and so you have
in there's Roland and Tawny. And so Roland is a character that, if you are familiar with the original Ni no Kuni, just the way the lore works, Roland comes from the other world. And so in that world, he is the president of a country. And so while Evan he kind of had to assume the throne of Ding Dong Dell originally before he was ready. He wasn't really ready to become king yet. And so Roland ends up being his mentor and helping him to learn what it takes to become a good leader and how to be a king. So
now it sounds like an animation movie, doesn't it? That's totally the kind of story we're dealing with.
I mean,
growth.
All in all, it's a coming-of-age story. Of Evan, a young boy king who assumed the throne too early, and after nefarious plots, he's ousted from his kingdom.
I mean, we've all been there.
Yes, we've all been there.
It's happened to all of us.
And he must embark on an adventure to to learn how to become a proper king and take back his kingdom for the people.
Yeah.
So something kind of like
something like that. Yeah.
So yes, and so here another way you can use the Higgledies is your characters in battle have these skills they can use.
Right.
And you can charge up those skills. When you charge them up, the Higgledies that are close by will jump in and they will augment those skills with their different elemental abilities.
Okay.
So he can do like a sword slash, and if you get he's gonna get the non-elemental guys. But if he gets the fire guys to jump in, then he'll do like a giant fire slash. And and with that, you'll do more damage. You'll add elemental damage, but then also, depending on what the enemies are doing, you might be able to stun them, and you might be able to get extra effects that way as well.
So there's elemental weaknesses in play here when it comes to the enemies.
Yes, you've got that as well.
Cool.
So I think Nick here is going to do that right here. I think he's going to get as many Higgledies as he can. A super slash. Okay, so now this gold ball, will be kind of familiar from the first game. Once you pick that up, you're supercharged, and at this time, all your attacks are supercharged, but also your skills are maxed out with maximum Higgledy power. And so with that,
everything's been leveled up.
Everything's been leveled up, and for a very short time.
Right.
So that's going to allow you to do great damage. You can't pick up another one when you're already charged. So. So with that, you can do great damage.
It's almost
against
game over, I
bosses.
think. I think we're going to win this one.
Exactly. And
I
you can
have, I have the suspicion Nick
he's
may
going
have
to win.
played
He
this
might win.
before.
He might win this one.
Yeah.
But when you look at the different enemies, and they have so many animations and characteristics to them that what they've done when they've created all the characters, no matter what kind of enemy they are, a main character, an NPC, a townsperson, they added so much character in the animation. All those small touches, very similar to what you see in a lot of animated films, and especially in a lot of Studio Ghibli films.
And
it's all those
makes
small
things
touches.
a little all the more memorable, isn't it? It's all part
exactly.
of that. So win.
So Nick beat that one. So there is another. There'll be a little cutscene here. So.
So like I was talking about before, you can see this kind of bokeh effect in the background, just to kind of really make these characters pop out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the art style is just so beautiful.
Yeah.
And so all of the cutscenes, these are all done in engine. And so the graphics engine that they're utilizing for the game, it looks so much like true animation.
Yeah.
So with that, it really feels like you're almost watching an animated feature.
Yeah, it's really, really gorgeous. That's what I loved about the first one as well, but it seems like it's kind of been taken up to the next level in the sequel.
Exactly.
So I'm expecting lots more cutscenes and exposition, and so it's very exciting. So this little loading character, is that another Higgledy?
So that is a Higgledy.
Okay.
So that's the back of a Higgledy.
Okay.
And so that's on the loading screen. So I think Nick is going to go into the other demo, which is the Long Fang demo. And so Long Fang, I guess if I give a little context, so for every kingdom, there is, of course, a ruler, so a king, but there's also a kingmaker. Kingmaker kind of acts as kind of the guardian of that kingdom. So one of the other kingdoms in the game is Goldpaw, and Goldpaw is slightly familiar to, but very different to one of the towns that was in the original Ni no Kuni. And their kingmaker is this big guy here, Longpaw. And so normally he's there to protect that kingdom, but something happens to him and he goes a little nuts, and so he ends up going in attacking. And so Evan now is going to try and help them out, and he is going to try and defeat him to kind of bring him to his senses.
And this is a trickier battle, this one, I think, compared to the first demo.
This one is much trickier. So, of course, the environment is completely different. And so here there will be different environmental hazards that will happen. And, of course, Long Fang, because he's so large, he actually isn't going to be in the center of the area where you're at, which you're actually in like a lake of lava, not quite a volcano, but a lake of lava.
Hot enough.
Exactly. So, again, so the fire Higgledies, they become instrumental here where if you have them set, they'll create that fire shield that will completely nullify that fire damage that Long Fang can do. So of course it's only for, I don't know, about 7 or 8 seconds. So you do have to navigate very well and look at all his animations and what he's doing. So of course, if you look, like he has these fireballs that he's getting ready to throw, you can roll around and evade them, or you can get the fire shield, or you can just stand there and take them.
Take a bit of damage.
Probably
yeah.
I wouldn't
and
really.
I saw briefly there, I saw like a wand flick there. So it's like a long range attack as well, is there?
Yes. So Evan does have a long range attack. That's used with the L2 button. And so L2 button, you can do a long range attack. And so when you see in the corner, there's that. There's all those little blue kind of gem-looking circles. So as you land hits attacks on your enemy, that will slowly build up. And then when that builds up, that's what allows you to use skills. So it kind of replaces the whole like kind of MP system. Thing. So if you use the melee attacks and you get in close, it'll fill up a lot faster. But if you kind of stand back and just hit them with the wand attacks, it'll still fill up, but it'll fill up a lot slower. So again,
and so the female character. So what's her story?
So she is Tawny, and so she is the daughter of the Sky Pirates. And so she, in her initial interactions with Evan, she can really see his pure heart, and and that he truly wants to, be a good leader, and that he's just good and pure. Right. So she ends up wanting to help him on his journey. But of course, her father, who's the captain of the Sky Pirates, he takes a little more convincing to get him on your side.
And I think we saw him earlier in the start.
He shows up, yeah. So he shows up. We showed him a little quick clip in the trailer that we have. So for him, Evan has to prove himself worthy of the support and the help from the Sky Pirates, which at the point in that previous demo for E3 that we had, that particular part in the story, he actually has already earned his support.
Right.
So a little bit of a spoiler there.
And so there's lots of battles like this, kind of like big scale, big boss type beasts to fight against.
Then So there's a lot of different kind of boss battles, you could say. And so these are battles where you need to be very strategic. But then also this shows off the battle system. But another thing that's brand new for Ni no Kuni 2 is that when you're in a town or a dungeon type area, everything is done. Everything is placed on the map. So you can see all the enemies, you can run up, attack them, evade, avoid them, no or very minimal loading. And so everything is just one big open area for you to explore. Right. And that's something that, again, it's very different than the traditional kind of
RPG grind
Japanese
kind of thing,
developed RPGs where you kind of have those chance encounter battles. And so it does still have those in the field map. Yeah. So the field map, it's shown in some of the trailers that our last two trailers that we have, the E3 trailer and the one previous. Yeah. There's these little chibi versions of the characters. And so on that map, you still will have those chance encounters where you touch the little icon of the enemy and then you jump into battle. Right. But once you're in a dungeon, it's just one gigantic area that you explore. Right. And so that's something that, again, they wanted the exploration of those dungeons to feel very seamless and not jumping in and out of battle. So they just made it one large battle exploration portion of the game.
Oh, I see now like the battle's getting a bit more intense.
Yes, so Long Feng, once he's down to about half health, he starts
really
to ranch it up a little bit. So and of course it's if you pay attention to his animations and his attacks, there are different strategies you can implement. One of the things that is a very small kind of nuanced thing is that, of course, in all role-playing games, all adventure games, action games, basically, you can block, you can guard. And so, of course, if you were to block an attack, you'll still take a little bit of damage, but it'll be reduced. Yeah. But taking a note from a cue from like fighting games and adventure games, just like that, how some fighting games have like a just guard or a parry. Yeah. If you kind of tap that defense button right before,
with good timing,
and with good timing, you can negate. Well, in fighting games, you do a parry really. Yeah. Here, it's not really a parry, but you can negate damage completely. And so that's something that they've added in again to add to that level of your skill as a player in battle. Actually, you gain an advantage in the battle. You get an advantage. Right. And so having that balance of you still need to appreciate the leveling up and getting stronger as you get to play through the adventure, but then also your skill also has something to do with the battle. So you're not just like, I'm leveled high enough, I'm just going to spam the regular attack and just win.
I mean, that's how I won. Yes. I mean, again, I think Nick did a better job, but we cleared it.
Yeah, so he just defeated Long Feng there. So.
And so Ni no Kuni 2, when is it coming?
So Ni no Kuni 2 is coming out on November 10th, 2017, and it's coming out on PlayStation 4 and on PC via Steam. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me on stage.
Great, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for having us here.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I got to see it all again. I didn't even have to play it, which is great. Thank you very much for watching. It's Engadget live at E3. We'll be back. We have more panels coming up. Stay tuned.
Great.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that.
Hello and welcome to the Engadget stage at E3 2017. And this is the panel I have been looking forward to all week, seriously. This is why I come to E3. I want to talk about indie games and indie game development. So we are here with a trio of game developers. So let's just go down the line. Go ahead, introduce yourself and what you do.
So I'm Ben Reese. I'm from Arizona. One half of Team Colorblind. And we are making a game called Aztez that is actually finally shipping very soon. And I'm an artist and a combat designer.
Okay.
Very indie. Have been my whole career.
Awesome.
I'm Dennis Vidin from Sweden. I'm half of Denaton Games. We made Hotline Miami 1 and 2. I'm the graphic artist and designer.
Awesome.
Great. I'm Aaron Robinson Swink. I have a company called Ivy Games. We made a game called Gravity Ghost, which is on Steam, coming to PS4 at some point. And Puzzle Bots a couple years ago too. And I also am the creative director of the Games and Playable Media Master's Program at UC Santa Cruz.
Very fancy.
Busy.
Very busy, very fancy. I like that. Okay, so we're all here. We're using, well, I'm using so far the word indie to describe what you guys do. So I want to start off on a solid foundation. What does indie mean to you? Like, I just want a quick definition. It might change even by the end of this conversation because honestly, defining indie is a nebulous and strange thing to do. But that's kind of what we're talking about. So let's just start somewhere. How would you define indie?
I would say that it's sort of free of financial management.
Yeah.
Like all the teams I've ever been on that were independent, we sort of answered to ourselves, and we were sort of responsible for our own financial futures. And to me, that's a big deal because there isn't anyone breathing down your neck, and there isn't anyone telling you exactly what to do.
Yeah.
But it also means you're sort of skydiving, you know. So for me, that's what it's always meant.
Nice.
And still does.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's there's no one involved in the game that is not working on it. Like there's no other controlling the game that is not hands-on working on the game, which is like you're independent. So the people making the game is the only one to do any decisions what it's gonna be and how it's gonna be released.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say it's a game where there's nobody, even if they are providing like publishing money, they're not in control of what goes into the game. I think it's like if the team has their own control and they can make decisions based on what they think is right for the game, then that's independent to me.
Yeah. So that's you guys had very, very similar definitions, it sounds like, and that's also, I mean, independent literally means exactly what we're talking about. But I think where the confusion comes in for a lot of people is an indie studio then could be Activision, right? Or an indie studio could be Valve, technically by that definition. And that's not exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about these games made by smaller teams. So I think this is where the dissonance actually happens.
Yeah.
So I want to hear a little bit first, I think, about your backgrounds and what kind of games you're working on, what kind of development process you go through. And then we're going to break that out into the wider industry. So maybe talk a little bit about Aztez and what that's all about.
Yeah. So to bring it back to what you were just saying real quick,
please.
I've never worked on a team that was more than 7 people.
Yeah.
So for me, that's kind of part of the definition we were just talking about. Like, yeah, sure, Epic Games is independent, but that's hundreds of people. So, and that's just a very different beast. But with Aztez specifically, that's the smallest team I've ever been on. That's 2 of us.
Right.
And we have some contractors, but it is 100% me and this other person in the cockpit. And if the plane crashes, it's 100% on us. But at this point in our careers, we actually like that because, like all the things we've been saying, it just means it's our fate, you know, manifest destiny. But yeah, so Aztez is the whole time it's been us, and we've had assistance from a few people who are like, I like what you're doing, this is really neat, I want to be a part of it. We're going to help out with our time and money just because that's the indie spirit, you know, and then someday I'll help them with something. But yeah, that's Aztez is just us, 100%.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then obviously Hotline Miami, let's hear it.
Yeah, well, it's just me and my friend Jonathan.
Right.
And we made like a small game. I met him and we made a game for my band called Keyboard Drums and Fucking Werewolf.
Yeah.
It's like a music video game. And it was so much fun, so we just kept on going. And Jonathan had some funding from a previous game that he made, but it was like running out. So like he felt he had maybe one more game in him with that kind of cash before he could he needs to get a job or something.
Yeah.
And I was like almost finishing up school to become a kindergarten teacher.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of teacher?
Kindergarten teacher.
No way.
Yeah.
The creator of Hotline Miami.
Yeah.
That would have been incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we kind of just decided to make the game that we couldn't play, the game that we really wanted to play ourselves.
Yeah.
And that became Hotline Miami, and we didn't care about if anyone were gonna play it or any of that. It was just us putting all the cool stuff that we wanted to see in a game in there.
Yeah.
And then Devolver got their hands on it, and it wasn't our choice. Like we sent it to some friends who worked with Devolver on the Serious Sam indie minigame.
That's right.
Vlambeer.
Yeah.
And they just gave them the demo just to Nitro to just check it out. And he wrote Jonathan and was like, do you want to make a big game out of this? Because in the beginning it was more like an arcade game. And we were like, sure.
Why not, right?
Yeah, and they just, you can do whatever you want, because we were a bit afraid. Like, I think most indies are afraid of publishers, because then you think like, okay, I'm gonna lose control of all the content, and they will decide when it will be out, and they can pick and choose what you're doing. Yeah. But Devolver was very simple. Like the contract was 1 page. It just said we get a certain percentage because we do the marketing, but you own the game. we have nothing to say about this. We're gonna do some suggestions PR-wise, but apart from that, just do what you want to do. And yeah,
Pretty good system. Yeah, it worked out.
I'm
Worked
really
out pretty
happy,
well.
yeah.
Very cool. And
Cool.
Aaron, yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was making games as a hobby in university. Just I think I was procrastinating on exams or something. I was studying psychology, so something kind of totally different. Yeah. And like I never thought games would be my job. I think it didn't even occur to me because like we weren't even using the word indie back then. It was like amateur game developers or whatever,
Hobbyists
like
or something.
freeware or
Yeah.
something is what we were saying. But yeah, I got my start on like internet forums, just like making games for free and releasing them and hoping that people enjoyed them. And then like that just kept happening and more people would play them, and then somebody offered me a publishing deal and I'm like, oh, wait, I can actually do this. And like the publisher who published Puzzlebots, like I realized that he was paying me more than I was making at my job, like as a research assistant, did psychology, like, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm not a scientist anymore.
A computer scientist, maybe.
No, psychology,
Oh, okay.
lab rats.
Lab rats, okay, I got it. Okay, so this is where we're all coming from. We have our foundational material. Now we're gonna expand that out. All right. So I wonder how there's been a lot of talk about how the indie scene has changed, especially over the past 10 years or so. There was an influx of like Microsoft paying attention to indies, and then Sony paying attention to indies, and then we have publishers like Devolver getting in the game. And it's really changed the scene. The technology is more accessible than ever. And I wonder, what are the biggest changes you guys have seen? Because you've all been in the industry. I mean, at least 10 years is what it seems like. Yeah. So, sorry, I didn't mean to age anyone.
Time flies.
But so yeah, I just wonder what like the biggest, most notable changes you guys have seen, throughout the industry. Anyone?
I think for once, sorry, do we do it like?
No, just talk. Go for it. We're good.
I think like I think indie has become a brand. Like it's almost like a genre.
Yeah.
When it's like in the beginning, it was like independent people doing, but the game itself could be whatever. Like, but it was like small teams. But now it has like their own. Feels like indie can be or has like its own aesthetics for most people.
Right.
I think that's a big difference. And it's also kind of like it skews a lot of games into that direction. I think, which is sad. Like a lot of people that want to do indie, they kind of feel like it needs to be pixel art or it needs to have like, cube graphics or,
look a certain way. Yeah.
For me, like from the business side of it, when I started out, it was casual games, everything. There was this big gold rush of like sort of these games played by moms or whatever. It's like if you want to make money, make a casual game. And then all that got kind of moved to Facebook, and then we had Farmville for a while and Facebook games, and then that turned into like mobile games. You could just play that stuff on your phone, and then like. So there's these huge markets that everybody was like, yeah, totally, ship your game here, that are just like totally dried up now. And it just happened so fast.
Yeah, it was. It was like overnight almost, it felt like, half the time,
Steam is good though.
Yeah?
Steam is
it's
a good platform to publish on.
Thank God for Steam.
Steam has done a lot,
I think one of the biggest things that has happened is that like we're officially in the age where anyone in the world can make a game. Because there's Unity and there's Unreal and there's like anyone in the world can do it. And so the biggest thing that's happened is like we've come up against a struggle of visibility in a world where any kid in a basement can make a game, and there's a million things hitting Steam every day. And like every time a green light happens, or every time like another market opens up, here comes this huge tidal wave of things. And a lot of them are bad. They're made by children, and that's okay. They're going to grow up to be awesome game developers. But I feel like our biggest struggle now is getting seen and getting sort of put to the top of this mess, And I do think that indie is a genre, but I think that with all of the stuff that exists now and how a lot of it's not great, I think it's lost its magic. Like 5 or 6 years ago, an indie game was like, we got entire magazines for this, we've got like entire Steam categories for this, and now it's like back to sort of being a struggle for attention.
Right.
But just because there's so many, it's like a critical mass issue.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, the magic of making games is kind of gone. Because you're growing up and you see this magic happening on the screen, you have no idea how is this possible? Like, how can people do this?
Yeah.
And now it's like you have tutorials and you have Game Maker, you have all these programs, and it's like super simple to use.
Yeah.
And also like the mentality that you can actually make a game. And it's because of us, like you have a small team, and you have cool games, and that makes people think like, oh, we can also do that. And of course, that makes an influx, like makes a lot of people try it.
Absolutely, yeah. So we touched a little bit on Sony, Microsoft, the bigger names, and how they relate to these, to the independent scene. So I noticed at Sony's press conference this year, not a lot of indies, you know, like, and Sony's the one where that's been their jam for the past few years or so. And Microsoft showed off, you know, a bunch of games. They had a montage of indies. They didn't highlight independent games the way like Sony might have maybe. So there seems to be this weird kind of void in the AAA market right now as it comes to publishing or being interested in independent games. I don't want you guys to be throwing future partners under the bus or anything, but I mean, please talk honestly about like this ecosystem, yeah.
There was a specific person at Sony who's not at Sony anymore, but I know for a fact that he cared so deeply and passionately about, and he was like this big mover and shaker, and I think when he finally moved on, like he took a lot of the passion with him. The weird thing about Microsoft is that like they've had people who, it always seems like they've been assigned to indie games as opposed to like, I love them, so give it to me. And that's kind of always seemed to be the difference between the two companies. And it's been quite a while since we've had like a one-on-one conversation with someone at either company, but it seems like they're kind of similar now. I think Sony still has a few more people on it, but Microsoft never really seemed to have the heart for it. Not since like 10 years ago.
Sure,
You know
like
what I
Braid
mean?
or something, right?
Like XBLA, yeah.
Right,
Yeah, XBLA, exactly.
The golden age.
It was for
Those days are
Microsoft.
over.
Yeah.
It seemed like Microsoft's market to lose, and they did. They lost it to Sony. They had it at one point. Yeah. Yeah. What about you guys? Do you interact with the big names very often? Yeah.
Not sure what I want to say, except that Sony was very good about approaching indies and finding us at PAX and going to our booths and just talking to us and playing the games and like really getting to know us. And Microsoft kind of came in with a business card and said, okay, thank you. So
Interesting.
Like 2013 or so is what I'm thinking of.
They had so many weird rules. Like Microsoft is all about paperwork. While Sony is like, we want your game. Oh, cool, I want to be on your console. Well, let's do it.
Let's do it,
So Microsoft is like, wait, we have to have this form, and you have to sign this, and you have to do this. It's like, no, I'm sorry, I'm making video games, and I'm not doing this.
So it's like, who do I want to work with in that? And those choices.
Absolutely.
And that 2014, 2015 era, was like Sony was still like 10 people too. I think Microsoft has still just always been, you know, they're one or two or three, here, go do this type folks.
I mean, it's also like a personal thing. Like you don't want to have your games on everything. Like there's so many consoles, and you have your own taste. Like you know. And watching Microsoft, especially this year, to be honest, it felt like your boring uncle who's trying to be cool. Like it's like I don't give a shit. Like why did you name it Xbox One X? It's like, oh my god, you called it Scorpio? And then just like, wait, I have a better one. This is so fucking cool. You know, the kids they love extreme sports. You know, the X in the beginning of extreme sport, we're gonna use that in the end and in the beginning. You know, that's so cool.
Does it stand for extreme both times?
Yeah.
Extreme. Yeah.
It's just box one now. That's the truth. That's how I feel. That's why I'm not interested in that. It's like, it doesn't speak to me.
Right, and I mentioned, I believe, and you work with Devolver, and you guys you all know Devolver, obviously. So there is this void almost right now, but there are companies coming in to pick up some of that slack. So right now, where are independent developers finding these publishing people? Because if it's not Sony or Microsoft right now, who's picking up the slack, I guess? Or is it all just community building and stuff? I don't know.
There's a big community of very behind-the-scenes people who they're themselves independent game developers who have had their own successes, and they to this day sort of band together to help people out. It's not like corporate levels of money, but my relationship is with those kind of people who say, I believe in you personally, let's work something out to the side. It's still good terms. We get to make our game, they make some money, we make some money, we own the IP. But it's been a long time since I've even worked with a traditional publisher. Like, my relationship is with this kind of person. And then there's a few of them, we have a few patrons, but I know for a fact that there's a lot of independent developers right now who have very similar relationships.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So working within the community.
I think so.
Reaching out.
I think if you're a studio that doesn't have that money to spend on marketing, you got to have a good community, and you invest in community managers who like really treat your fans well and listen to them and respond to their not even just their bug reports, but like their questions and their like excitement, and just like make them feel really involved. Like to me, the quintessential game that succeeded that way is The Long Dark. You know, it was just a sort of winter survival game, but like their community is so vibrant and they really engage with them. Like I think just like at least every week they're talking about what they're doing, and I think people really love that. They feel like they're part of it.
Yeah. Cool. And then there's also crowdfunding, and that's obviously had its day, had its falls. You know, it's come and gone. And right now, honestly, it feels like there are a lot of options for crowdfunding. There are a lot of people like diving into that. And I wonder what your thoughts are. I mean, is that a good thing? Is it risky to bank too much on crowdfunding? What's the...
Unsure.
Yeah.
Unsure. I've never tried it.
No, but...
Yeah. It freaks me out, for sure.
Yeah,
like, I'm terrified of a million people emailing me and being like, where's our stuff?
Yeah. You know? Yeah, the pressure, I don't think I could handle the pressure of someone paying and then waiting to get it.
Exactly.
Like, when I was working on Gravity Ghost, I at a certain point like knew I needed to have some money to finish, so I put it up for pre-order. And to me, I was a lot more comfortable saying, "Hey, you give me $10, I give you the game, but you're not giving me like $100 for like a special hat or something. Like, let's just keep this
It was
simple."
pretty close to done, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was very.
That's the only thing I would do, because that's like it's not this big indefinite period.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But I mean, still, there are like first-time developers diving in and doing crowdfunding, and that's why we're seeing some projects just never come to fruition and stuff. It's just this untested kind of system.
I know that like behind the scenes at game studios, projects get canceled all the time, and I think that some of that failure is just coming into the public eye.
Exactly.
Like games don't work out sometimes. That's what happens.
Yeah, I think they just jump on it too soon, like before even trying. And maybe it's their first game, and they don't know how like evolving the game like development can be. Like they have this cool idea and they present this cool idea and then it turns into something else, and then everyone who's paid for it becomes like, no, this is not what you presented in the beginning. And,
but that's how it works.
But that's how it works. Like it's just a natural thing of things like the adding, removing, and I think that
there was definitely a period of a couple of years there where I would get emails from former students of mine saying, "Hey Aaron, can you tweet about our Kickstarter?" I was like, "Well, send me a build of your game," and they like never did because they didn't have one. They just had a video with some concept art, and I'm like, I can't put my name behind that, guys. You got to do a little bit more work than that.
Well, and to be successful as an indie, I mean, it takes more than just making a good game. And we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, you need this marketing infrastructure. You need someone to tell the world that you have an amazing game before they can actually play it. So is that where the community comes in? Like, I mean, is that a big concern when you're building a game? Now that you guys know how it goes, like you have to factor that in, right? Yeah.
I think you need someone who knows how to spin the internet.
Right.
Like, in whatever way possible. Like they're very active on Twitter or on Steam, but you need someone who's like organizing and looking over everything and knows how to do it. Because me and Jonathan, none of us, like Jonathan was active, but not in that sense. He had like his private forums with his like friends, and they shared games there, but they have nothing like, look at this game. And I think, I'm certain that if Devolver hadn't picked it up, or we had to work with them, that the game would not be as successful.
Oh no.
Because like Nigel knows, he's so good at like doing these small things. It doesn't have to be expensive, doesn't have to be a lot of money, but you just need to know how to speak the internet language, like presenting like the perfect picture or the perfect sentence.
And I mean, that's a skill, like that's part of my job, and that's still a skill that I don't have down. Like I can't imagine just coming in from a completely different field and having to do stuff like that.
I found myself just reading books about like how to write copy for a website that leads people to click on this, buy button.
Exactly.
Like you gotta kind of like train yourself in things that you have no business experience in at all.
Yeah, I mean there are whole careers on marketing and stuff like that. It's not an easy thing to
crap,
just
I gotta take myself through business school in 2 months. Crap.
I'm
so busy programming.
If we make any money and I get to hire one person, it'll be a marketing person. Like, I don't ever want to think about this stuff. Like, this is my job full time right now, is marketing. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like screaming at a million people.
Literally right now.
Yeah, just throwing business cards. And so it's a really, really grueling thing that I know I'm not doing the best way possible. Like, I never thought as a kid I'd be like, can't wait to hire a marketing person for my 2-person company. But yeah, it's that big a deal, I think. Like, I'd love to never think about it again, and because it's so time consuming getting good at it, doing it right, and that's a lot of hours you can spend like making game.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. There was an indie team at GDC that gave a talk a couple years ago. I think their game was called Race the Sun.
Yes.
But they just talked about how they thought of marketing as like throwing a dart at a dartboard. And some of them hit, some of them don't, and you just got to throw like 20 darts.
Yeah.
Like, okay, try this marketing thing, try that. And
They threw a dart at me and I wrote about them. So, you know,
Cool.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
And hey, you're doing something right. You're on stage at E3 right now.
Yeah.
So you're not doing terribly.
Yeah, it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It's just grabbing like the, you know, like a barrel of darts. Yeah, just throwing it across the room.
Well, speaking of throwing stuff out there, seeing what sticks, let's talk about social media. So that, I think, is honestly one of the biggest changes the industry has seen, just in the way that players interact with game developers, and especially indie developers, because you guys are out there. You don't have handlers. You don't have Phil Spencer telling you to shut up or anything, you know? So how does social media and that interaction, I guess, change the way you develop, or what are some of the most memorable stories of social media interactions you've had?
It definitely helped me spread the word about the game when it came out. People writing about it and sharing about it. I've noticed for myself, like, even if a game gets a good review, I won't go out and buy it right away. But if I see it on Twitter a bunch of times, I'm like, okay, a bunch of people I care about seem to think this is good. I'll probably just hit buy.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, if you can get that critical mass of tweets on like release day or something, that's can be really, really good. But it's so hard. I mean, gosh, I don't know if you count like YouTubers and that as social media, kind of. I don't know. They, like one of the big breaks we got was like Total Biscuit decided to play my game, and that's just because we sent out a bunch of keys to different reviewers, like hoping hoping the darts will stick, and like he's got a big audience, and I'm like, oh crap, can't plan for that stuff, right?
Right. And when it works, it works.
Yeah. It's roulette.
Yeah. What about you guys? Yeah.
I just feel like the trolls kind of won over me, actually. I can't stand the hate that is going on the internet. It's, So I'm not active at all anymore, which is sad, because when we released the Hotline Miami 1, I was very active on the Steam community. I remember. Because there was a lot of like, they're talking about the story, you can give them a sentence to think about, you know, like small, like red herrings or stuff like that, and actually talk about bugs, and you get like a great like bug report, and you know, all of that. Now it's just like, your game sucks, your game doesn't work, fuck you man, I hope you die. And it's like, well, I had so many I hope you die emails and Twitter things.
That's terrible.
So it's like, I mean, there's tons of cool people that I wish I was talking to, and I wish I had like the stomach to like engage with.
Yeah.
But it's like 1 out of 10, which means I'm gone. I'm out.
It's not worth it. At that point.
It's hard to want to have an internet presence but not be like a public figure.
Yeah.
But like have your stuff out there, be marketing it, but not be too visible. It's hard. It's like a tightrope.
I mean, I'm fine with critique. It's just that just constant, like just flood of just shit. Like there's nothing. There's nothing here. It's SWAT discussed. It's like dumb memes. Like it doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just like, you know, it feels like someone it's a bug or a virus and all of it. It's just like random stuff just like flickering everywhere.
It is. And it's weird how some things on like Twitter can feel so important when you're reading it. When you're in that world, they feel like the most important thing you can talk about at the moment. But yeah, just taking a step back, it's so hard to do that with social media. And so I think in the end, a lot of people are just getting out of it. Like, like let your marketer, once you find a marketer, let them handle it and just walk away.
But then like once in a while you get like a cool email or a cool Twitter message or something, just something interesting actually. Like it doesn't have to be just praise or, you know, just someone interesting is doing something interesting or talking about something cool. And I think you miss a lot of them, at least for me when I'm not very active. I miss a lot of the cool stuff also.
I've always been in charge of our Twitter and Facebook, even at previous companies, and I've never really had an audience. Like doesn't matter what game we're working on, even Aztez now, like as well as we do on the road, and when we, you know, show up in video form somewhere.
Because it's stunning. It's a pretty game.
And that's what it's good for. It's being in motion. But I've never had the audience on Twitter or Facebook, so I still like interacting with randos, but I've never received the barrage of, it's not anything I've ever had to deal with.
Yeah, I've been very lucky too. I don't know why.
yeah, and that's super awesome. I wish I had, I mean, like I said, I really enjoy speaking to fans.
Yeah.
And I try my hardest, but it's like, here's a GIF of the game, here's some cool news.
Yeah.
It just doesn't stick. So I don't know if it's something I'm doing wrong or whatever it is, but I don't have a lot of data on it. Like, we've never had a big Twitter account or Facebook. So yeah, I still don't really know.
I used to feel like one of the edges that an indie developer has is that you can communicate directly with your fans, and if they're, you know, asking questions, you can respond to them directly, and that was very special, like when we were first started doing that.
Yeah.
But now I feel like it's my responsibility as a developer to protect the creative part of myself, and if that means like not reading a bunch of negative comments, that's what I have to do.
Yeah.
And I have community managers who speak to the community for me, and that's not that I don't like the community. It's like I just gotta like keep a buffer. Like I can't have people expect to be able to talk to me. I have too much to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
that's why I feel it's still important for me, at least, to go to like PAX or Gamescom, because then people actually have to approach me. So you kind of, people who usually like just post dumb stuff, they won't approach you and like say that. So you actually get an interaction with the people who play your game, and it's on a different level.
Yeah.
Even though I don't show a game, I usually go just to be there. If someone wants to talk, you can actually like get something cool out of it.
It's positive reinforcement.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool that you see PAX as a way to connect with your fans. I mostly see it as a way to like try to get more, you know, exposure and coverage of the game.
But that too. But
you guys actually have fans, so that's
But I think for me, it's like I've been there a couple of times now without having to show a game, and then you go into a different mode. Like when I show the game, it's of course like you're in like showing the game, and you have to talk, and you talk in a certain way because you're talking about the game. But if you go and not showing a game, you like can start talking about cats or you know, your favorite food, or you know,
like humans.
Someone asks why the jacket looks like this, like in the main character, and you can talk about fashion or whatever. And it's like so that's cool.
So the one-on-one interaction. Get away from Twitter. You hear that, Indies?
Okay.
Yeah. Go to PAX. That's good advice.
But
I
I
like
want to
that.
say that I think it's good with social media. I mean, I don't want to sound like a depressed old man.
Like a grandpa?
Yeah.
Get on fire.
I had like one cool thing, just to like give some positive to all of it. Jonathan showed me a post on Reddit where someone had on like the Hotline Miami Reddit thread, and it was someone saying like, has anyone like a cool positive experience of the game personally? Because I had, and it was like super depressed.
Yeah.
And he had like the game took away all the bad stuff, and it was like this long thread of just people being like talking about like their parents split up, and he had the game to just like sewn away, or someone had like his girlfriend like left him, and he heard about the whole like backstory to our game, and he connected. And that was awesome. So there's still like good stuff.
Cool. That's why you do it, right? Like that's what you want. Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. So that sounds like a success to me. Like that Reddit post, that thread, that's a success story. I want to hear about how you actually measure success on a large scale, though, because I mean, there are games I've never heard of, and none of us will ever hear of, that are making a lot of money for small teams of developers and supporting their families and all those things. But then there are games that get a lot of attention and don't actually make them money. Like it's just this disproportionate kind of juxtaposition. So personally, how do you guys measure what's a successful game that you've made? What does that mean?
Like, am I happy with it?
Think about it for a second.
Yeah. Am I happy with it? You know, did I feel like we gave it our best effort? I mean, I know for a fact you can have a game with like really good critical reviews that kind of only has middling sales, but I'm so happy for those middling sales, right? It could have been worse, I guess.
Sure.
But like, you know, the people who reviewed it really liked it because I think we gave them something new. And I think if you review games all the time, you're looking for something new. But I'm not sure. It's like that doesn't necessarily equal a lot of sales these days if you're indie, unfortunately.
Well, you don't compromise on the idea that you had. It turns out the way you want. That's a success. Like.
That's great. Me too.
I'm generally, I'm narcissistic enough that I'm happy with most of the things I've ever touched. I feel like that's just kind of something that naturally happens to me.
It's all gold.
Yeah. To me, success is like I get to keep doing it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've obviously had like my failures, but there was someone else there to be like, well, now come help us.
Right.
So, I guess that too is like its own success as well, because I just got to keep going. Because I don't want to retire. Like I'm not looking to make the big bucks to like go live on a boat somewhere. Like I want to just keep making games. So, the fact that I've gone to do it for 10 or 11 years, like. I'm sort of living the dream as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
so,
that's a good run for sure.
You make enough money to make the next game.
Yes.
You're one game out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that.
When you can do what you want to do, like, and not have to do something else to keep it afloat. Like you can focus on your dream or your passion, and you're successful, I guess.
Yeah. I do want one stupid thing, like a jet ski. Like one stupid thing. Not something over the like a jet ski or a motorcycle.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it. That's it. I don't want a big house.
No, right.
Well, you want to give yourself a present for doing a good job.
I want to put a bow on something too big.
Yeah.
Okay, so you need like 10 people to buy your game, and you look at your jet ski.
Yeah.
All right, 10 people.
I don't know how much a boat costs.
Yeah, I have no idea how much boats cost. So we talked about AAA. We talked about indie. Whatever happened to AA, first of all? And is indie the new AA?
I don't even know what does AAA mean.
Okay, right.
I don't know what AA means.
Is what AAA means.
Yeah, but
right.
What is the A's?
So, hey, I don't know, man. I walked into these terminologies when I started as a journalist. But so there used to be that kind of mid-sized studios making games not as big as the Call of Duties, but just as polished looking. But that kind of faded away over the past 10 years. And now indie is just massive. And yes, mobile games have made indie massive, and the accessibility of tech has made indie games massive. But now it feels like we're at a point where indie can turn into something a little more. And something a little more secure, and not as in flux, I guess is what I mean. More secure.
That's the dream.
Right. So, I mean, is that happening? Do you guys feel that shift taking place, or is that totally off?
I feel like the Cappies and the Super Giants are maybe sort of already that. Like, they're 20 to 30 or more people, and they
Campo Santo and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like they seem to be sustained off the power of their buzz. Like they've done enough good things.
Yeah.
Whereas most of us, like, you know, we have a few things that were good that had cold success, but not on the level of Cappy, you know. So I don't know. Maybe that's something we're all potentially capable of.
Right.
I think most of these companies here might see success as how much revenue they get out of the game. And in that sense, I think indie games are more successful because even though it's not as much money, there's like less people to divide it with. So you actually make, if you're successful with an indie game, you actually make more money than the guys working on the big game. So.
Yeah. It's a little backwards, actually. Yeah.
Say nobody ever got rich on a salary.
So let's look to the future. What are you guys looking forward to just in the industry right now, in video games in general, indie, whatever? Like, where's the movement for you? Where's that energy? What are you looking at?
I like Breath of the
VR
Wild.
or something?
I don't know if that counts as like a trend. I like the new Zelda game a lot. It feels very like the open world. It feels like it borrowed from the good innovations that have happened in game design over the last couple of years, and just like put them all into something very nice and delicious and very free and open.
Yeah, and I think it feels like there's conversation among developers and taking elements of Breath of the Wild, like that vertical idea of really just using space in a different way.
I mean,
I love that. Yeah.
Not to contrast it with Skyrim, but in Skyrim, you know, you climb to the top of a mountain and you're like, okay, I talked to this character, now I guess I fast travel somewhere else. In Breath of the Wild, you just get on your glider and you go, wee, that looks pretty. And I'm not going to tolerate games that don't let me do that now, because that's amazing. It's such a good feeling, and I love it.
So that's exciting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What about you guys?
Well, I hope, at least with the AAA games, like they have come so far with the graphics, like it's super realistic, and it feels like everyone is trying to be like, it looks like the real world, which is kind of boring.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that someone will take it more like imaginary and like trying to do something else.
Yeah.
So right now I'm playing Persona 5.
Yeah.
And I've never played a Persona game, and I probably won't play again.
No.
But I love this one because it's just like, is a visual thing.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look like anything else. Like they've taken all this technology, but it's not made it super realistic. Like they spend it on like making the UI look great. And like the story and everything is awesome, but it just took me in. So I want them to. I hope at least they can be more creative with the graphic and not to just have like realistic people like, oh, these shirts look like this. I'm gonna make it exactly like this. The texture is gonna be like a photo of the shirts, like stones. Like that's what I want to see. More imagination.
Yeah.
It's really nice when you have a game where you can look at a screenshot of that game and be like, oh, that's from that game. Just like it's so, the cohesive style, and it's like such a rare thing.
Yeah. I think Nintendo is doing great on that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And I think the best indie games do that too.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the kids that are making games now to like mature, because by the time they're like early 20s, mid 20s, and they're making quality stuff, I'm super stoked for that. Like I'm approaching old man status. Like a couple years from now, all of my stuff is going to look the same, and that's fine.
Okay.
But the other thing is that like Unity and Unreal and all these tools are like seeping into other parts of the world.
Yeah.
Like it's getting into Africa. It's getting into like the less, the more rural parts of Asia. Like I'm starting to see games out of countries where it's like, this is the first game out of this country, and it's awesome. Like it's starting to get awesome. So I'm finally excited for like the world to be in the game of like, we're all making games now.
Awesome. Cool. So, final thoughts. We're finally there. Advice. Any advice for any of these young developers, I mean, I know there's no one size fits all. Nothing is ever going to apply to everyone.
10 pieces of advice.
Yeah, I would say like,
please throw it out there. Yeah.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Like I know that's cliche, but I've always split up like contract work and teaching and game development, because I know that like the game might not sell as well or whatever. It's just like you want to be able to afford to fail at something. You want to be able to afford to fall on your face and just still be fine. And that's being responsible about that and being really disciplined. Like, I had a student at UC Santa Cruz ask me, like, should I go indie? And I want to say, like, under no circumstances should you go indie. But I was like, I asked him, I'm like, do you want to wear the same clothes for 5 years? Like, I didn't even have a smartphone. I had a flip phone for a lot of the years there just to, like, economize, right? It's like, do you want that for your life? Then go right ahead.
Or is it worth that sacrifice?
Yeah. You want to move to Phoenix?
Yeah, I want to move to Phoenix.
It's cheap.
It is.
Cheap and hot.
Yeah. Leon?
The only thing I usually say when someone wants an advice is, don't make a game that you already have played or can play. Like, try to think of the game that you wish you could play, but it's not available. Like that awesome game that you hope someone will make, but no one has made. And try to make that.
Yeah. Make something new. Surprise us.
It doesn't have to be new, just like something that you're looking for into a game, but you can't find it in any game. But you have like this clear vision of what it should be.
That it can be cool.
Right. And even though there are so many games out there, there are still so many ideas that have not been tried. There's plenty out there.
Oh yeah.
Think outside the box. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think the game genres are people think they're pretty well defined, but if you can mix up two genres in a way that's like new, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah. Perfect.
Pretty exciting to me.
Do it.
The first thing I would have said is exactly what Aaron said.
Yeah.
And that's don't take a mortgage out on your house to like fund a game.
Don't do that. Yeah.
Don't ruin your marriage or your family. Like, do contract work. The second thing after that I would say is develop the skills. Like find a thing that you love to do and get really good at it before you like spend years writing out a big complicated game story or like coming up with the design, but you don't even really know how to go about to like develop some skills first, and don't go to college. It's too expensive.
He says to the professor on the end.
Get funded, do the reasonable amount of schooling at a time. Like, go to community college, get funding for your school. Like, don't go in debt for the rest of your life, but like develop the skills and don't ruin your life trying to make your game when you've never made a game before.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. This was awesome. So that's Indie in 2017. I don't know if we cracked it, but we at least talked about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, thank you. Yay. And we're out.
Bye, Gravity Ghost.
Almost.
Drop it low, let me play that back.
Hey, and welcome back to the Engadget stage here at E3 2017. I'm Nick Summers, an associate editor, and I'm joined by the very lovely Eli Simet, a producer at Snowman. How's it going, man?
Good. Hey, Nick. How's it going?
So, how would I describe your company? You're an indie game developer / publisher as well? How would you sort of describe it?
You see me sort of the gears turning as we're talking. So, we like to talk about ourselves as a small studio at the center of artful experiences. And for us, it's not necessarily crucial that that be one specific thing. On some games, like our flagship series, Alto's Adventure, we're deeply involved in design, development, release, marketing, everything. And in other sort of projects that we're working on, we work in a sort of co-development capacity. We work with other small studios to bring their games to life, and we're always involved on the day-to-day basis. So there isn't any one of the slate of projects we have in which we're involved any less frequently than every day. But for some of those games, the teams that are working on them handle the core development more than others. So for other games like Distant, which is a game that we've announced and shown some gameplay from online and coming out, early next year, that game's being worked on by a small studio by the name of Slingshot and Satchel out in Perth. And they're handling the development, and we work with them in much more of a publishing and design consultant capacity, but we're deeply involved in every project, and we want to make sure that we're bringing them to life as true Snowman projects, something that we would make ourselves if we didn't make it.
Cool, so for those who don't know, this studio was formed in 2012. How did that come about? How did you get involved in game development?
Right, really great question. So the answer to the second question of how I got involved is a little different than the answer of how Snowman came together.
All right,
so,
take one at a time.
So Snowman came together in 2012 when our two co-founders, Ryan Cash and Jordan Rosenberg, who'd been best friends since their childhood, decided that they wanted to build a productivity app of all things. Okay. The iPhone had just come out. It had a reminders feature on it that allowed you to set reminders for tasks, but they realized that it took 12 or 13 presses to get to a good reminder, and they wanted to simplify that and make it more elegant. And so they created a reminders app called Checkmark, and that led to a sort of multi-development process with productivity apps in that space. There was Checkmark, an app that helped you create your shift work calendars more easily called Shifts, and eventually they realized that the UI for one of their next productivity apps looked a lot like that old memory game, Simon, that people remember. And they created the first game they ever made called Circles, which we recently updated and brought into all the new iOS devices and added some haptic feedback to. And that game sort of ignited in them a passion for gaming that had long been part of their childhood with games like Tony Hawk and growing up playing the N64 together. And they embarked on what is now sort of the longer arc of their game development, history. And I joined a year ago to come on as producer and writer and kind of help craft a bit of the voice in the studio.
Nice. So your real breakthrough title was Alto's Adventure.
Yeah.
I played it, and I know that tons of other people have done it. It's been a huge success.
Very flattering.
But for those who happen to have not seen it, how do you describe it to people?
Great. So we call Alto's Adventure an endless snowboarding odyssey. To us, it's a game much more about the feelings you get when you're in nature than it is about the fidelity of extreme sports. Jordan and Ryan are both skateboarders and snowboarders their whole lives, and they wanted to capture that moment when you're on the mountain and you're careening down the hill and it's just you and the snow, that sort of powdery serenity. So they worked with an artist and designer in the UK, Harry Nesbitt, who actually went on to do a lot of the programming on the game itself, and that game ended up being more an ode to that idea of what it's like to find a little bit of zen in your everyday and sort of, find a space that you can call home for a little bit of time. What that means on the gameplay end is that it's an endless runner where you go down the hill as Alto, a shepherd boy whose llamas have escaped, and along with your friends you have to collect them on the way down the hill.
While also performing tons of backflips, right? Because that's all I care about when I'm playing.
Yeah, exactly. In addition to collecting llamas, you also have a fidelity for extreme backflips, apparently.
Awesome. So since then, you've announced a bunch of other projects that you're working on. You mentioned Distant, Skate City, Where Cards Fall. But the one that's got people really excited, perhaps unsurprisingly, is Alto's Odyssey, a follow-up to Alto's Adventure. How did this come about?
Great question. So we kind of went back to the drawing board after Adventure came out because no developer really expects their game to do really well right out the gate. And it was a very big surprise to us that Alto resonated the way that it did with fans. We always wanted to connect with people. We always wanted it to be a place they could call home, but to see how well it did for fans and getting fan art and emails telling us it helped people relax at night, all of that goes to say that I think we felt a bit of responsibility to do right by this series in a way that was much more than saying, well, let's choose a new location and maybe a new animal character and we'll just slap it all together. We didn't want this to be any sort of reskin. So we started to think about the feelings that we captured with Alto's Adventure. Calm, serenity, peacefulness, and what the next logical step was for Alto and his friends, because there is an implied narrative to the game, you know? This idea of a group of kids getting together and diving into something they love and finding peace in that. So we sort of started noodling around on a story of Alto and his friends finding a mysterious desert out in the world that might hold some secret treasures that they'd heard of, and what they might encounter when they went there became the heart of Alto's Odyssey, which is for us much more a game about going outside your comfort zone and going into the grandeur of the big world that you may not know so well.
Cool. So you put out a brief kind of teaser trailer for this. People have seen a little bit of what it looks like.
Yeah.
But today, you're going to give us a sneaky peek, a bit of an insider look into how the game works, what it plays like, right?
Right. So today I've actually brought some first look gameplay at Alto's Odyssey, which will show you a bit of the things that make it new and special, and some of the things that for us really set it apart from Alto's adventure. It's a first early look, it's some alpha gameplay, much more to come, but it's the first look we're showing off to everybody, yeah.
Fantastic. So yeah, let's roll the tape if we can.
So, something we really wanted to focus on, like I said, in Alto's Odyssey, was this idea that we're bringing Alto and his friends to a brand new location. And we've hinted at this to people, but we're confirming today that Alto's Odyssey does fully take place across a set of desert locales. So gone is the home mountain, and Alto and his friends are now in the desert.
You're sandboarding.
They're sandboarding, exactly. And so what we wanted to do was explore this idea of what a space where sandboarding exists might feel like. And so, as you see here, there's a whole new color palette to the game. The greens are sort of gone and replaced with deep purples and beautiful oranges. And so in a minute here, we're going to dive in and show you a sort of the first look at how that actually plays out in the gameplay end of things.
Okay, nice. Here
So right off the bat, you'll notice that while the terrain does ebb and flow like it did in Adventure, we've brought these peaked dune sand hills in that allow Alto to backflip right off the bat, sneak in a few extra tricks, and gain speed. We didn't want to throw everything out though. We wanted to keep what works. So you'll notice a few familiar hazards as you go here, rocks that you have to jump over to make sure you're able to continue your run. In the background, you see that balloon there that sort of flew up at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's a visual motif to us that represents travel and exploration, but they also feature heavily into the gameplay. So we brought grinds back, but they're attached to balloons now that move up and down and challenge players to gain new height and offer them new opportunities for bigger and larger trick sequences.
Okay.
As Alto continues down the hill here, though, we wanted to sort of really embrace that idea that it was simple to learn, but you could really master it over time. So if you master things like the balloon grind, you'll be able to cross large, expansive chasms. And that, I think, for us, really got us thinking about how we could get people interacting with all elements of the game. So you can bounce on balloons as well.
This is cool.
Yeah, they form these sort of bounceable platforms that you'll use to cross chasms and gain new height, and you can even wingsuit onto the top of the balloons themselves. Okay. But that's not the only way that you'll be able to cross chasms as well. So some of the areas of the game are actually a little more treacherous than others.
So sliding across there onto the
breaking
bridge.
bridges. Right. Coming up next, though, is what we're calling a new core mechanic. It's called wall riding. So you'll see background elements that you previously couldn't interact with, and with a simple touch and hold, you'll ascend a wall, and then you let go to burst into the air with a bigger jump. Right. This allows us to explore verticality, the idea of upward space, the sky that Alto never really experienced before. So you'll see here that with a well-timed wall ride, Alto can ascend to huge new areas that he never was able to reach before. We're experimenting with the idea of new paths in those areas.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like alternate paths.
Secret items, right. And so, again, something we're really excited about is that as you master those wall rides, you may need them to cross chasms. So some of the more dangerous, treacherous areas of the game will also allow you to show off new tricks.
All right.
We want Alto to feel small in a world that's bigger than himself, and I think this sequence here shows you how we're approaching that.
Okay, so this looks tricky.
Yeah, and this idea of really mastering it. Wall rides have sort of an innate sort of fall curve where you have to fight against the fact that you're climbing a wall and you got to really time it well, but if you do, we have these really balletic movements you can do in the game, sort of skating across these larger-than-life sequences. But since we're in the desert, too, the elements come into play. And so here, you'll see that with wind vortexes, Alto can zoom up into the air and sort of get new height again. Height is a big, big thing we were excited to explore. And when all of these elements come together, we really want to create what we're calling these bespoke moments. The game is procedural, but here you see these sort of signature moments that we want players to feel like they can take a picture of or tell their friends about. And you know, we're really excited that what you just saw is actually kind of the tip of the iceberg for the secrets that the desert has to offer, but we're excited to show more off this summer when the game comes out.
Dude, I want this right now.
I know. our philosophy is that it's better to wait and get something perfect than it is to rush it out. So we'll be seeing more of the game later this summer when it comes out.
Nice. So one of the big parts of Alto's adventure was that every time you went through a run, there would be objectives for you to complete, you know, in order to, yeah, sort of progress and unlock new characters and that sort of thing. Is that going to be in Alto's Odyssey as well?
Yeah, we can confirm that today too. And so we didn't want to go so far back to the drawing board that we were ignoring the things that worked well. And as a framing device for the gameplay, the goals really, really help. They're great to motivate people to see what's out there and explore the world a little more, and people really enjoy them. We find that what players like the most is actually struggling with a goal they can't beat and then finally nailing it, that triple backflip or something like that, so that the goal structure will be coming back as sort of what we're calling the main story of the game, and then we all are also bringing back the Zen mode that was so popular with Alto's Adventure,
Yeah, how do you strike that balance? Because what was so great about Alto's Adventure was how simple it was to control, and it was so serene, you know, it had that beautiful art style. Here you're adding some complexity, which I think fans really want, but also you still want it to be accessible, right, to newcomers. How do you do that?
It's a good question, and I think what we kind of did was we decided constraints are really fun, and we didn't want to keep pushing the envelope for the sake of pushing the envelope and say, well, what if they swipe and maybe they'll circle their fingers on the on the device. For us, what we said was, we essentially opened the doors to any new mechanic and did what was called an Alto Jam. So when we first embarked on development, we spent 3 weeks getting down to business, designing, ideating, and creating a whole ton of new features. Some of which you'll see in the game, and some of which were way out of bounds for what we think represented Alto and his story and the character and the feel of the game. But it allowed us to really get a sense for what worked and what didn't. And what we found was that the guiding principle for what works is if it expands the options, but not the inputs, then it's workable. So you see that with wall riding, you're tapping, you're holding, and you're letting go. All things that you would do in Adventure. So we're not really revealing everything just yet, but all the new mechanics will make use of that same control structure. And if it could do that in a way that worked well, for us it was on the table.
Nice. Well, I've got you here. I'm going to pick your brains a little bit about some of the other projects you're working on.
Please, yeah, I'd love to chat.
The one that excites me the most is Skate City.
Okay.
As someone that used to skateboard when I was a teenager, I've always been interested in skateboarding games, and those that really try and capture the culture of skateboarding, rather than just an arcadey type experience like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Skate City looks completely up my street. How did this project come about?
Right, this is a really, really good question. So Skate City came about as a partnership with us and a small studio in Norway named Agens, and they created a game that was called Skate Lines. It was a little known game that had sort of a cult following to it, and it sort of represents the same art style you've seen teased at the end of that Skate City teaser that we've released. And for them, it was a game about exploring the artistry and the sport as one married element. And we started talking with them and realized that Jordan's past and Ryan's past as skateboarders and our love of skateboarding as a thing that you shared and built a community around was just so synchronous, and it worked so well together that we wanted to work with them to bring the next step in that sort of artistic journey to life. And so we're working from the foundation of what was Skate Lines and really revamping everything. So Snowman has worked with them to redesign everything, re-examine the controls, add a really solid structure to the game, and we're now introducing that to the world as Skate City. So in some ways, it has at its core some of what you can see if you find Skate Lines, but in many other ways, it's a much larger, much more massive game.
So for those who haven't seen it, it's a 3D environment, but you're sort of skating on a 2D plane.
Right.
Can you explain how it will control, you know, what some of those basic mechanics will be like?
That's a really great question. So we're not ready to reveal the exact control scheme just yet, but what I can say is it's deeply gestural. So we're working to hammer out a control system that we think hasn't really been seen before, that we feel is designed to mimic the experience as a skater of getting ready for a trick in your head, preparing for it, and then executing it, almost like a sort of partway between strategy and ballet, you know? And so it's going to be entirely gestural, and we want it to be something that is immediately accessible to someone who doesn't play skate games, or really games at all. But something we are doing with Skate City that we don't do with our Alto series is this is much more a skate game than Alto is a snowboarding game, or in this case a sandboarding game. So what that means is that there will be a way higher skill ceiling. You'll be able to get into the game just as easily, but for players that really want to master a sense of fidelity and translate their passion for skateboarding in the real world into the game, you'll be able to play the game for a very long time and sort of have a really nuanced sense of skill. You'll be able to become a very, very expert Skate City player at some point as you progress.
Nice. It's a little bit more realistic rather than fantastical like you've done with the Alto series.
Right, exactly. And that said, that realism sort of is infused in the game itself. Again, not going to spill the beans just yet, but Skate City takes place in a set of real-life skate locations around the world.
Okay.
And so when skaters play it, we wanted them to recognize in the game either places that they've been or aspirational places that they want to go. So if you can think of some iconic skate locations from around the world, you might see some of them in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've watched a lot of skate movies in my time,
Right.
so for those who are really ingrained in that culture, you say they're going to recognize some of these spots?
Right, there's a bit of a hint in that initial teaser when the player first crests the stairs and it transitions from that sketchy style to the game's graphics, and you see some palm trees in the background. We might be sort of revealing a little bit about where that location is.
Okay, intriguing. You're also working on a game called Distant.
We are.
And that's a sort of platformer, I want to say?
Right.
What's that like?
So it's a good designation for it. We like to call it a game about moving through space. And so in broad terms, it is a platformer. You're moving across a 2D plane, and you are often jumping and careening from different platforms to other areas of the world. But we wanted to re-examine what it meant to be a game about movement through space, because oftentimes games that call themselves platformers are about almost fighting against a set of systems to master them. And we love those games that are twitchy and about really getting those high scores or avoiding your death. But Distant is a game that we want to be about the elegance of movement. So it's actually a little bit more fantastical and story-driven. It takes place in a fractured universe that exists across a series of different world landscapes. So no one level you visit in Distant will look anything like another level. It's not continuous from one another. You play sort of a group of ethereal beings that are returning to these fractured universes to rid them of a poison that has infected them. And as you go through them, you charge up an energy that is contained in each world, and you can use that energy to arc balletically through the sky. And it's this idea that we want players to feel like any sort of movement they could conduct in their head, they could almost conduct like a symphony on the screen. And so that game is much more about the idea of zenning out and platforming in a way that feels like you're working with the game, not against it.
Yeah, am I right in thinking that this is a game that's coming to consoles as well, which is a little bit different for Snowman?
Right. So again, it's almost like with Odyssey, we're exploring this idea in Distant of being smaller, you know, in a larger, more epic world, and we feel like this is a game that's at home on large screens. So yeah, it will be coming to, we've currently confirmed Apple TV, console, but which consoles we haven't said just yet, and PC.
Okay, and then finally, another game called Where Cards Fall.
Where Cards Fall,
I remember watching the trailer for this and thinking, it's such an interesting idea, like this world that's just full of playing cards,
right,
and how these can sort of stack and unravel and unfurl themselves in order to create new paths, you know?
Right.
I was so taken by that initial teaser, but I kind of want to know what the gameplay is like. What's it like to play?
It's a really good question. I hesitate not because I don't want to tell you, but because Where Cards Fall is one of those games that when we've been playing it and showing it to others, we found they're so taken by it, but we don't want to describe it in a way that risks underselling the magic of it. So I'll work you through a little bit of what the game's about.
Sure.
Where Cards Fall is a narrative puzzler that's tied to the story of the central character who is reflecting on their life as they sort of sit in a job and a place in their life that they're really not happy with, and they're kind of thinking a thought that we all sometimes have: how did I get here? Is this where I want to be? And where might I go from here? And you tumble into that character's memories, and the entire game takes place inside the 10 years that have just passed in this character's life.
Right.
And you're recreating the memories of your character by building and collapsing houses of cards. So as you move through a level, you have to think about the space that exists and construct it as you move through it. So when players have seen it, they've looked at the trailers we've released, and they've made comparisons to games like Lara Croft Go, which we love being compared to because that's such a flattering comparison. But for us, it's actually a little closer to a game like Portal, because it's a game where you start in a space and you look at it, and there's so much possibility because it's often empty and not constructed yet, and you have to sort of construct it in your mind before orchestrating it on screen. So you'll build houses of cards, and as you do, you'll see that those houses populate the world with memories, and characters emerge from those houses, and you can go inside of those houses. So a narrative takes place as you make your way through the puzzle structure of the game. And we wanted the act of playing the game to feel like the act of remembering. So as you go through a level, you'll construct it, and only at the end will you realize what you were doing and where you were, and you'll get to look at these sort of dioramas you've created and gain from them a sense of sort of peace and sort of catharsis with the memories your character is revisiting to try to gain some sense of calm in their life.
So all these games, they cross so many different genres, and yet they all feel like Snowman games.
Thank you.
How did you find all of these projects? What makes a Snowman game, and how did you find these teams to work with?
Right. So I told you at the beginning that we like to call ourselves the studio at the center of artful experiences. And I know that sounds like a buzz term, and for us we thought long and hard before even coming up with a phrase like that. What it means for us is that we want to make games that you might sit with for a short time, but that sit in your mind for a long time after. And for us, these are games that you could tell to a friend or talk about to a friend that doesn't play games, or a parent that used to play games but has been sort of disconnected with that space, and we want them to be able to dive in and find something in it that resonates with them. And I don't mean we want to make the kitchen sink game, because that's not possible. Not all games can be all things to all people, but for us, a Snowman game is a game that you don't have to play over the course of 100 hours necessarily, but that you really want to tell your friends about. I was talking recently with Ken Wong, the former lead designer on Monument Valley, and he started his own studio, Mountains, out in Australia. Really great guy, and he has this term that he used called coffee table games. You know, a coffee table book is a thing you put on your table in your house that you really want everyone who comes in to look at it, and you don't want to take it away. So coffee table games are games that, you know, we want our games to sit on your home screen, on your phone, or on your main screen on your console, and when it comes time to free up space, we want you to look at a Snowman game and go, no, I want to keep that there. And so that's kind of what we pursue in all our projects.
That's a really good descriptor for it. I mean, are teams coming to you then and pitching games and saying, I think this fits the Snowman brand? Or is it you who are at, I don't know, at indie game jams or just online and seeing stuff that you go, you know what, that kind of looks like our cup of tea?
It's a mixture of both. So we've had teams approach us and say, I think this looks like a Snowman game. I really love what you've made and what I see that you're making. Let's see if we can work together. And some of those conversations have evolved into some of the partnerships we have today. And some other partnerships have come from us reaching out without any objective and saying, we think what you're making is beautiful. If you need any advice, let us know. And it's just sort of indies helping indies. And some of those conversations have sort of snowballed into some of the bigger partnerships we have today.
Nice. So people can obviously download and play Alto's Adventure now.
Sure.
What is the next game that they're going to see from Snowman that they can play?
Alto's Odyssey will be out summer 2017.
Okay.
And then the next game after that, we're not quite willing to plant the flag yet, but the next big one that folks can look forward to is Alto's Odyssey.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you ever so much for your time.
Thank you so
really
much for having me.
appreciated it, and best of luck with the launch.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Nick.
Cool. So for more things about E3 2017, keep it on Engadget.com, YouTube.com/Engadget, and everywhere else where we happen to be streaming. Thanks a lot.
Drop it low, let me play that.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the Engadget stage at E3. We're here with Adam Bonti from Konami. You're the, tell us a little bit about your role before we introduce you here to the public.
Yeah, sure. Well, I work on the product and I work on brand as well, on like a global level. A lot of work working with the team in Tokyo, over in Japan, who are the main dev team. They do a fantastic job, working really hard every day and night. I try and do the same. And we're really excited to bring you guys PES 2018 as well to the show.
So obviously we're here to talk about Pro Evolution Soccer 2018, so I'm excited about it, and tell us what's new this year. What are we excited about?
It's so difficult to say what's new actually and what isn't new. I'm not just saying that like a marketing term, but to be honest with you, what we're talking about at the show is this new 3-year cycle for the product. We had PES 15, 16 and 17, which had this consistent thread. They look better every year, they play better every year, but there was this kind of minor difference when you compare in 17 to 18, which is a brand new game. We've redone the visuals, we've redone the animations, we've added new modes, brought back old modes. We've got new 3v3 online, we've taken PC to new gen. We're doing an online beta this year. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. We still haven't announced so many things as well, like more legend players, more items, more content. So it's been a really busy show for us. Certainly, I think in terms of the headline of the show, we've got two main things. One of them, I'm not sure if you know, but we've managed to sign Usain Bolt for the game. Yeah. So he's now an exclusive pre-order item. It's supernatural. We never really knew, or we never planned to bring him into the game. It actually just happened from a conversation during a football match. We met his people. And within a few weeks after that conversation, we were in Jamaica shooting a trailer, 3D scanning and stuff. He's a huge fan of football, fan of PES. Hopefully he's hoping to get into actual football as well when he retires from athletics. So that's one thing. And the second thing I mentioned briefly was the online beta. We really need to improve the online of the game, and we're reaching out to the fans to sort of make sure they're aware that it's in our commitment to PES 18 to really improve online. So at the end of July, we're doing an open beta on PS4 and Xbox One. We're going to test the online. Hopefully it goes well. If not, we do promise everybody that we're going to use that data to create a day one patch to make sure that it's working perfectly for them.
It'll also be on PC, right?
Yes, I mean PC is, in terms of the game for sure, yeah. I mean PCs actually are now leading platform. It went from being this kind of hybrid, and we announced at the show that we are bringing it to the level of PS4 and Xbox One. And actually, if your machine is powerful enough, it looks fantastic. It looks the best version for sure.
So to go back to Usain Bolt, how did that come about? How did that?
I think it was a case of him being a football fan, or soccer fan. Sorry for the viewers here in the US for sure, but he's a big fan, and he watches football, goes to watch games as well. And it was more of a case of meeting his people and finding an affinity. I mean, it was never planned to put him in the game. It came from that conversation that we actually had with him. And because of that, we managed to have the conversation really, really quickly, tie it up fast, and before you know it, he's in the game.
And you're probably making some of his dreams come true, right? Because he wants to be a pro footballer so bad.
Exactly. So. Actually, and we've seen him really get behind it as well, like posting the trailers, posting tweets about him being in PES, just really him, natural stuff, nothing marketing related, but he's really hyped for it for sure.
One of the things that when I went to go check out the game yesterday, you mentioned that you didn't want to just improve the gameplay, right? Usually your focus is always like gameplay, like making the gameplay better. But like the menus have changed, they're much smoother than last year, or even like 16 or 15. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think the thing is, PES has always been known for the gameplay. So the more that we talk about it, the more we become a consistent voice. You don't hear anything new from us. Sure, the gameplay might improve massively year on year, but if you're always hearing, yeah, gameplay's great, you start to think PES is a little bit one note, even though that is perhaps the most important area of the game. So we've really focused on the visuals, we've really focused on the animations, we've really focused on changing your perspective on PES. It's not just about the game anymore. The game looks fantastic, it moves fantastic. One of the major changes that we made with the visual look is the redoing of the animations from the flow in between them, but more importantly from the base layer, which means that the way they walk, the way they turn the players, the way they go from walking to jogging to sprinting is more animated, it's more realistic, it's less awkward, and we've really focused on making sure that when you see PES, even if you don't play it, but you're walking past someone playing it, you notice it looks completely different from last year. And you can see that it's a completely brand new game, but what's really important is that the DNA is still there, the individuality of the players, the teams, the feeling of the players, all that is still there because that's what the fans really, really want from PES.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think how far we've come, right? Because I have people who sometimes I'm playing a soccer game on TV, and they'll be like, "Oh, what game are you watching?" It's like, "Oh no, I'm playing a game." Right?
Yeah,
and just everything looks so real now.
Yeah, and we've tried to make it even more so during the match by what we've done is that we've added real player faces.
Mm-hmm.
So as you see on TV, when you're watching a match, if you have a shot or you see a shot, you'll see stats popping up of how many shots on goal and so forth. And we've brought that into PES as well, where when the ball goes out of play, just depending on what just happened, whether it's a misplaced pass or a shot on target, off target, you'll get the relevant stats appearing throughout. And because we've got those real player images popping up, it really adds to the authenticity, the realism. You kind of lose yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a real game? Because I've just seen a real picture, and I think that really, really helps.
What is one of the things that people ask for the most, that you hear constantly, hey, we want this, what is something that people want that you're...
A few things that we're doing this year is really based on that. And the first thing is the online beta to improve online. Mm-hmm. That is vital, and I think we really need to prove to people that the online is working, because we've had so many issues from online. It's very inconsistent around the world, and we're trying to, obviously PES is a global product, and we have to make sure that everyone's got a consistent experience. So the online beta is us showing fans we're listening, really important. The second thing, which is definitely just for the fans, is the random selection mode, which is a PES 6 throwback. It's where you can pick from 3 teams, and then you get a random selection of players for your team. And that mode we brought back. We've added a twist where you can try and pinch and steal the team you're playing against players, like a rock, paper, scissors kind of style. And that's really, really fun to see. And those 2 things that we've done this year is indirect feedback to the hardcore. It might have been, certainly in the random selection case, it might not have been the most requested, but we did have a lot of fans wanting that to be put into the game.
Now here's another thing that maybe people want to know is, are we going to get a Nintendo Switch version of
Actually,
PES?
I get that question quite a lot.
Yeah.
We get a lot of questions about the Xbox One X here at the show as well. So what I'll say is that we've announced all the platforms, PS4, Xbox One, PC, Steam, PS3 and Xbox 360, and that's all we've announced so far. That doesn't mean that it's a no, it doesn't mean it's a yes for sure. I mean, I think you'll find a lot of developers now looking at the Switch, maybe even a few months ago, seeing how fantastically it's done, seeing how everyone's supporting it in terms of the fan base. It's been fantastic to see. And I think for the Xbox One X, it's more of a learning period. Like for me personally, working on the game, I want to see what that machine can do for us at a baseline level before we start thinking about how we can do even more. I'm hopeful, from what I've heard from it, that it is going to make existing games look fantastic on the One X, and I think that's the first thing that we need to look at, and then from there, let's see what we can do with the consoles.
In terms of, the big elephant in the room is obviously FIFA.
Yeah.
And what do you, in terms of you trying to get, make your own game better, as I'm sure they're doing too, right? What do you use and do you use anything learn from what they're doing to make your game better, or is it just, it's competition is always good, right? But
absolutely. I think where we both benefit is that we're kind of the pioneers in this genre. We're the only people left.
Yeah.
PES 2 years ago celebrated its 20th anniversary, so we've kicked on from there. We've been around long enough where people realise that we're doing really well for ourselves. So I think it's to make sure that we stay true to our DNA, and I think that's how PES back in the day when it first started, it grew. I mean, this series was never that kind of title where you saw loads of TV ads and money being spent on marketing. It was always a game that was played by the people who love football. And I think what's really important is for us to stick with that and to bring people over in clever ways, like we've announced the 3v3. I think that's going to be really important, where you can bring your friends over together, because sometimes you might want to come over, but it's kind of difficult to switch because all your friends are playing something else. That's not just about, you know, FIFA versus PES, that's in general. So we're hopeful with the 3v3 mode, we can cultivate this sort of clan friend system where you and your friends can take on the world, play online together, have fun together, experience PES together. And we're taking that into PES League as well, so if you want to play it casual or play for really big prizes, you can do that too.
Winning 11.
Exactly, the original, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, you know, we've talked it up. I think we should get some gameplay going.
Nice, okay.
So I think I'm going to play one of your colleagues here.
Yeah, we got Asim Tanvir off the menu. He's got a face for radio.
Yeah, so if you can just kind of walk us through what we're seeing. And
yeah, absolutely. So we're playing Atletico Madrid against Barcelona. What's really nice is the stadium that you're looking at right now. And the reason for that is this stadium has not been actually used. It's the stadium that they'll be playing in next season. So the Calderon had its last match in the Copa del Rey final, and from next season they'll be playing in this. So you've got the choreography, perfect, brand new stadium, and here you can start to see the impact of the players. You see the brand new player models that we brought into the game. This is from actually 3D scanning tech, where we've actually fully 3D scanned players, the same that we did with Bolt as well. So they look super authentic. The player faces, the expressions as well. You can see one of the most important things that we've done in terms of the lighting is we took a lot of data from our scanning tours with Barcelona at the Camp Nou and Borussia Dortmund at the Signal Iduna Park. And we actually stayed there for a few days. We took it daytime, we waited till the evening, turned the floodlights on, captured it again. So we got this authentic night feel. Obviously, it's going to be a little different per stadium, but we're using that real capture data to really improve the lighting and the general look of the game as well. There's a quick look at the real player images coming into the game as well.
Cool. Well, let's see. Hopefully your colleague here takes it easy on me.
I hope not. I want to see loads of goals. So what I want you to focus on here as well is just naturally how the game is looking as soon as you start it. Compared to last year, what we've done is we've made the players a little bit smaller and we've panned that camera out a little bit so you get to see more of the pitch. And that viewpoint is a very, very different per stadium as well. Oof. The goalkeepers are fantastic as well. What you saw there is the keepers are more aware of where the ball is going, they're safer, they're making more saves, and they're pushing it out of danger as well. So what you're going to see from here is a corner kick. One of the main things that the fans asked for was to take away the guideline, to make it much more like a simulation. So here you actually still have the same kind of control, where you're sort of holding the crossing button, and then from there it's the left stick to put some curl on it. Oh, wow. Fantastic goal. You saw Torres as well score the header and straight away put his arm out. We've put a lot of emotion into the game. It's alive, he's happy, he scored the goal, he's looking for his teammates. So the goalkeeper go across as well.
I feel like this is a setup.
Well played. But what you saw there in the replay as well is when you're showing the replay, it slows down on those key moments, the key pass leading up to the goal as well. He's not giving you a chance here.
Oh, no.
So here you can see, one thing that I'm hoping everyone can see watching actually is the pace of the game. It's really slow, and we've slowed it down. It's not like frustratingly slow, but we've slowed it down because, again, we get a lot of feedback about keeping it realistic.
Yeah, and it feels more realistic, right, when it's slower.
We've done that in a few ways. So the first thing I think is just to play away. It's like the dribbling style. Ooh, tight angle. But I think with that dribbling style, what it allows us to do is to, even though the players are heavier, it allows them to accelerate away with that weight, because you can wrong foot players who are also heavy as well. I'll give you a chance here in the corner.
Anything to share in terms of licensing or any new teams that are coming, new leagues or anything? I know you have the Champions League, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not right now. Yeah, we're still the exclusive license holders of the UEFA Champions League. And I think the main thing at E3 for us to show, which is new, is the stadium that you're playing in. It's the first time anyone's seen it, never mind, you know, in terms of real life as well. No one's actually seen a match in that stadium, so it's great to have it here. In terms of licenses, we tend to always wait until we get closer to launch. We usually use Gamescom show, which is usually at the last week of August, to announce all those things. What I can tell the viewers right now is that we're going to add more teams, and it's all positive news. I think everyone's going to be really, really happy, not only with the licenses, but also with some of the legend players that we're working with as well.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about, I know Diego Maradona is coming, you announced that, right?
Exactly, yeah, I mean, it's no real surprise. We had him last year, but I think what was really nice about it is that we could reinforce the fact that we are working with legend players, and also to sort of give a tease to a lot of people that we will be working with the biggest legend players this year. And we've got some really, really cool announcements as Griezmann, hotline bling. That's great. What was really, really nice about that one was the dribbling style of Griezmann. You'll notice with the dribbling that things feel really, really, really heavy, but you have these players like Griezmann who can dribble fast, accelerate, touch, sit the keeper down, and a nice little lofted finish as well. I mean, Asim's making it look really, really easy right now. Maybe
you can tell the difference right away when you're controlling someone like Messi or Piqué, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
He's so much more versatile and
I
quicker.
think that's great. And I think that's in the DNA of PES. I mean, I did some presentations today and I told people about the massive changes that we're making to PES, how this is a new 3-year cycle. And a lot of the people who really like PES 17 got really scared. They were like frightened, but I think one of the most important things is PES is PES. And you know what kind of makes PES, which is that responsiveness, that individuality, that attention to detail with how players feel and how teams play as well. As long as we keep that in the game, keeping it instinctive, responsive, and how you're playing it, it's not predetermined, so you're not doing button presses to do crazy things. It's all happening naturally. I think no matter what we do with the game, it will always stay as PES. So even now when you're using the left stick, if you sort of move it fast, you'll notice the player shimmying and turning without touching the ball. It's not a button press to do that or to hold it, it just happens naturally. Again, based on skill, someone like Neymar will do more exaggerated shimmies and turns. And we've got this new auto protect feature as well, where the players sort of block the players, so you can control the pace more. So when you're dribbling, you'll sense players coming, and you'll block them off, which is really important to dictate the pace of the game. Again, making it slower, keeping it realistic as well.
What about for the defenders? You know, those who like to play on the back.
Yeah, it's not a case of like holding X and rushing in. You have to be a lot more careful. Certainly, I think what's really nice to see is the different styles of play. Here, as you attack Atletico Madrid, you can see the very deep defensive line. You got the midfielders very, very, very close to their central defenders as well. And I think when you see, as you guys are, you know, playing as Barcelona, when you see they get the counter attack, Barca are starting their back line so close to the halfway line that you can counter them a lot, which is obviously kind of playing into the hands of Atletico.
Are there any big differences between the PS4, Xbox One, and the PS3 and 360 versions?
I think in terms of some of the features, yes. In terms of the gameplay feel, it's very similar actually. Naturally, we can never do these kind of visuals. Some of the animation fluidity won't be there, but that sense of playing PES, that feeling of playing PES is there. We're really sort of proud still. We have so many fans still on the PS3 especially, and they're still playing it. Ooh, nice. So we still want to support the machine, but obviously as each year goes by, we are seeing a ton of fans who used to play on those machines.
I think that's also important for, you know, a lot of people in developing countries only have access to like a PS3 or
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point, and it's something that we do have to look after, actually, with some of our fans who don't want to go out and buy a new console yet. as you know, they are getting cheaper, but they keep bringing out newer versions as they announced here, which is really expensive. So I think as long as the base version to upgrade gets lower and lower, and that step into the, I guess, the new gen market or current gen market becomes more affordable, I think you'll see fans moving across more and more to the current gen consoles.
All right, so before we go, can you remind us when the game is going to be hitting stores? September 12th, right?
Perfect, yeah. That's in the US, a few days later worldwide.
Great. So stay tuned to Engadget.com. You can read all about Pro Evolution Soccer 2018 on the website. We'll be back with more.
let me play that back.
Hello, Internet. We are back once again from the Engadget stage at E3 on the show floor. And today, I have the gentleman behind Rocket League from Psyonix.
Oh.
Can you please introduce yourselves and tell a little bit about yourselves to the audience, like what you do at Psyonix?
My name is Jeremy Dunham. I'm the Vice President of Publishing at Psyonix. And I oversee all of the business elements of Psyonix and Rocket League, along with this guy here who handles our esports.
Hold on one second, we're experiencing some technical difficulties.
He's not an audio guy.
How do I turn it on? I don't see the button.
Oh, I think we've got this. Yeah, there we go.
We did it.
We did it.
Right.
We worked together through
Yay.
this. The moment was a little awkward, but we're done, and now we're going to talk about Rocket League.
is a team-based game.
Rocket League is a team-based game.
We did it together.
But I needed.
Oh, yeah. I'm Josh Watson. I'm eSports operations manager for Psyonix, so I pretty much have my hands in everything Rocket League eSports. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, who is Psyonix, and how did you guys start?
Psyonix was an independent game developer. We started as a very small company in 2001. It was started by our CEO, Dave Haywood, as a company that basically just wanted to put design first. And was a game company that originally started off as sort of a remnant of Epic Games. And so Dave and one of our designers, Ben Beckwith, were working for Epic. And while they were there, they worked on several of the Unreal games. Decided that they could try it themselves. We went out and started Psyonix, and over the last 15 years plus, we've spent a lot of time just developing games for other publishers, and then obviously also Rocket League and its prequel, supersonic acrobatic rocket powered battle cars. But it's Psyonix has worked on a range of games, from working on the vehicle level, the original Gears of War, to working on Nosgoth, which was a beta game for Square Enix based on the legacy of the universe, and along with things like multiplayer and a host of other things.
But so, I gotta ask: was esports always the goal for Rocket League?
I would say that it was a hopeful goal. It was one that we thought was. We always knew Rocket League had that esports connection, and that it could make a really good esport. But one position we always took was you can't make a game in esport. It's really up to the community to say, okay, this is a game we want to watch and want to play. So we were hopeful. We thought it had that element to it, but it was actually once we released it and we saw how well everyone received it and wanted more elements that spoke to the esport angle, did we know, okay, we've definitely got something here and we want to grow that.
Now, how much of the esports success is the fact that it's really easy to grasp this game? It's not like League of Legends, it's not like Dota, it's rocket-powered RC cars playing soccer. And anybody that's walking by a TV that's showing footage of it can understand and pick it up immediately. How much is intrinsic to the success of Rocket League as an esport?
To be honest with you, we think it's extremely important. We think the game's crossover potential is one of its main, benefits to this particular sport. I mean, the fact that you can, if you're an esports fan and you have your friend over and maybe they're not, and you can sit them down and within 30 seconds they know exactly what's going on, that's incredibly valuable to the sport.
Okay, we're actually going to take a quick break to sort out some more technical difficulties we're experiencing, so we will be right back, Internet.
What's going on? Oh, okay. I think I might have put this too far back or something. Oh, really? Oh, well. I don't want to turn it off again. It's kind of like...
So have you guys gotten to see the show floor at all?
This is my first time.
A couple times.
This is my first time while it's open.
Oh yeah, while it's open?
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
Drop it low, let me play that.
Hello, Internet. This is Tim Sepala, Associate Editor with Engadget.com, and we are here live from the E3 stage on the South Hall floor of the LA Convention Center with two of the guys from the Rocket League team at Psyonix. Can you guys introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Jeremy Denham. I'm the Vice President of Publishing.
Josh Watson, eSports Operations Manager for Rocket League.
So, how did Psyonix start? Was it always, where did you guys start? How did you guys get to where you are now?
Well, Psyonix has been around actually for 15 plus years. It was started by our CEO, Dave Hagewood, He and one of our coworkers, Ben, used to work at Epic on the Unreal games, and as part of the modding team. And they decided they wanted to shoot out on their own and create their own games, and so Psyonix was born. And we spent most of the last decade and a half building games for other publishers. So games like Nosgoth, which was a beta game for Square Enix. We did the multiplayer for Bulletstorm. Worked on the vehicle level for the original Gears of War, in addition to the original Rocket League predecessor, which was supersonic aerobatic rocket-powered battle cars, among many other things.
Slightly more verbose than the simplicity of Rocket League.
You can see why we changed it, because being able to, for someone to effectively remember that title every time and maybe not remember the whole thing was difficult. And we ran out of characters a lot in the storefronts.
All right, so your guys' biggest game is Rocket League, right?
Yes.
That's safe to say. Was it always built with esports in mind?
Well, we'd always hoped that it would be a very esports popular game. We didn't really know, because our approach has always been, you're not really sure if a game is truly esports until the community deems it worthy. A lot of games in the past have tried to force their game into an esports sort of title, and so for us, we thought it had all of the makings of one, all of the mechanics, all of the right tools. But until they really verified our feelings, we weren't quite sure. Once we were released and we saw that that the fans were behind the game as an esport, then we knew, and then we knew we could embrace it.
Now, how much of this being an esports success is to do with the fact that anybody walking by and sees it playing knows immediately what's going on? Because League of Legends, not the case. Dota 2, not the case. You have to know pretty deep the rules and how the game plays out. But with Rocket League, it is RC, rocket-powered cars, shooting gigantic soccer balls, like playing a giant game of soccer. Like, that's super easy to grasp. How much of that is instrumental to the success of it as kind of an esport and something that's taking off so much the way it is?
We honestly think it's a huge strength of the game. Exactly as you mentioned, you can kind of you inherently understand it because of how closely it resembles some traditional sports. So it's been really instrumental in the success. It's a great benefit to the sport and the game to be able to, if you're into esports, you can invite your friends over and you can watch the game, and you don't have to know about builds and the greater strategy. It's pretty clear what you're getting into right away, and it has led to a lot of success for us here.
It's also important to note that unlike a lot of other games that are shooter-based or MOBA-based, because it's strictly a sport type of game, you don't have to worry about it being inappropriate for different ages. Anyone of any age, from super young to super old, can watch the game and understand it and enjoy it, and you don't have to worry about it maybe having some content that you wouldn't otherwise show to young children. So we think that's also a really appealing element for not only children and young adults who play the game, but their parents and a lot of our partners also.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the most, if it's not even offensive, it's just a little weird, is that you have the parrot head hat for the parrot head hat for the cars. A coworker of mine, Aaron, he views that as the character of the car. So if he ever took the parrot head off, it just wouldn't work for him. He goes, I am driving around a car that has a parrot that is actually just scoring goals for me.
Our approach to the cars is actually, and one other reason, just to talk about the esport angle, is that we think the reason it's an effective esport as on an individual level is because it's one of the only games out there that actually is reliant on the skill of the player. There aren't any superpowers or special build that makes the car better one way versus another. So whenever you're seeing someone perform on the field, it's a complete reflection of them as an individual. Mm-hmm. So regardless of what they stick on the car, a pigeon head or a cowboy hat or whatever they want to put on there, it's still them, and their ability is still what's shining through. And we think that is really kind of the next level esport compared to some of the original titles, where now you're actually exactly what you're getting based on the skill of the player, not because of something the game has done to help buff them up.
Yeah, it's a level playing field entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now, you guys just had some recent announcements about esports stuff. Can you go into that?
Yeah. Actually, today we announced in partnership with TESPA that we're going to be launching our Collegiate Rocket League Summer Series. So it's our first foray into collegiate esports, and we're really excited to offer students all over North America the opportunity to play competitively in Rocket League. So it's a 5-week program. We're going to be offering tournaments with the soccer game mode, the standard game mode, as well as drop shot and rumble tournaments as well.
How do you have DreamHack Sweden going on?
Oh, yeah.
And our last week we just had the Rocket League World Championships for Season 3. So there's a lot going on just in the last 2 weeks alone.
Yeah. How do you guys view the collegiate esports scene? Is it vibrant enough? Do you think it's going in the right direction? Do you think that colleges are giving it enough chance to grow?
I think we're seeing a lot of colleges really get behind the idea. I know I think it was the University of Utah just released a statement about how they're going to be offering scholarships to players from certain games, and I think we're really starting to see people understand that this is a serious thing, and you're starting to see a lot of support from the universities themselves. And then as far as the player base, we know that our players are all over campuses all over the world, and so it's really important for us to allow our players to compete in that environment, because we think there's going to be a huge appetite for it and a lot of interest, and we're just really excited to get that off the ground.
Have you gotten have you had anybody coming up and asking you how do I get into Rocket League esports? How do I get into Rocket League collegiate esports? What does your community think of this, and have they been responsive to it to try and get into it?
I couldn't hear the question.
Community think of Rocket League esports and collegiate esports?
Oh, well, I mean, our community, in everything we do, we kind of take the community first approach, and we really think Rocket League esports was created by the community, and so we're constantly trying to be collaborative with them, getting feedback, trying to make change, iterate on the things we're doing so that we can effectively move the sport forward together. So we've seen a lot of interest in both traditional kind of professional esports as well as collegiate esports. I think everybody's just really excited to see it continue to grow, and we're going to keep trying to work together to keep pushing it forward.
Okay. One of the keys also I just wanted to mention is that in esports, typically the focus is usually just on one small subset of players who is at the very top and with massive prize pools, and then that's the entire scene. Our belief is that in order to have a really strong esport ecosystem, you need to have players of all ages and all skill levels across a multitude of different opportunities playing the game. So that way, you not only are you rewarding players for being the best at the upper level, but you're also feeding the system to a point where you're creating talent for the future, and you're also getting people interested in the game to begin with, and keeping that skill level continually growing, interest in the game growing, and you build more than just one-off events that way. That's how you build an ongoing esport community, and we think that is something that a lot of other games really haven't embraced yet, and it's one that we are going full force on.
Okay. Now to switch gears a little bit, you guys also had a recent announcement that you guys are going to be, Rocket League is going to be on Switch. There is, the only place that you really can't play Rocket League now is on mobile. And so that's kind of impressive. It speaks to fostering the esports scene, because the more places there are to play it, the more players you're going to get, and eventually get better to the point where they can progress to collegiate esports or professional esports. So my question is now specifically is, somehow you guys got cross-platform multiplayer to work between the Switch and the Xbox One and the Switch and Steam. How did you do that?
Well, you mean technically?
Technically, and
technically, we have a very talented team. In the time since we've released Rocket League in 2015 until now, we've created all new departments within Psyonix. When we launched the game, we had 36 employees. Now we're up to almost 90 employees, and some of that growth has been almost all engineering side in a lot of respects. We've built up an online services team that we didn't have before. So we have people dedicated to making things like this work, thinking about it all the time, making sure that the game is covered on all facets. And so a lot of credit goes to them for figuring out a lot of the technical issues, along with our client team and a lot of the other team members at Psyonix. In terms of politically, a lot of people have asked us all week, how did you convince Nintendo and Xbox to go for it. And I wish I really had a very kind of salacious or interesting story, but the honest answer is we told both of them, this is something that's important to us. Nintendo is the most recent. If we were to come to your system, we want this to be a cross-network game. And that was one of the first questions I personally asked them, actually. And when we were talking to them, they said, if this is important to you, we have no problem with you making this happen. And it was as direct and straightforward and as simple as that. They understood what the game needed, they understand what we needed, and they made it happen.
That's really interesting because we have Xbox to Switch cross-platform multiplayer. You have Xbox to PC cross-platform multiplayer, just in general, not with Rocket League.
Yeah.
And you have PlayStation VR will do cross-platform multiplayer with HTC Vive and Oculus Rift. PlayStation 4 will do cross-platform multiplayer to PC. The only two platforms that will not touch, period, are Xbox One and PlayStation 4. And the fact that Nintendo was so supportive of you guys, that if that's what you guys need, we're going to do it, that really calls into question why PlayStation and Microsoft will never do this. It's so bizarre. It shouldn't exist, but it's an artificial barrier, it seems like.
Is that a question?
Sort of. Not really. It was just... what was it like getting to work? Did you have to do any work to get the Switch to work, or I'm sorry, the Switch to work with Microsoft platforms at all? Was there anything on Microsoft's end that they had to do to enable that to happen?
Originally, when Rocket League first came out, and that was in February of 16, Microsoft did not yet allow cross-network play across other platforms, unless you were a Windows-style platform. But very similar to Nintendo, it took a lot longer, obviously, because they had already created a system that said that it wasn't something they could automatically do. We had ongoing conversations with them. We let them know that this was something that was very important to us. We said it could benefit the game greatly. You have much larger player bases to pull from. You have higher quality players. You can have more opportunities at eSports by having teams that are made up of players from all networks. And the more they looked at it and the more they thought about it and looked at other games, not just Rocket League, but other games within their entire library, they started to agree. And we were very happy that we were the first game that they accepted to allow that to happen. And now it's become a very strong initiative for Microsoft to allow cross-network play. But it was really just person-to-person communication, just asking for it on a frequent level, answering questions, doing what we could from the Psyonix side to address any issues or concerns that they had, and making them happen. And not surprisingly, I think to people who aren't necessarily in game development all the time, the changes we had to make or the alterations we had to make were very minor. But in the video game world, making very small changes to a massive network that involves hundreds of games isn't as quick as one would hope. But luckily, things worked out for us, and we're very happy. And our dream, as we've said many times before, is to have true cross-network play across all platforms eventually. It's just our belief that in order for it to really happen, the community is going to have to get behind it, the developers are going to have to get behind it, the media is going to have to get behind it. It's going to have to be a large movement by the industry as a whole to help make it happen, so that everyone can show the importance of that feature, not only for Rocket League, but for all games. And that's really the key to making it a permanent fixture.
So you heard that, Internet. If you want to play Rocket League or any game on your PlayStation 4 against your friends that are playing on Xbox One, you need to let them know. We will be back shortly with another interview coming up. But right now, I just want to say thank you for tuning in, and thank you to the guys from Psyonix.
Thanks for having us.
Have a good day, everybody.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that.
Hey Internet, I'm back again, and this time I have Mr. John Gibson from I Am 8-Bit with me on the Engadget stage, live from E3. John, what is I Am 8-Bit?
That's a terrible question. It's so loaded. We are...
what isn't I Am 8-Bit?
We are not a restaurant.
Okay, that'd be a weird name for a restaurant.
Though we have a retail shop attached to a restaurant, so...
Share a firewall?
In periphery, yeah. We are not a government agency.
Okay.
Not to be confused.
All right. Again, a weird name for a government agency.
The Pentagon has many code names for things, so who knows?
Yeah, until we get the next NSA leak, we will never know.
Yeah, Trump in the presidency has thrown a lot of stuff upside down. So I Am 8-Bit could be part of his. We hope not, though.
Right.
But we are, for all intents and purposes, a creative production company.
Okay.
So we do fun, creative things in the game industry, from marketing activations for companies like Bethesda. We creative directed with the fine folks at Bethesda. Their Bethesda Land press conference on Sunday. We make licensed products for the collectors out there.
Yeah.
The quote-unquote collectors.
Yeah, you guys make really cool physical collector's editions for games that otherwise wouldn't have them too. Like the No Man's Sky collector's edition you guys put together was really, really, really neat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we found we've been around for 12 years. We started as an art gallery, remixing 80s video games for the fine art space, paintings and plush and prints, and made a name for ourselves, I suppose, by just doing some cool, fun, artistic stuff in the game space when there wasn't a lot of that going on. And we've applied that to pretty much everything we do. And collector's editions are a thing amongst many others in which we take digital games that otherwise wouldn't exist in the real world beyond on your TV and a console and create tangible artifacts. We call them fetish objects sometimes.
That's a weird name for that, I think.
Yeah, but like things that you can, hold and worship and display proudly, and it's a monument to your fanfare. Right. Which it sounds weird to say, but those things don't exist as much as they used to.
Right. And sometimes a lot of the stuff is like, you guys make stuff that isn't a tchotchke that gets slapped in together with a steel book and an art book for $15 or $20 extra at retail.
Yeah, no, a lot of we started as an art show, then we started doing marketing activations, like I said, where it was a community event here, or a mailer that went out to influencers, members of the press, like yourself. And we were doing pretty high-end things that were appealing because they were so cool because you couldn't buy them. Right. And then we started thinking, like, why are we making these things just for marketing purposes when people are flipping them for hundreds if not thousands of dollars on eBay?
Really? What was the most expensive item of yours that you saw on eBay?
We did a Mega Man 9 press kit years ago where we made a very fully authentic NES cartridge that didn't work. But this is in the day when CDs were a thing for press kits.
Yeah.
So we gutted a bunch of like retro cartridges, found the cheapest like crappy 25-cent games we could, and like unscrewed them, gutted them, took the chipboards out, the ROMs, and we put like mini CDs inside the carts, labeled them Mega Man 9, made a full-on like NES-style box, shrink wrapped it, slapped it with a bunch of price tags so it looked like you bought this bargain bin thing at Walmart. And like sent it out to a bunch of journalists, and fans flipped out, and they started selling it on eBay for like $1,200, $1,400. I think
That's
was like
insane.
the max price we saw. They still sell for like $400 or $500, but it's weird to see something that you made being flipped for that much.
And you're like, I know how much that cost.
No, and
that profit would be kind of nice in my bank.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could sell them for $1,400. That would be so illegal. You do sign contracts when you take on marketing jobs. But we realized there was demand for cool, rad things because they weren't being sold in stores. But there's a reason why stuff like that's not sold in stores, because GameStop and Walmart and Target can't really function selling things that are collectible and high-end like that, because there's a wholesale market. Most things that are sold in stores are wholesaled for 10% of what they actually are sold for at retail. So like your production cost is that 5 to 10% of what you're actually paying for it. So yeah, a PlayStation game that costs $60 is being made for a very small fraction of what the retail price is, but it's because the chain of custody is so big. It's like PlayStation's making it, or a third-party publisher, and then they're selling it to a distributor, and they're selling it to a warehouse, and the warehouse is selling it off to... there's a lot of people that change hands, they all got to make a little money. So we just made a website of our own to sell stuff.
How long ago was the website?
We started selling stuff officially outside of the art shows. We started selling products like in 2012, 2013.
Okay.
But the thing that really kind of changed the game for us was Hotline Miami 2. Where we did our first collector's edition. It happened to be a vinyl.
Yeah,
as well.
and I bought that. I think I got the second pressing. It's one of the best sounding records that I own too.
It was a project to be very brief, but it took a while to get like a good sounding, crunchy, nice, great, because vinyl was not that popular then. Like video game soundtracks on vinyl were not super common, and we did a couple of promotional items. So we did a Tron Evolution released in 2010 It was sent out to a couple hundred journalists and influencers. That thing flips for like $1,000 now on Discogs. And we did 3 Wolfenstein 45s, where it was German renditions of American pop songs, like
I remember those,
but made authentically, like in like really thin, shitty paper sleeves, as if they were distributed in the '60s. Those things were just given out at an event at PAX East. But it was that kind of expertise and learning and building relationships with vinyl presses and wanting to kind of get into this market of doing collector's editions and find stuff where we thought Hotline Miami 2 was like the perfect thing. It was a digital-only title. It had an 80s synth soundtrack. Our name is I Am 8-Bit, so obviously we have a kinship with the 80s. We're it's in our blood. And indie games, like representing artistic, cool, rad stuff, so it all kind of merged together.
And you guys do a lot with indie games, like a lot. I think most of your stuff, if not all of it, is indie game related, right?
Yeah, but like, what's an indie game now these days?
Right,
you know, like,
right. I mean, Call of Duty could be considered an indie game because Activision is an independent developer and publisher. I mean,
they're a publicly held company.
my coworker Jess in the audience, she actually had a panel. She had a panel either earlier today, or she has one tomorrow about what is an indie game at this point. You know, it's a malleable term.
It is weird. I would argue. I mean, Destiny, despite their publishing deal, like Bungie is an independent studio, technically, right? Like, I mean, it's a terrifying prospect. An 800-person plus studio has, you know, indie prospects, but truly, they're operating on the same principles. Their burn rate's just much higher than like, you know, a 2-person studio.
But to go back, we could talk all day. We really could. But to go back, so after Hotline Miami, what was the response, and was Hotline Miami the point where you said, "Oh, we need to start doing more of these"? It was
a weird time too. We released that, or we announced it around Christmas time. It was like 2 weeks before Christmas or something in that zone, and we were kind of nervous about unleashing anything in this very crowded space of like, oh, people are buying presents and spending a lot of money on holiday parties and travel, and do they really want to pre-order a $60 indie game 3 LP vinyl? Like, when, again, like vinyl was like popping up and you were seeing more of it, but it wasn't like this. Since we released that, there's been probably 12 other labels that have started doing video game soundtracks. So we were like kind of free to explore, but it was also like unproven territory. It was scary, but we did it. It made sense. It felt like it would do well, but we pre-ordered it because we're like, well, you know, maybe only 100 people will care. Right, and you don't want to have a huge, you don't want to have the records, because pressing a record isn't cheap, is it? Yeah, pressing a record's not cheap, and storing a record's not cheap, and shipping a record's not cheap, because it's fragile, and you have to have like a controlled environment. You don't want to keep it in a storage garage, because records warp. They're made of essentially plastic. It's a fancy plastic, but it's melted plastic.
So how does it work how does it go from initial business pitch, or even just hearing a game soundtrack that you like, how does it go from that to actually having a vinyl record in your warehouse from start to finish, and how long does it take?
It's people complain about pre-orders. They think, sometimes we take a little too long to release something. But the reality is, vinyl is a very arduous process to go from soup to nuts and do it correctly. And we've learned how to communicate a little better about that process. And with Persona 5, we're about to start showing people what that process looks like, because it really starts with mastering. Because mastering something for a physical disc, because if you think about vinyl, it is this bizarre alien artifact
somehow a series of dots in plastic create sound.
A needle touches this cavern on a 12-inch round disc and rotates at a particular speed, to which create a sound that is robust and can have lyrics. It is magical, to say the least, and it's an ancient technology at this point, and it works somehow.
200 and some years old.
Yeah, and it mystifies me still. Like, we see plants and we know how this process works, but it still doesn't make sense. It's still bizarre. But it starts with mastering, because there are very particular mastering houses and technicians that know how to make something sound good on vinyl. And a really good example of a thing that could have gone awry without having an expert on that side is we did an Ocarina of Time soundtrack that's coming out. It's shipping in a couple weeks.
Yeah, you guys re-recorded that with a 64-piece symphony, if I remember correctly.
We worked with our friends at Materia who did a Kickstarter to get the money to actually fly to Europe and assemble an orchestra. And to be fair, like everyone's like, why are you re-recording a perfectly good soundtrack? The N64 soundtrack to Ocarina, yeah, as a purist, you want to hear it, the original,
yeah,
maybe. But then you listen to it and you realize the intent beside the soundtrack is to be robust, to be volumetric and very big, but it couldn't be that way on N64. It just couldn't.
Yeah, Bolero Fire probably not so hot listening to it on the N64 sound card right now.
And so this got re-recorded with a full orchestra, and to translate that full orchestra into a vinyl record is a different process than digital. Like digital, even that mastering and mixing all the instruments together is a challenge. And then taking that and putting it on vinyl it's hard to make it sound big, because the first test pressing we had sounded super duper flat. Like if you got that record, you would be so bummed.
Yeah.
But this is part of the process. This is part of the reason why we take some time to like really allow ourselves to listen and really listen to things. So we remixed it a little bit, and we did another test press, and now it sounds big. And we posted like a little tease to our Twitter account, and it when the music swells and you start hearing all the instruments come in and it crescendos, and it's just awesome. It like we were playing in the office, and we have like a big like tall ceilinged office, and off like a couple of shitty speakers and a record player, it filled the space, and like I welled up a little bit. It was neat. But that's the first step, mastering. Okay. Get the sound to sound correct. Right. Do a test press. Make sure before you print a lot of records that it's going to sound good, because if you get a shipment in of thousands of things and they don't sound right,
you have a lot of wasted inventory.
We did with Journey. We always like kind of sample the records when we get like pallets before shipping them to customers, and we'll do a random sampling. We'll grab this here and we'll grab this here and make sure that everything sounds good. Journey, we got several thousand records in, and there was a defect, and we sent back pallets, like skids, back to the factory, and we're like, this is wrong. And this is after going through 7 test presses because that soundtrack,
that's a lot.
It's very subtle, and orchestral soundtracks are the hardest soundtracks to like make sound good on vinyl, because they're very mellow at times and very emotional. You might have one violin or a bassoon or something, and then it swells and gets orchestral and big, and like when it sounds big, easy to disguise it. When it's like something very minor and very intimate, it's difficult. But that process of going from mastering to test pressing to like actually producing the records, because pressing a record takes time. Like you're melting essentially. People call it wax because it's kind of a waxy plastic substance. You're melting it and like stamping it like in this way that is super archaic. It's like it's like watching a car get made. Like the technology is pretty nuts, but you can only move so fast because it's hot, wax essentially, and it has to dry, and it has to, the stamper that's hitting the actual grooves of the record has to be cleaned constantly. Otherwise, like dust, anything in the air, particles,
imperfections, they will automatically
because imagine like a hot substance, much like any food you might be cooking in the kitchen. A pizza will absorb anything in the air. It will melt and bubble up, and same thing with a record. Like it'll acquire anything that's floating around. So it has to be a very sanitary environment, and you can only produce so many at a time. Like most plants, at their height, can produce like 5,000 records at once. Okay. But we're not the only ones making records.
No, you're not.
Warner Brothers is making records. Black Eyed Peas, U2, all these. We're competing with that
Nine Inch Nails did the surprise drop for the Fragile and a bunch of their back catalog in December, and it still hasn't shipped.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, 6 months.
Yeah, because people are waiting for press time. You know, like there's only so many people that know how to make vinyl, and there's. Imagine like the wise old man in any sort of kung fu movie, teaching his protege before he dies the fine art of combat. It's the same way with vinyl. Like there are only a few people that knew how to do it properly, and doing it means knowing how to repair it. So if a machine breaks, how do you fix it?
Right.
Like that's like building an old hot rod from scratch.
Yeah.
And then if a machine breaks, how do you find the parts? And like finding giant machine parts for something that wasn't really popular for a very long time, also very difficult. Now, plants are going online and new machines are going online because they actually started fabricating these things, so it's getting a little easier, and younger people are like getting excited and learning the fine art of doing it. But yeah, 5 years ago, it was a bunch of elderly, wise folk living in mountains like Shaman that had to teach people how to do it.
So I got the signal that we're starting to run low on time.
Oh man!
I know that you have some things here that you wanted to show off.
Oh yeah,
maybe even some things to give away to
the
members of our audience.
Audience, hello. This is one of our babies. This was one of those dream projects, Res Infinite. Fantastic soundtrack, but this was a thing that needed to be on vinyl. And it had a Japanese release back in the day on vinyl, like very limitedly, but we want to do something special. And this is a good example of how we do packaging. This is called an O sleeve.
Okay.
Getting the res orange color correct. 3 tries on this guy. But we made a cool.
Oh wow.
It's a very vibrant, lovely disc.
It's gorgeous. This is really nice.
I know you already like this.
Yes.
But we wanted to tell the story of Res, so we made a super custom package where we bound in a 64-page book, spent several months interviewing Mizuguchi-san and the entire original dev team, and collected a bunch of awesome development sketches. And Jake, one of the original crew, found all these notebooks in his dad's garage in Seattle, and so we got to scan all these like crazy development drawings. It's pretty rad.
Now, is this something that we were going to offer up to the audience right now?
If the audience cares enough.
Is there anybody in the audience who really cares?
That guy's one. Well, I got more than just this.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
Yeah. If you're excited for us, you can come right up after we're done, and that is yours.
All right, we got more though, and I know we're running low on time, but we got a couple more show and tell
I think we
pieces.
can stretch it enough until we go through this.
This is another exciting piece. There's fingerprints on it because
that's Hyperlight Drifter,
It's very
right?
shiny. Yeah. This is a soundtrack by Disaster Piece for the game Hyperlight Drifter.
He also did the It Follows soundtrack, and
which
that is
awesome.
fantastic.
I brought this because I'm excited because we're doing a signing tonight in LA with Alex, the creator of Hyperlight and Disaster Piece. But this is another example of custom packaging that takes a while to get right. We embedded a little baby magnet in here to seal it up. We made this very, very horribly shiny, so you have to have like clean hands. But then this lifts off, boom, and then reveals a cool little package full of 4 really beautifully colored transparent vinyl. So that's like, it's always nice to like hold stuff up to the light. That's why vinyl is cool too. You can do so many interesting things.
You can frame it if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, there's been blood infused vinyl, like encased where it's like swirling. We did a glow in the dark release. You can do swirls and double color picture discs. Sky's the limit. We did a beautiful Bates Motel vinyl where we had blood swirls and the shower drain. So when it spins on your record player, it looks like it's a bit morbid.
So do we have any Hyperlight Drifter fans in the audience?
Any Hyperlight Drifter?
Hyperlight
this guy.
Drifter? All right. After we're done, you can come pick this up. How much else we got? We might have to speed through this.
We got a couple more that are just like fun. We got Last Guardian.
Do we have Last Guardian fans?
Woo!
Okay.
Boom.
It's yours after the show's over with.
Yeah. This is a fun one. This is our first project with Japan Studio. It's fun to work on really beautifully artistic games like this.
Yeah.
And do something interpretive. Like this is our bread and butter. Like we like to not just use key art and dress the package up with things you've already seen before, like exclusive packaging. So this is a wonderful cover by Nimit Malavia. He's famous for doing the Fables covers.
Okay, yeah. Do we have any Last Guardian fans in the house?
But he already stole it, this guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
It's been a long day.
This is one of our mainstay titles, working with that game company and Sony Santa Monica, Journey.
Who loves Journey and Austin Wintry?
It's all yours.
All right. John, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
You can check out all this stuff and more at iam8bit.com. They have all kinds of really cool stuff. I've bought too much of it.
Yeah.
I think this is our last show of the day. No, we have something else. We have a couple more things coming up on the stage from Engadget Live at E3. But for me, I'm out. And this is John Gibson. And have a good rest of your day, everybody.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Drop it low, let me play that.
All right, we're back for the final segment of the Engadget stage at E3 2017, day 2. And it's going to be a good talk. So I want us to just go down the line really quick and we'll introduce ourselves. My name is Jessica Condit, senior reporter for Engadget.com. And who do we have? Yeah.
My name is Catherine. My alias is Kat.
Kath, cool.
I play Counter-Strike for professionally.
What's your role?
I'm kind of a support in game. I help them when it comes to strat calling, and I'm just like more of an assistant to her. Like I make sure that I'm setting the team up for success.
Okay, very important role.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Awesome. All right. And right down there.
I'm Anita Sarkeesian with Feminist Frequency.
All right, so we're going to talk about esports. We're going to talk about women in esports, but I also just want to talk about the industry, of course, and what you guys do for a living. So first of all, the cool thing that happened to you guys recently, you got partnered up with the Philadelphia 76ers, and you did this crazy boot camp like just last week, right? So what did you do there? What was that like? What was going on?
So basically we had like a 2-day boot camp at the training facility, we met with like the Sixers, their wellness doctors, we met with their nutritionists, their physiotherapists, we met with their coach. We learned so much about how to prevent let's say in-game injuries, or what kind of foods are good for us for post-tournament or pre-tournament or pre-game, to keep our brain healthy and focused.
Oh, what's the secret there? What's the healthy, focused food? I need that.
I can't tell really secrets, but
industry secrets.
Yeah.
That must be so legitimizing, right? To be established in I think there's still a debate about whether esports are real sports and being plugged into a traditional sports space.
That's why it's really nice that the 76ers sponsor or own our team and let us in, because we were treated just like the athletes, the NBA players, and it really validates esports in general, because the same issues that the NBA players had is the same as us. So wrist injuries, mental blocks, it's the same thing. So it's really nice to see that esports is very similar to traditional sports.
Yeah. Well, it's getting there. It's getting closer and closer. Because, the industry itself is growing, obviously. I get press releases, I swear, every week of another industry analyst telling me how big esports is now. One thing, though, that personally I've come across as a fan of professional gaming is discoverability of some of the tournaments you guys are playing in most of the time. Some of these female tournaments aren't necessarily presented on Twitch in the same way, of course, like the male tournaments are and all that. So I wonder what you guys see behind the scenes in terms of the support you're getting and the kind of love you're feeling from fans. Well, how is the industry for you right now? Just kind of lay it out there, yeah.
Honestly, we've been getting a tremendous amount of support from not only the gaming community, but from other people who aren't familiar with gaming. People are really interested in esports. Like Buffalo Wild Wings and Mountain Dew, it's really nice to see people who aren't traditionally in esports having interest in them, and it really validates our sport. Like I said, and me and Kath have been playing this game, Counter-Strike, for 14 to 15 years. Oh my gosh, that's nice. Me and Kath have been playing the game for almost 15 years, maybe more. And so it's nice that something that we've been doing for so long that we're passionate about is being validated. And when we went to the training facility in Philadelphia, everyone was so supportive of us, and they really just motivate us to keep doing what we're doing and trust the process, and to just, show that we can win. And it's nice. And our family obviously supports us, and our friends, and we have a huge fan base that is amazing.
Yeah. So you feel the love. You feel the love of the industry.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. So I wonder, if there's a...
I've been really interested in the there's a controversy around the segregation of genders in esports. Do you feel like there should be integration? What are your thoughts on that? Or how does that play out in your communities?
Well, there's many parts of this question. People like I guess the controversy we can talk about is like people don't understand why there is female tournaments in the first place, because there's no, like when you play a game, you don't need any physical abilities to, like, you don't have any physical ability or advantage over being a male or a female. So like people don't really understand why there's female tournaments in the first place. But basically, like, we need those tournaments just to promote the female scene. So just the fact that the numbers of like female gamers compared to male gamers are so small. And, like, so basically, like, the average female player will have a lower skill than the average compared to the average male player, let's say. So like we need those tournaments to promote this scene, to encourage younger females to join and be player and be like passionate about the game like we are. And that's where like I'm so proud to be like part of Dignitas and the Sixers, because we're able to be like role models for those future players.
Absolutely.
And that's why like it's so important to us to be like be part of the scene, and even though like how should I explain it? But I don't know if you can.
Well, pretty much like obviously, you know, we only play in 3 all-female tournaments a year, and throughout the rest of the year we're playing in mixed tournaments. We usually play against guys. So like Pat was saying, these female tournaments are nice because it encourages more girls to play, and there's a huge growth in female gamers now. And Counter-Strike has a really big amount of all-female teams, and our team is not only to be the best female team, but we want to be one of the best teams in the world, and that's our ultimate goal, is to keep playing in these male or mixed tournaments. And just we really don't want gender to walk it. It doesn't, because we can play with them. So it's.
And just one more thing I kind of wanted to add, like in the short-term perspective, like we need those female tournaments. Like that's what you're talking about, like the whole controversy between female gamers and male gamers. We need them right now to promote the scene, but in the longer term, like the best kind of world would be there. We wouldn't need any of those tournaments.
Absolutely.
Of those tournaments, like I would want to compete in the same tournaments as the main one, you know. So, like in the long run, I think that's really the major goal, that no female tournaments, just into one competitive scene.
Do you feel a different kind of relationship to other teams? Like, does it feel different to play in mixed teams or mixed competitions versus all-female leagues?
I mean, I think all of us have played on a mixed team before, and we were treated just like any other player. So no one was like, you're a girl and you have to play this way. It was just like we were picked to be on that team because of our skill.
Yeah.
So when we play in tournaments, you know, a lot of people maybe not expect us to do that well. So it's nice that we get to prove ourselves and show that we can compete with everybody.
Yeah, totally.
That's
great.
gotta feel good. Like seriously. Yeah. So you guys were talking about like 15, 14 years playing Counter-Strike. So how did you get started professionally playing this game? Yeah. How did that happen?
I always had like the competitive blood within me. Like before I used to be a huge soccer player. Like I really loved competing and like what the adrenaline was bringing me. And then my older sister was the one that introduced me into Counter-Strike. And I spent like months just standing behind her and not actually playing the game, and just watching her play. And like at one point I just decided, okay, I'm just gonna play. And then like it was like love at first sight. Like I got so hooked to it, and then I really love like the competitive aspect of it. Like it's kind of similar to any other sport. Like there's team play involved, there's communication, there's the same barriers. It's really, really similar, and I got hooked as much as I got into Counter-Strike that I got into soccer. So yeah.
Awesome.
Similar to Cass's story, my brother left.
Little reverb, that's okay.
Is that me?
Yeah, we're good.
My brother left Counter-Strike open, must have been like 2003, I would say. And he walked away from the computer. I hopped on there and I played around with it, and I fell in love. And I was playing in like online, not matchmaking, but online servers and pub servers and Scouts and Knives servers, and I just loved it. I loved that it was a team environment, because I used to play soccer. Okay. And playing competitively in Counter-Strike gives me that adrenaline rush and this feeling of achievement that I've never had in soccer, so I gave up that for gaming.
Wow. And I mean, if anyone needs to be convinced that esports are just as competitive and sporty as real sports, I mean,
oh yeah, if you see us on
soccer.
stage, we're screaming on stage, we're like high-fiving each other. It's incredible to have that because you know it is a video game, but it's not. It's an esport. It's just like traditional sports where we're cheering each other on, and the family environment where you have to rely on each other. It's a nice thing to have.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm curious, this might be a weird question, but like how, I feel like it might be a difficult thing for like family and friends to accept that this is like a legitimate career path. Did you have any hurdles with that, or did you have support?
Yeah, definitely. I had to quit gaming actually for 2 years. Just to prove to my parents that I could get a normal job, and I went to college. I got my nursing degree, and I was a nurse. And then I went back to gaming.
Nice.
And my mom was like, "You're a nurse. Like, why are you playing video games again?" And once I started showing her that people make a career out of this, and there's even colleges that have esports programs that they can go to and scholarships, she was like, "You know what? Quit your nursing job and do it full time." Once we got signed with Team Dignitas, so I was able to quit my nursing schedule, and I was working full time as a nurse while on my team.
Oh my God.
For 3 years. So I just quit 3 months ago. So it's nice to like breathe a little bit and focus on the team and winning. So,
Wow,
that's great.
That's a lot to juggle.
Yeah.
That's
so
insane.
now my parents are my biggest fans.
Oh, good. That's great. What about from your family or friends or anything?
My family has always been very supportive of this part of this path I wanted to go. I guess it's like more of my friends' side. Some people didn't really understand it, so I lost some friends because you have to sacrifice so many hours to the game. It's like a job, but you have to do it at night. Like it's constant effort, like throughout the day, and sometimes like you can't go out on the weekends with them, or you can't do activities. And some people didn't understand it, but now I know that the friends that stuck with me through this whole time are like really like my real friends, let's say.
Yeah,
but like
yeah, they care about you for you. And all
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. So, do you guys? You talk about how you got started. Clearly, it's a very different industry now than it was 15 years ago. Like esports there's a huge Quake tournament happening literally 10 feet away from here. Like that's insane. So I wonder if you would now recommend, like, to a younger sibling, would you recommend them getting into esports now? Like, is it a viable career path for a lot of people, or is it really specific? Is it something that would scare you if like a sibling was doing that?
Yeah, I've actually talked to a few parents because Alienware has a mobile broadcast station that they bring to different colleges. And I met a couple parents there that were interested because their kids are interested in gaming. And I told them about my story, how at first my parents didn't like it, but look at where I am. It's a career for me now. People make so much money off of it, just like a traditional job. And you're kind of treated like a popular athlete, I guess. If you go see Joel Embiid, it's like you can be that in the gaming world kind of thing. So I always encourage parents, like if it's something that they're truly passionate about, it's hard work to be a gamer because you have to sacrifice so much time with your friends and family, but in the end, if they're passionate about it, it's worth it. So I definitely encourage people to go through with it.
Awesome. Yeah. You too?
Yeah, well, I guess I could add to what Emily said. Like when you see like big companies like Buffalo Wild Wings or Mountain Dews, like joining the esports scene, you know it's just a growing environment. So if you're passionate about the game and you're willing to dedicate all these hours to it, then yeah, you should go for it.
Like practice is the key, though. You really have to dedicate to be a professional gamer. You really have to do that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just like any sport. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I've actually made our practice schedule. It used to be almost 10-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week.
Wow.
But once we met with the 76ers, the people, they all told us that that's too much. Rest is important for better quality. So now we play 5 days a week for 6 to 7 hours with a break in between so we can walk around and rest. So
have you noticed an improvement in since you started doing that?
Yeah, definitely. Because I have wrist injuries. I broke my hand a while ago, and I couldn't get it healed because we had a really big upcoming tournament. So I'm playing with a broken hand.
Oh my God.
I think it was the physiologist that showed me different stretches to do because I also have wrist pains because I'm always on the computer. So that was great to learn those good tools that I can do at home.
Yeah, it's interesting that the traditional sports teams, I guess physical therapists and everything, they can even help you guys. I mean, it's because esports is not just mental. There is a twitchy, there is a physical aspect to it. I wonder how that plays into the age of many esports players and the longevity of an actual career. I mean, are you guys looking out and are you getting worried that you're just not going to be as fast as the up-and-coming 16-year-old that's playing right now? Is that, seriously, is that something you worry about, though?
Honestly, I think the game is mostly mental. So if you feel like you're getting old or anything like that, then you're losing your confidence. And you play your best when you have the most confidence. So I think me and Kath are very, not cocky, but very confident. And we know when we go into the game, at least me, I tell myself, okay, I'm the best girl in the server right now. Like, I'm just going to dominate everybody. And if you keep that kind of mentality, then you'll play to your best.
Yeah. Nice.
Pretty much what she said.
That's great. I love that. Yeah.
So as we were talking a little bit about the legitimacy of esports and it rising and you see these rising stars coming up that get a lot more attention, and I was just wondering if you had thoughts or experiences yourself in terms of who's getting recognition, in terms of are women getting recognized in esports in the same way that men are getting recognized and getting respect and deals and all of the stuff that comes with being a star?
Yeah, I think if you look at, like I said, we've been playing for 14, 15 years, and back then there was maybe little to no recognition.
Yeah.
And my team really plays a role in being role models for female professional gamers. So I think the scene is growing magnificently with the female players. And if you look around, there's so much more people around here at E3 that are females, and it's very nice to see because I think we've always loved playing video games, but back when I was younger, it wasn't the thing to do for girls. And it's nice for us to be role models to show that you can play video games, and you can even play it competitively if you want to. So I think slowly we'll see more and more females playing because of people like our team and other teams that are showing up.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, it seems to be on a good track right now. There are more. You said you call them mixed tournaments, not co-ed or anything like that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Are there more? So you say you do those most of the time?
Yeah.
Is there less emphasis on all female tournaments, or are those kind of becoming a thing of the past, or is that still a market that's going strong right now?
There used to be only one female tournament a year, like 5 years ago, for a couple years, and now there's 2 to 3 to 4 tournaments a year, so it's growing. It's a growing industry, definitely.
So do you think it may be on a path to be like WNBA, NBA, and it might stay that way? Possible, maybe? I know you're not fortune tellers, but yeah.
I don't think it, like I said, I was mentioning earlier, the end goal is to be no female tournaments and for us to play against the top male teams. So maybe right now it could be sort of like a WNBA, but from there being only one female tournament a year for the past 10 years, and now for the past 2 years there's been 3 to 4, that just shows the growth in females wanting to play. We play in Copenhagen, there's a tournament, and there used to be only allowed 16 teams to play, and this year I think there was 30 teams that showed up. So that right there is just amazing numbers.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And that's really interesting too, because I feel like it coincides with, like, that's such a dramatic change all of a sudden to some degree, and I feel like it coincides with the larger industry in terms of having conversations about women playing games and women being a part of gaming and the representation of women in games, and that it's nice that that's not like siloed just into you know, like fan or consumer gaming, but that the whole industry itself is kind of being like, let's stop ignoring this entire market of players and be a little more welcoming.
Yeah, like you guys just got sponsored and everything, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So cool.
Yeah.
So are these the sponsorships? That's new, right? Like you guys are like branded up.
Well, we just got picked up by Team Dignitas this year in February.
Yeah.
So that's new to us because I made a team 3 years ago, and we went from literally having nothing. We were all sleeping in one small hotel room together, 6 of us. We would make our own jerseys, and one time I accidentally made girl jerseys, right? I thought girls was girls, and it turns out that girls meant little kids. So I actually bought us little kid shirts.
Oh no.
Instead of women's shirts. So it was the day before the event, so we had to wear them. We wore a shirt underneath. But we went from having to deal with that to being part of Team Dignitas and the 76ers, which I still can't believe to this day because it's amazing. And then we have Buffalo Wild Wings and Mountain Dew. Like, what? That's awesome. You know, so it's a dream come true, and that's why I really feel like we can encourage many, many people to keep following their dreams to be a professional gamer, because hard work does pay off.
Yeah.
What's your most memorable moment? Like, do you have a moment that sticks out in your career of doing this that's like the thing?
For me, it was our very first event. It was in 2014. It's called the Electronic Sports World Cup, and it was an all-female event, but they also had a mixed event, but we played in the female tournament. I just made a team. We maybe had like a month of practice, if that, and we actually made it to the finals of that tournament in Paris, which was amazing, first of all, to be in Paris, but to make it to the finals. And I just remember that moment when we were on stage and seeing everybody looking up at me, and we didn't win, we got second place, but just that feeling of being on stage, looking around and seeing my teammates and everybody that I love right next to me and doing what I love was like the best moment of my life, I feel like, and that really stood out to me.
That's like almost tearing up. That's powerful stuff. I like that. Yeah. What about you?
And I guess my best moment was, unfortunately, not with my team, my current team.
Oh, sad. That's okay.
Yeah, it was in my other team that I used to be in. There was a female tournament called the eSports World Cup, and it was held in my hometown in Montreal.
Cool.
And we actually won that tournament. We got first place, and we were considered world champions at that time.
Wow.
So it was really great to just bring home the #1 in Montreal, and it was the best moment for me.
Yeah. So you talked about looking around at the crowd and looking at your teammates all around you. What does it feel like? Like really, what does it feel like to be sitting there and then having just a stadium of people or whatever it is waiting for you to play a video game? Like, is it nerve-wracking every time, or how's it feel? Do you love it?
Most of the time, for me, it just getting into like our setups in front of our monitors, that's when you see all the crowd, and that's when like the excitement kind of builds up. But when you get into the game, we have those soundproof headsets.
Right.
You don't hear anything from the crowd. You don't hear the cheering. You cannot even hear what Emily is saying right in front of me. So you're kind of all focused into the game, and once you get into the game, everything outside of it just doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you can feel, you can't hear anything, but you can feel the vibrations of like people shouting in the crowd.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Does that distract you? Or do you just notice it kind of?
It's so motivating.
That's
and
so cool.
For me, and I think you have to gain experience. At first it could be nerve-wracking, but it's motivating. Like, I don't want to do bad in front of these people. I'm going to show them that we can do good, and it's like I said, it's the only thing in my life that ever gave me that type of adrenaline rush and like really good feeling.
That's so awesome. Yeah. I'm so glad esports exists just in general. Like, that's all I do with my time now.
Me
It's
too.
always on in the background, right? It's just always there, yeah. So I want to look to the future a little bit and see if you have any advice for any women attempting to break into esports right now. Just in general, what are your words of wisdom for anyone that wants to do this right now?
Surround yourself with people that loves you, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Friends, family, even like friends in game, like people you play your games with. Like always make sure you have a very good surrounding. And like we said earlier, if you love the game and you're passionate about it and you're dreaming of becoming like the world champion, like you just go for it. Keep practicing, it's worth it in the long run.
Yeah, you're proof of that. You guys, you've done it. Yeah.
The best advice I could give to anyone who aspires to be a professional gamer is to keep practicing, and you learn from failing. You don't learn from winning over and over. So it's going to be rough at first because people might try to put you down because you're not playing your best, but you turn around and use that as motivation to, for instance, me, I was playing in a server when I first started gaming, and I was playing so bad. And I took that as motivation, and I kept learning different tips and tricks that I could use, and I went back in that server and I played the best. I had the most kills and I beat everybody, and that to me was a great accomplishment, and it took me to where I am today. Because if I would have quit when I was doing bad and people were putting me down, then I wouldn't be where I am today. So you have to be very passionate and work really hard and keep practicing over and over.
Awesome. Yeah. Good. All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Yeah,
this
was such a pleasure.
Wonderful talk.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. All right. And yes, a round of applause. And you know what? That is it for the Engadget stage at E3 2017. So we're gonna say adieu, but tomorrow we'll be back for day 3, the final day of E3. Oh man, I feel like I've been here a year. But stay tuned to Engadget.com for all the news straight from the show floor. We'll see you then. Bye.
Yeah,
their camera's back there.